Welcome back, legends. This is Harry Wicks. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry grew up in Hazbin Hotel instead of Hogwarts? If you enjoy epic magical twists, subscribe to Harry Wicks. Now let's story begin.
The night air smelled of jasmine and death. In a small cottage tucked away in Godric's Hollow, a kettle whistled on the stove, unaware that the world was about to end. Steam curled toward the ceiling, mixing with the warmth of a crackling fire and the soft sound of a lullaby drifting from upstairs. "Sleep, my little one, sleep." Lily Potter rocked gently in the wooden chair, her son cradled against her chest. Harry's eyes, so green, so much like her own, fought to stay open, tiny fingers wrapped around a strand of her red hair. He was 15 months old, with a tuft of black hair that refused to lie flat and a lightning-shaped mark on his forehead that had appeared the day he was born. The healers had called it a birthmark. Lily had known better. She'd felt it the moment he entered the world, a crackle of magic so powerful it had shattered every window in St. Mungo's. The healers had whispered about accidental magic, about unusually gifted infants. But Lily was a witch who had studied the old magic, who had grown up knowing that some things could not be explained by textbooks and theory. Her son was marked, not cursed, marked. There was a difference, though she couldn't explain it to anyone, not even James. "You're thinking too hard again." James stood in the doorway, his glasses askew, his hair even more disheveled than usual. He'd fallen asleep on the couch downstairs, pretending to read the latest Quidditch scores while keeping watch. They took turns now, one slept, one watched. The war had taught them that love and vigilance were the same thing. Lily smiled, though her eyes remained troubled. "I'm always thinking too hard. You married a thinker. I married a witch who could curse me into next Tuesday and still look beautiful doing it." James crossed the room, his bare feet silent on the wooden floor. He knelt beside the rocking chair, one hand reaching out to brush Harry's downy hair. "He's perfect, Lils. He's marked. So are you." James traced the faint line on her collarbone, a scar from a Death Eater attack 3 years ago, before Harry, before the Fidelius, before they'd learned that hiding was not the same as being safe. "We're all marked by this war. But he's also loved, and that matters more." The kettle screamed downstairs. James sighed. "I'll get it. You put him down." He pressed a kiss to Lily's forehead, then Harry's, and disappeared through the door. His footsteps creaked on the stairs, and Lily heard him whistling as he moved toward the kitchen, the same tune she'd been humming, the lullaby her own mother had sung to her. "Sleep, my little one, sleep." Lily rose, cradling Harry close, and moved toward the crib in the corner. The room was small but warm, filled with toys and books and the kind of love that made poverty feel like wealth. She lowered him gently onto the mattress, her hand lingering on his chest to feel the rise and fall of his breathing. "Mommy loves you," she whispered. "Daddy loves you. Nothing will ever change that." Harry's eyes opened for a moment, green meeting green, and he smiled. Not the gummy smile of a baby who didn't understand. A real smile. A knowing smile. Then his eyes closed, and he slept. Lily stood there for a long moment, her hand still on his chest, her heart pounding with a fear she couldn't name. The air felt wrong tonight. Thicker. Heavier. As though the very walls were holding their breath. She turned away from the crib and walked to the window. Outside, Godric's Hollow slept peacefully. Lights flickered in nearby cottages. The church bell tower stood silent against the stars. Everything was normal. Everything was too normal. Lily's reflection stared back at her from the glass, pale, tired, with shadows under her eyes that no amount of sleeping draught could fix. She looked older than 21. The war had aged them all. Behind her, in the crib, Harry dreamed. The first sign was the cold. Not the ordinary cold of an autumn night, but something deeper. Something that seeped through stone walls and warm blankets and settled into bones like frost. James felt it first, standing in the kitchen with the kettle in his hand. The steam from the spout no longer rose, it fell, curling downward like dying smoke. "Lily." His voice carried up the stairs, and something in its tone made her blood freeze. She was moving before she knew it, wand appearing in her hand as if summoned. Years of war had trained her body to respond before her mind could catch up. She reached the nursery door just as the lights went out. Not the candles, they still burned. The stars went out. Through the window, Lily watched as every light in Godric's Hollow flickered and died. The cottages. the street lamps, the church. Darkness swallowed the village whole, and in that darkness, a figure appeared at the garden gate. Tall, hooded, walking with the terrible patience of someone who knew they could not be stopped. No. Lily's whisper was barely a breath. No, no, no. She whirled toward the crib, toward Harry, toward her heart walking around outside her body. James's footsteps pounded on the stairs as she snatched her son from the mattress, holding him so tight he whimpered in his sleep. Lily. James burst through the door, his wand raised, his face the color of ash. Take Harry and go. It's him, it's. The front door exploded inward. Not with force, with absence. The wood didn't splinter, it simply ceased to exist, dissolving into particles of darkness that swirled through the hallway like living smoke. James stood between that darkness and his family, his wand steady, his voice clear. Lily, run. I'll hold him off. She wanted to argue. She wanted to stay. She wanted to fight beside him, the way they'd always fought, side by side, partners in everything. But Harry was in her arms. So she ran. The nursery had a window that opened onto the roof, and from there, a trellis led to the garden. Lily had planned this escape 100 times, had dreamed it in nightmares, had hoped she would never need it. Now she moved through it like a ghost, her body acting on pure instinct while her mind screamed useless warnings. Faster. Faster. He's right behind you. She heard the first curse as she climbed through the window, a flash of green light that turned the hallway incandescent. She heard James's voice, still defiant, still fighting. Lily, go. And then silence. The kind of silence that meant everything and nothing. Lily didn't stop. She couldn't stop. If she stopped, she would shatter, and Harry needed her whole. She scrambled down the trellis, thorns tearing at her hands, her nightgown, her skin. She hit the ground running, her bare feet slapping against cold stone, her arms locked around her son. The garden gate was right there. Freedom was right there. And then the world turned green. The killing curse did not burn. That was the terrible irony of it. For a spell designed to end life, it left no marks on the body. No scorch marks. No wounds. Just a gentle, peaceful death, as though the victim had simply fallen asleep. Lily felt it coming. She felt the presence behind her, cold as the void between stars. She heard the whispered words, soft as a lover's promise. And in that final moment, she did the only thing she could do. She turned. She faced the monster. And she begged. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Take me instead. Take me, kill me, I don't care, just let him live. Please, please. The monster paused. Later, historians would debate this moment. They would wonder what passed through Voldemort's mind as he looked at the woman kneeling before him, her arms wrapped around her child, her eyes bright with tears and defiance. They would speculate about mercy, about hesitation, about the possibility that even the darkest soul might flicker when faced with a mother's love. They would be wrong. Voldemort did not hesitate because he felt mercy. He hesitated because he felt curious. This woman knew she was going to die. She knew her husband lay dead upstairs. She knew nothing could save her. And still she begged for her child's life. Still she offered her own in exchange. What kind of love was that? What kind of power? For a single, crystalline moment, Voldemort wondered if he had been wrong about everything. If love was not weakness. If sacrifice was not foolishness. If perhaps. And then the moment passed. Stand aside, he said. I do not wish to harm you. Not Harry. Lily's voice cracked, but her arms never loosened. Please, have mercy, take me instead. I said stand aside. Kill me instead. Voldemort raised his wand. And Lily Potter, who had never stopped fighting, who had never stopped loving, who had spent every moment of her short life defying the darkness, Lily Potter did the bravest thing she had ever done. She stepped in front of the curse. Not away from it. In front of it. She wrapped her body around Harry like a shield, like a prayer, like a promise. She took the full force of the killing curse into her own flesh, and for one impossible second, she did not die. The magic hit her, and her bloodline answered. Ancient magic. Old magic. The kind that predated wands and words and the very concept of wizardry. A mother's sacrifice, freely given, weaving itself into the fabric of reality. The curse should have passed through her. It should have killed her and continued on to Harry. It did not. Lily's love caught it, held it, changed it. And when the curse finally broke through, when it finally reached the child in her arms, it was no longer the same spell. It was something else entirely. Harry woke to fire. Not the gentle warmth of the nursery hearth, but something vast and terrible. Something that burned without consuming, that raged without sound. He opened his eyes, and the world was green, not the green of his mother's eyes, but the green of poison, of sickness, of death. He opened his mouth to cry. And the world exploded. Later, the Ministry investigators would find the cottage in ruins. They would find James Potter's body at the top of the stairs, still holding his wand, still facing the enemy. They would find Lily Potter's body in the garden, her arms wrapped around empty space, her face peaceful in a way that made hardened Aurors look away. They would not find Harry. They would search for weeks, months, years. They would follow leads that went nowhere, chase rumors that dissolved into mist. They would interview everyone who had ever known the Potters, everyone who had ever seen their son. They would comb through magical records, trace bloodlines, consult seers and specialists and the darkest of dark magic experts. Nothing. Harry Potter had vanished from the face of the earth. What the investigators could not know, what no one in the magical world could possibly understand, was that Harry had not vanished at all. He had fallen. The backlash of magic created something that should not exist. A rift, a tear, a wound in the fabric of reality itself. When the killing curse rebounded off Harry's accidental protection, when Lily's sacrifice met Voldemort's destruction, the collision of forces didn't just destroy a body. It opened a door. And Harry, still alive, still breathing, still impossibly there, Harry fell through that door. The void had no color, no sound, no temperature, no up or down, left or right, beginning or end. Harry tumbled through absolute nothing, his infant mind unable to process the impossibility of his situation. He should have died. He should have frozen, suffocated, simply ceased to exist in a place where existence had no meaning. He did not. The mark on his forehead, the scar that Lily had always known was more than a birthmark, began to glow. Not with light, exactly. With something deeper. Something that recognized the void and named it kin. Harry fell, and fell, and fell, until the void began to change. Color returned first, reds and oranges and deep, burning golds. Then heat, so intense it should have cooked him alive. Then sound, screams and laughter and music that played in keys that didn't exist. Then smell, sulfur and smoke and something sweet, like burnt sugar and decay. Harry's descent slowed. The void became a sky, if sky could be the color of dried blood, if clouds could be made of ash, if the very air could taste of sin. Below him, a city sprawled across impossible geography. Towers of bone and crystal. Streets of cobblestone and fire. A massive hotel dominated the center of his vision, its architecture a beautiful nightmare of spires and arches and glowing neon letters that read, Hazbin Hotel. Harry fell toward it like a star falling toward Earth. Like a prophecy falling toward fulfillment. Like a child falling toward home. The crash shook the hotel to its foundations. Charlie Morningstar was in the middle of a therapy session with a particularly anxious demon when the ceiling caved in. Not literally, the hotel was sturdier than that. But the impact rattled every window, knocked every picture askew, and sent a shower of dust raining down from the chandeliers. What the hell was that? The demon, a former corporate executive who'd sold his soul for a promotion and regretted it ever since, dove under the couch. Charlie was already running. She moved through the lobby with the practiced grace of someone who'd grown up navigating chaos, her blonde hair streaming behind her, her eyes bright with concern and curiosity. The hotel had survived assassination attempts, exorcist attacks, and the occasional temper tantrum from particularly volatile guests. But this felt different. This felt like arrival. She found the impact site in the courtyard. The cobblestones had buckled upward in a perfect circle, radiating cracks that spider-webbed across the ground. Steam rose from the center, no, not steam. Something silver and shimmering, like moonlight made visible. And in the middle of it all, cradled by the broken stones like a pearl in an oyster, lay a baby. A human baby. Charlie froze. She'd seen humans before, living humans, anyway, but never like this. Never here. The mortal world and hell did not intersect except through deals, deaths, and the occasional portal mishap. A living human infant, fully intact, fully alive, should have been impossible. And yet, the baby opened its eyes. Green. So green they seemed to glow in the hellish light. Green like forests Charlie had only seen in old photographs. Green like life, like growth, like everything hell was not. And the baby smiled. Charlie's heart, which she had been told multiple times might not actually exist, did something complicated in her chest. She stepped forward slowly, carefully, as though approaching a wounded animal. The silver light around the baby flickered and dimmed, but did not disappear entirely. "Hey there," Charlie whispered. "Hey there, little one. Where did you come from?" The baby gurgled. And around them, the hellfire that eternally burned in the courtyard's braziers bent away. Charlie saw it happen. The flames didn't extinguish, they leaned, like flowers turning from the wind, like subjects bowing to a king. They curved away from the baby, creating a perfect sphere of cool air in a world of eternal heat. "What the? Charlie?" Vaggie's voice cut through the courtyard, sharp with alarm. "Charlie, get away from that. Get away now." Charlie didn't move. She couldn't. She was too busy watching the impossible happen. The baby raised one tiny hand toward the flames. Toward the fire that had burned for millennia, that had consumed sinners and saints alike, that was as fundamental to hell as gravity was to earth. The flames reached back, not to burn, to touch, to greet, to welcome. And in the back of Charlie's mind, a voice that was not her own whispered words she would never forget. "He who survived death will rule damnation." Vaggie grabbed Charlie's arm and pulled hard. Charlie stumbled backward, nearly tripping over her own feet, her eyes still locked on the baby in the crater. "Vaggie, wait. No." Vaggie's voice was iron. Her single eye, the other lost to circumstances she rarely discussed, scanned the courtyard for threats, her spear already in her hand. "No, absolutely not. We are not getting involved with this. With a baby. With a human in hell." Vaggie positioned herself between Charlie and the crater, her stance protective, her expression fierce. "You know the rules. Living souls don't belong here. If the other overlords find out, if the V's find out." "They won't find out." Charlie tried to step around her. Vaggie blocked the way. "Vaggie, look at him. He's just a baby. He's alone. He's a threat. He's an infant. He's an unknown." Vaggie's voice softened slightly, though her spear remained raised. "Charlie, I love you. You know I love you. But your optimism is going to get us killed one day. Humans don't end up in hell by accident. There are rules, laws, cosmic balances that have existed since the beginning of time. If that baby is here, something broke those rules. And whatever broke them might still be out there." Charlie looked past Vaggie, toward the crater. The baby hadn't moved. It lay among the broken stones, its green eyes watching them with an intensity that seemed far too aware for its age. The hellfire still bent away from it, creating a pocket of safety in a world of damnation. And that light, that silver, shimmering light, still clung to its skin like a second layer. "Look at the fire," Charlie said quietly. Vaggie glanced back. Her eye widened. "It's moving away from him. It's protecting him." Charlie's voice held wonder. "Or he's protecting himself. I don't know which. But Vaggie, that's not normal. That's not even abnormal. That's impossible. Hellfire doesn't bend. It doesn't bow. It doesn't care about anything except burning. Which is exactly why we should leave him there and pretend we never saw him." Vaggie. Charlie. They stared at each other, Charlie with hope blazing in her eyes, Vaggie with fear and love and the terrible knowledge of what hell did to things that didn't belong. The baby made a sound. Not a cry. Not a whimper. Something softer, sadder, more lost. The sound of a child who had fallen through the void and found no one waiting. Charlie's expression crumbled. "Oh no," Vaggie muttered. "No, no, no. Don't you dare make that face. Don't you, Charlie. Charlie." But Charlie was already moving. She walked past Vaggie, past the spear, past every warning scream in her head. She walked to the crater and knelt beside the baby. She looked into those impossible green eyes, and she saw something she had never expected to see in hell. Innocence. Not the false innocence of demons who pretended to be better than they were. Not the calculated innocence of sinners playing games. Real innocence. The kind that existed only in things that had never been broken. "Hey there," Charlie whispered again. "Hey there, little one. I'm Charlie. And I know this place looks scary, and I know you're probably confused, and I know Vaggie is going to be mad at me for the next 100 years. She smiled, a real smile, the kind she saved for moments of pure hope. But I think you're exactly where you're supposed to be. The baby reached up. Tiny fingers wrapped around Charlie's thumb. And in that moment, something shifted in the air. Something ancient and powerful and patient. The hellfire flared once, a single, triumphant burst, and then settled back into its bow. The silver light around the baby flickered and dimmed, as though satisfied. And in the distance, somewhere in the depths of hell, a throne that had stood empty since before memory began creaked. Vaggie stood guard for an hour while Charlie held the baby. She told herself it was strategic. She told herself she was watching for threats, monitoring for danger, preparing for the moment when this impossible situation inevitably exploded in their faces. She told herself a lot of things. What she was actually doing was watching Charlie. Charlie, who had been told her whole life that her dreams were foolish. Charlie, whose own parents had gently suggested she focus on more realistic goals. Charlie, who believed in redemption so fiercely that she had built a hotel in hell to prove it possible. Charlie, holding a human baby like he was the most precious thing in any world. He needs a name, Charlie said softly. He needs to go back where he came from. Vaggie, I'm serious. We don't know what he is. We don't know how he got here. We don't know why the hellfire reacts to him. For all we know, he could be a weapon. A trap. Some kind of elaborate scheme by. He smiled at me. Vaggie stopped. What? When I picked him up. He smiled at me. Not a baby smile, not just gas or reflexes. A real smile. Like he knew me. Like he trusted me. Charlie looked up, and her eyes were wet. When was the last time something in hell trusted you, Vaggie? Really trusted you, without wanting something in return? Vaggie had no answer. Because the truth was, nothing in hell trusted anyone. Trust was weakness. Trust was death. Trust was the first thing sinners sold and the last thing they ever found again. And yet, this baby, this impossible, inexplicable, utterly wrong baby, had looked at Charlie and seen something worth smiling at. His name is Harry, Charlie said. How do you know that? I don't know. Charlie looked down at the baby, who had fallen asleep in her arms, his tiny chest rising and falling with peaceful breaths. I just know. His name is Harry. And he's ours now. Vaggie opened her mouth to argue. The baby's scar flickered once, a brief pulse of gold light, there and gone, and she closed it again. Some arguments, she was learning, were not worth having. Far away, in a world that had already forgotten him, the newspapers printed their headlines. Boy WHO lived vanishes without a trace. Ministry baffled by Potter disappearance. Dumbledore refuses to comment. And in an office high above London, an old man with half-moon spectacles stared at a photograph of a family who would never be whole again. His hands trembled slightly. His eyes were wet. I'm sorry, Albus Dumbledore whispered to the empty room. I am so sorry, Lily. James. I should have been there. I should have. The photograph didn't answer. It never did. In hell, the baby slept. He dreamed of green light and falling. He dreamed of a woman with red hair and a man with messy glasses and a laugh like music. He dreamed of warmth and safety and love so fierce it could stop death itself. And beneath those dreams, something else stirred. Something old. Something patient. Something that had been waiting for him since before the first sin, since before the first fall, since before the very concept of hell existed. Welcome home, it whispered. And Harry smiled in his sleep. Charlie carried him inside as the hellfire witchfires began to burn higher, as if celebrating. The hotel's residents gathered in the lobby, drawn by the disturbance, their demonic forms casting twisted shadows on the walls. They whispered among themselves, speculating, fearing, hoping in ways they had long forgotten how to express. Charlie walked through them all, Vaggie at her side, the baby in her arms. This is Harry, she announced, her voice clear and steady. He's part of the hotel now. Anyone who hurts him answers to me. The demons exchanged glances. No one argued. Because in the baby's presence, they felt something they had not felt in centuries. Something that made their ancient hearts ache with a longing they could not name. Hope. Terrifying, impossible, ridiculous hope. Charlie carried Harry up the stairs, toward a room she had prepared for guests who never came. She laid him in a crib that had never been used, covered him with blankets that had never been warmed, and stood watching as he slept. Vaggie appeared in the doorway. You know this is insane, right? I know. You know this could destroy everything we've built. I know. You know. I know, Vaggie. Charlie turned, and her smile was sad and hopeful and absolutely unshakable. I know all of it. But look at him. Look at what he did to the Hellfire. Look at how the demons reacted. Something brought him here for a reason. And I think that reason might be bigger than either of us. Vaggie was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed, the sigh of someone who had long ago accepted that loving Charlie Morningstar meant loving chaos. Fine. But if he turns out to be some kind of apocalyptic nightmare creature, I reserve the right to say, I told you so, for eternity. Deal. They stood together, watching the baby sleep. Outside, the Hellfire burned. And in the darkness between worlds, a prophecy that had begun with murder and sacrifice continued to unfold. The boy who lived had fallen into hell. And hell would never be the same. The void did not forget. That was the first lesson Harry would never learn consciously, but would carry in his bones for the rest of his existence. The void between worlds remembered everything, every soul that passed through it, every scream that echoed in its emptiness, every tear that evaporated in its infinite hunger. And Harry had passed through it screaming. Not with sound, his infant lungs had failed him somewhere between the green light and the first glimpse of Hellfire. But his soul had screamed. His magic had screamed. That tiny fragment of Lily's love, still wrapped around him like a second skin, had screamed with a ferocity that made even the void pause. For one endless moment, Harry had hung suspended between worlds. Between life and death. Between earth and hell. Between the boy he was meant to be and the creature he might become. And in that moment, something had looked at him. Something vast. Something ancient. Something that had been watching the borders of reality since before the first star ignited. It had no name that mortal tongues could pronounce, no form that mortal eyes could perceive. But it had noticed Harry. And it had let him pass. Not because it was kind. Not because it was merciful. The void was neither. It simply was, and what it was, in that moment, was curious. A soul wrapped in love and magic and death, falling through places no living thing should survive. The void wanted to see what would happen next. So it opened its throat and let him fall. The Hazbin Hotel had many names, most of them unprintable. Built on the ruins of an older structure, something that had existed before hell had governments, before demons had hierarchies, before the very concept of sin had been codified into law, the hotel stood as a monument to impossible hope. Its walls contained echoes of every prayer ever whispered in darkness, every promise ever broken, every dream ever abandoned. Charlie Morningstar had inherited it from a great aunt she'd never met, along with a letter that read, "You're the only one foolish enough to believe this place could be something other than what it is. Don't prove me wrong." She hadn't. 3 years of renovations, 2 assassination attempts, and 1 near exorcism later, the Hazbin Hotel had become exactly what Charlie wanted it to be, a refuge. Not a prison, not a punishment, a place where demons could choose to be better, if they wanted. Most didn't want, but some did, and that was enough. The morning after Harry's arrival found Charlie in the same position she'd been in 12 hours earlier, sitting in a rocking chair beside a crib, watching a sleeping baby breathe. "You haven't moved." Vaggie stood in the doorway, arms crossed, expression caught between exasperation and something softer she would never admit to. Her spear was gone, a small mercy, but her posture remained guarded. "I moved," Charlie said. "I got water. Twice. Thrilling. And I sang to him. He likes my singing. Everyone likes your singing. You're literally the princess of hell. Your voice has magical properties." Charlie smiled, but her eyes didn't leave Harry. He smiled when I sang. A real smile. Not magic, just happy. Vaggie crossed the room and stood beside the crib. Together, they looked down at the impossible child. He looked smaller in daylight. Younger. More fragile. The hellish light filtering through the hotel's stained glass windows painted his skin in shifting colors, red one moment, gold the next, purple when the clouds outside shifted. But beneath all that color, he was unmistakably, vulnerably human. "We need to talk about this," Vaggie said quietly. "I know. Really talk. Not just you telling me everything will be fine and me pretending to believe you." Charlie looked up, surprise flickering across her features. Vaggie rarely pushed back this hard. She questioned, yes. She warned, constantly. But outright confrontation was rare. "You're scared," Charlie realized. "Of course I'm scared." Vaggie's voice dropped even lower, barely a whisper. "Charlie, I spent thousands of years in hell before I met you. I've seen things that would break your mind just to describe. I've watched souls get consumed, obliterated, erased from existence entirely. And in all that time, I have never seen anything like that baby. She pointed at Harry, still sleeping peacefully. The fire bent away from him, Charlie. Hellfire. The stuff that burns sinners for eternity, that even the strongest overlords can't extinguish. It bent. Like it recognized him. Like it was afraid of him. Or like it was protecting him. Same thing. Vaggie ran a hand through her hair, a gesture of frustration Charlie had seen 1,000 times. Fear and protection are the same thing down here. Everything that survives does so by being more dangerous than whatever's trying to kill it. If the fire is protecting that baby, it means something in hell considers him valuable. And valuable things get targeted. Charlie absorbed this. She'd grown up in hell, too. She knew the rules better than most, knew them from the inside, as someone who'd never been anything but royal, never been anything but privileged, never been anything but safe. Vaggie's fear came from a different place. A place Charlie could never fully reach. What do you suggest? Charlie asked. Send him back. To where? We don't even know where he came from. Then we find out. We research. We ask questions. He's a baby, Vaggie. Not a problem to solve. He's both. Vaggie's voice softened. Charlie, I'm not saying this because I want to hurt him. I'm saying it because I want to protect you. If something happens, if someone uses him against you, if he turns out to be dangerous, if the other overlords decide he's a threat and come for the hotel, then we protect him. How? The question hung in the air between them. Charlie didn't have an answer. Not yet. But she had something better, certainty. However we have to, she said simply. Whatever it takes. However long it takes. That's what this hotel is for, Vaggie. It's for the things no one else will protect. The souls everyone else gave up on. If we turn away the first living being who actually needs us to survive, not just to choose, then what's the point of any of this? Vaggie was quiet for a long moment. Then she sighed, that same sigh from the night before, carrying the weight of centuries and the lightness of love. You're impossible. I know. You're going to get us both killed. Probably. And I'm going to be right there beside you, fighting losing battles and telling you I told you so until the end of time. Charlie smiled. That's all I ask. Harry woke to warmth. Not the burning warmth of hellfire, but something gentler. Something that wrapped around him like arms, like voices, like the memory of a lullaby he couldn't quite recall. He opened his eyes to colors he didn't have words for, golds and reds and deep, impossible purples, and shapes that moved in ways that made no sense. A face appeared above him. Different from the first face. This one was pale, with sharp angles and one eye where there should have been two. The eye was watching him carefully, warily, like he might suddenly transform into something dangerous. Harry smiled. He didn't know why. He didn't understand that smiling was something humans did to communicate safety, to build bonds, to say I am not a threat. He simply felt warmth, and warmth made him happy, and happiness made him smile. The one-eyed face's expression changed. Something flickered in that single eye, something that looked almost like surprise, almost like fear, almost like the beginning of something Harry would learn to call love. He smiled at me, Vaggie said. Charlie appeared beside her. See, I told you. He's a smiler. That doesn't make it better. It kind of does. They watched him for another moment. Harry watched them back, his green eyes tracking their movements with an intensity that seemed far too focused for an infant. He was learning already, cataloging faces, voices, the way the air changed when different beings entered the room. This was survival. He didn't know it yet, but the void had marked him. The fall had changed him. Somewhere in that endless tumble through nothing, something had awakened in his blood. Something that watched. Something that waited. Something that remembered. The first week was chaos. Demons came from everywhere, guests, staff, curious neighbors who'd heard rumors of an impossible arrival. They crowded the lobby, the hallways, the courtyard where the crater still marked the impact site. They demanded explanations, proof, opportunities to see the anomaly for themselves. Charlie refused them all. He's a baby, she said, over and over. Not a spectacle. Not a curiosity. A baby. Leave him alone. Some listened. Some didn't. The ones who didn't learned quickly that Vaggie's spear was not ornamental. On the third day, Harry spoke his first word in hell. Charlie was changing his diaper, a skill she'd had to learn from scratch, with help from a former nanny demon who'd once cared for infant souls in the pre-burning phase, when he looked up at her and said, clear as anything, "Ma." Charlie froze. The diaper hovered in midair, forgotten. The nanny demon, a wizened creature with too many eyes and not enough teeth, made a sound like static in surprise. Did he just? "Ma," Harry said again, reaching up with tiny hands. "Ma, ma, ma." Charlie's eyes filled with tears. She'd heard stories about human babies, of course. She'd read books, watched documentaries, studied the strange rituals of the mortal world with the same fascination she brought to everything. She knew that first words were significant, that they represented bonding, recognition, the beginning of language. But knowing and experiencing were different. "He thinks I'm his mother," Charlie whispered. "You are," the nanny demon said. "For now. For him. That's how babies work, Your Highness. The ones who feed them, hold them, keep them warm, those are mothers. Biology doesn't matter. Blood doesn't matter. Only presence matters." Charlie looked down at Harry. At his green eyes, so full of trust. At his tiny hand, still reaching. At his smile, so pure it made her chest ache. "Ma," he said again, and this time it wasn't a question. It was a statement. "You are mine. I am yours. This is what we are now." Charlie gathered him up, diaper forgotten, and held him against her chest. She felt his heartbeat, faster than a demon's, more fragile, more alive, and made a promise she couldn't put into words. She would protect him, whatever it cost, however long it took, against anyone who tried to take him away. On the 5th day, the first overlord came calling. His name was Zestial, ancient, powerful, respected even by those who feared him. He moved like smoke and spoke like thunder, his voice carrying echoes of languages that had died before humanity learned to walk upright. When he appeared in the hotel lobby, every demon in sight found urgent business elsewhere. Charlie met him alone. "Princess." Zestial inclined his head, a gesture of respect that cost him nothing and meant everything. "I trust thou art well." "I'm fine, Zestial. What brings you here?" The ancient demon smiled, a terrible expression on a face that had seen too much. "Rumors. Whispers. Tales of an impossibility made manifest." His eyes, deep and dark as the void between stars, fixed on Charlie's face. "A living human child, delivered unto hell by forces unknown. Surely thou canst understand why such news would draw attention. He's not a spectacle. Nay, he is not." Zestial's voice softened, just slightly. "He is something far more interesting. He is an anomaly. And anomalies, Princess, have a habit of changing everything they touch." Charlie's hand drifted toward the weapon hidden in her sleeve. "If you're here to threaten him, I am here to warn thee." Zestial raised one ancient hand, palm open, peaceful. "The other overlords know. They have known since the night of his arrival. The fire bending, the silver light, the scar that glows when dark approaches, these things cannot be hidden, Princess. Not in hell. Not for long." Charlie's blood ran cold. "How many?" "Enough." Zestial's expression grew grave. "Carmilla watches from her towers. The V's convene as we speak. Even those who care not for politics sense that something has shifted. Thy foundling has awakened hungers long dormant. There are those who would use him, Princess. Those who would consume him. Those who would destroy him simply because his existence offends their understanding of how the universe should work. Then they'll have to go through me. I." Zestial smiled again, and this time there was something almost like approval in his ancient eyes. "That is what I came to hear. That is what I needed to know." He stepped back, fading toward the door. "Guard him well, Princess. The storm approaches. And when it breaks, all of hell will feel its fury." He dissolved into smoke and was gone. Charlie stood alone in the lobby, her heart pounding, her mind racing. She thought about Harry upstairs, sleeping peacefully in his crib, unaware of the forces gathering around him. She thought about Vaggie's warnings, about the other overlords, about everything that could go wrong. And then she thought about his smile. His tiny, trusting, utterly innocent smile. "Storm's coming," she whispered to the empty lobby. "Fine. Let it come." She turned and walked toward the stairs. Behind her, in the shadows, something watched. Something that had been waiting for this moment since before hell existed. Something that smiled. On the 7th day, Harry learned to crawl. It happened suddenly, as these things always do. One moment he was lying on his back, kicking his feet at a mobile of spinning demon souls, a gift from a well-meaning guest that Charlie had immediately confiscated. The next, he was on his stomach, then his knees, then moving. Charlie watched from the doorway, too stunned to react. Harry crawled across the nursery floor with single-minded determination, heading straight for the window. Not because he understood what windows were, he didn't. Not because he could see anything through the hellish glare, he couldn't. But something was calling him. Something outside. Something that sang in frequencies only he could hear. He reached the window and pulled himself up using the frame. Below, the city of hell sprawled in all its horrific glory. Towers of bone and crystal. Rivers of fire. Streets packed with demons going about their eternal business. And beyond it all, the horizon, if such a thing existed here, where the sky met the earth in a haze of smoke and damnation. Harry pressed one tiny hand against the glass. Outside, a bird made of living flame landed on the windowsill and looked at him. It wasn't a real bird. Nothing in hell was real in the way Earth understood reality. It was a fragment of something older, something that had existed before souls needed punishment, before sin needed a destination. It had no name, no purpose, no reason for being, but it looked at Harry, and Harry looked at it, and something passed between them. "Hello," the bird seemed to say. "I remember you. From the void. From the fall. You burned so brightly." Harry didn't understand words. He understood feelings. And the feeling coming from this creature was recognition. He smiled. The bird burst into flames and was gone. That night, Charlie dreamed. She dreamed of a cottage in a place she'd never seen, surrounded by snow and silence and the lingering echo of a lullaby. She dreamed of a woman with red hair and green eyes, standing in a garden, holding nothing. She dreamed of a man with messy hair and broken glasses, lying at the top of a staircase, not moving. And she dreamed of green light. So much green light, pouring through windows, through doors, through the very fabric of reality. Green light that burned and killed and destroyed everything it touched. Except one thing. One small, impossibly stubborn thing. She woke gasping, her hand reaching for a baby who wasn't there. He was in his crib, of course. Safe. Sleeping. His scarf flickering faintly in the darkness, as though responding to something only it could sense. Charlie crossed the room and picked him up, holding him close, feeling his heartbeat against her own. "Who are you?" she whispered. "What are you? Where did you come from?" Harry didn't answer. But in his sleep, he smiled. 3,000 miles away, if distance meant anything in hell, another meeting was taking place. The V's, Vox, Valentino, and Velvet, sat in their penthouse overlooking the city, their screens displaying data that would have driven mortal minds insane. They were the new power in hell, the ones who understood that information was the true currency of damnation. And their information told them something very interesting. Subject designated H1, Velvet read from her display, arrived via dimensional rift 7 days ago. Origin point, Earth, specifically a location designated Godric's Hollow in a country called England. Time discrepancy, approximately 1.2 seconds between departure and arrival. Energy signature, unprecedented. Unprecedented how? Vox's screen flickered with interest. Off the charts. Literally. Our sensors couldn't measure it. Whatever that baby is carrying, it's beyond anything we've seen in hell for at least 10,000 years. Valentino leaned forward, his many eyes glittering. And it's in the hotel. With Charlie. With Charlie and her pet exorcist, yes. Interesting. Vox's screen displayed a complex calculation. The Morningstar brat thinks she can protect it. She thinks her name, her bloodline, her father's position will keep it safe. He laughed, a sound like static and broken glass. She forgets that names don't matter here. Bloodlines don't matter. Only power matters. And that baby has power we could use. We could take it, Valentino suggested. Not yet. Velvet shook her head. Too many eyes. Too many questions. If we move too fast, the old ones will notice. Zestial already knows. Carmille is watching. We need to be patient. Patient. Vox's screen flickered red. I don't do patient. You do if you want to win. Velvet stood, her holographic form shimmering. We watch. We wait. We learn. And when the moment is right, when everyone else is distracted, when the hotel is vulnerable, when that baby is alone, we take what's ours. The V's exchanged glances. Or rather, Vox and Valentino exchanged glances while Velvet's hologram calculated probabilities. Agreed, Vox said finally. We watch, we wait, we learn, and when the time comes, Valentino added, we take everything. In the hotel nursery, Harry stirred. He didn't wake, his sleep was too deep for that, too full of dreams and memories and the lingering echo of his mother's lullaby. But something in him registered the V's conversation. Something in him marked them as threats, as dangers, as things to remember. His scar flickered once, a brief pulse of gold light, and then faded. But the light hadn't gone unnoticed. In a tower on the other side of hell, Carmilla Carmen looked up from her work. Her eyes, sharp as the blades she forged, narrowed with interest. For just a moment, she had felt something. A pulse of power so ancient, so pure, so wrong that it made her ancient heart skip. The child, she murmured. It's happening faster than I thought. She rose from her desk and crossed to the window. In the distance, she could just make out the spires of the Hazbin Hotel. And beyond them, something else. Something that hadn't been there before. A crack, a fissure, a wound in the sky that pulsed with green light. The border, Carmilla whispered. It's weakening. She watched for a long moment, her mind racing through possibilities, probabilities, prophecies. Then she turned away from the window and reached for her phone. She had calls to make. Preparations to complete. Because if the border between worlds was weakening, if that baby was somehow responsible, then everything was about to change. Everything. In the void between worlds, something waited. It had waited for a long time, so long that time itself had forgotten how to measure its passing. It had watched civilizations rise and fall, stars ignite and gutter out, souls be born and die and be born again. It had watched everything. And now, finally, it watched. Harry. Soon, it whispered. Soon you will understand. Soon you will remember. Soon you will become what you were always meant to be. Harry dreamed of green eyes and red hair and a lullaby he couldn't quite remember. He dreamed of home. And he had no idea that home was no longer a place he could ever return to. The crater smoked for 3 days. Charlie visited it every morning, usually before the hotel woke, usually while Vaggie was still asleep. She told herself she was checking for residual magic, monitoring for dimensional instability, doing the responsible thing that any princess of hell should do. Really, she was just trying to understand. The crater was perfectly circular, its edges smooth as glass despite the violent impact that had created it. The cobblestones hadn't just broken, they'd melted, fusing into a single seamless surface that reflected the hellish sky like a dark mirror. And at the center, where Harry had lain, a pattern had been burned into the stone. A lightning bolt. Not a random crack, not a natural formation. A deliberate, unmistakable lightning bolt shape, etched into the fabric of hell itself. Charlie knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the lines. The stone was cool, impossibly cool, in a world where everything burned. The same coolness she'd felt around Harry. The same impossible absence of heat. What are you? She whispered. The lightning bolt didn't answer. But something else did. You're doing it again. Charlie jumped, spinning to find Vaggie standing in the hotel doorway, arms crossed, expression caught between exasperation and something softer. She'd been so focused on the crater that she hadn't heard the door open. Doing what? Staring at that hole like it's going to reveal the secrets of the universe. Vaggie crossed the courtyard, her bare feet silent on the warm stones. She stopped beside Charlie and looked down at the lightning bolt. It's been 3 days. Whatever magic made that mark, it's not going anywhere. I know. You know, but you keep coming back. I know that too. Vaggie was quiet for a moment. Then she sighed, that same sigh, carrying the weight of centuries, and sat down on the edge of the crater. Talk to me. Charlie looked at her girlfriend, surprised. Vaggie wasn't the talk about feelings type. Vaggie was the prepare for battle and assume the worst type. But here she was, sitting on the edge of an impossible crater, asking Charlie to open up. I don't understand what's happening, Charlie admitted. That baby, Harry, he shouldn't exist here. Living humans don't fall into hell. They can't. The rules won't allow it. And yet here he is. Here he is. Charlie traced the lightning bolt again. And this mark. It's not just damage, Vaggie. It's a signature. Like something wrote its name on our world. Like something claimed this spot as its own. Vaggie studied the mark for a long moment. Her single eye narrowed with the focus of someone who'd spent millennia learning to read danger in all its forms. It looks like a scar, she said finally. The pattern. It's the same shape as the mark on his forehead. Charlie's breath caught. She'd noticed Harry's scar, of course, impossible not to, given how it flickered with that strange gold light. But she hadn't connected it to the crater. Hadn't seen the similarity until Vaggie pointed it out. The same, she breathed. It's exactly the same. So whatever made that mark on his skin also made this mark on our world. Vaggie's voice was carefully controlled, but Charlie could hear the fear underneath. Charlie, that's not normal. That's not even abnormal. I know what it is. Charlie stood, her eyes still fixed on the lightning bolt. It's a bond, a connection. Something tied that baby to this spot, too. This world, to us. The crater isn't just damage, it's a claim. Hell is claiming him, or he's claiming hell. The words hung in the air between them. Charlie thought about Harry's smile. About the way hellfire bent away from him. About the strange silver light that had surrounded him when he fell. About the prophecy she'd heard in the back of her mind, he who survived death will rule damnation. He's just a baby, she said quietly. How can a baby claim anything? I don't know. Vaggie stood and moved to Charlie's side. But I think we need to find out. Before something else does. They found Harry awake and alert, lying in his crib with his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Not the ceiling itself, the shadows moving across it, cast by the hellfire burning in the hallway sconces. He was watching them with an intensity that seemed far too focused for an infant. Hey there, little one. Charlie leaned over the crib, smiling. Did you sleep well? Harry's eyes shifted to her face. And he smiled. That same smile, pure, trusting, utterly innocent. The smile that made Charlie's heart do complicated things in her chest. The smile that made Vaggie's warnings seem distant and unimportant. Ma, Harry said. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. Again. She was going to have to get used to this, apparently. Yes, she whispered. I'm here. I've got you. She picked him up, cradling him against her chest, feeling his tiny heartbeat against her own. He was so small, so fragile, so impossibly alive in a world of the dead and damned. What are we going to do with you? She murmured. Harry gurgled happily. And in the hallway, the hellfire bent away from them both. The morning brought visitors. Not the dangerous kind. Not yet. These were hotel residents, curious about the newcomer, drawn by rumors and whispers and the undeniable shift in the hotel's atmosphere. They gathered in the lobby, their demonic forms casting twisted shadows, their voices a chorus of questions. Is it true? A real human baby? How did it survive the fall? Charlie stood at the top of the stairs, Harry in her arms, looking down at the crowd. She'd known this moment would come. She'd prepared for it, rehearsed answers, steeled herself for the inevitable arguments. But facing them was different from imagining them. Everyone, she called out, her voice carrying the natural authority she'd inherited from her father. I know you have questions. I'll answer what I can. But first, this is Harry. He's part of the hotel now. Anyone who hurts him, threatens him, or tries to use him answers to me. The crowd stirred. A snake-like demon near the front raised its head. Princess, with respect, a living human in hell. That's not just unusual. That's impossible. The rules don't allow it. The rules don't allow a lot of things that keep happening anyway. Charlie descended the stairs, moving through the crowd with Harry held close. Look at him. Really look. Does he look like a threat to you? The demons looked. Harry, sensing attention, turned his head and smiled at them. Something shifted in the room. Charlie felt it. A softening, a warming, an easing of tension that she wouldn't have believed possible. The demons' expressions changed. Not all of them, not completely. But enough. He's just a baby, someone murmured. A human baby, another corrected, but the sharpness had gone from their voice. A baby who survived the fall, a third added. Who landed in hell and didn't burn. Who looks at us like we're not monsters. Charlie held Harry a little tighter. He doesn't know what we are, she said quietly. He doesn't know about sin, about damnation, about any of it. To him, we're just faces. Voices. Warmth. He's alone in a world he doesn't understand, and he's choosing to trust us. Can we really be less worthy of trust than a baby? No one answered. But no one argued, either. That afternoon, Charlie received a message from her father. It arrived in the traditional way, A burst of flame and shadow that materialized in the middle of her office, carrying a single sheet of paper with handwriting she'd recognize anywhere. Lucifer Morningstar wrote exactly the way he spoke. Elegantly, precisely, with a hint of theatricality that never quite masked the sadness underneath. My dearest Charlotte, I've heard rumors about your new guest. Rumors that concern me deeply. Not because I doubt your judgment, you know I've always believed in your vision, even when others called it foolish. But because there are forces in hell that even I cannot fully control. Forces that have existed since before I fell. Forces that are interested in this child. Be careful, my daughter. The boy you've found is not just a boy. The mark on his forehead, the power that surrounds him, the very fact of his existence in our world, these are signs. Signs of something I haven't seen since the beginning. Since before the beginning. I'm coming to visit. Not to interfere, not to command, but to see for myself. To understand. To help, if I can. Until then, trust your heart. It's never led you wrong. With all my love, Father. Charlie read the letter 3 times. Her father didn't visit often. He didn't visit ever, really, not since she'd opened the hotel, not since she'd started pursuing her dream of redemption. He supported her from afar, sent resources, made sure the other overlords knew she was protected. But he rarely appeared in person. If he was coming now. He's scared, Charlie whispered. Who's scared? Vaggie appeared in the doorway, a tray of food in her hands. And why aren't you eating? You skipped breakfast again. Charlie handed her the letter. Vaggie read it quickly, her expression shifting from concern to alarm to something Charlie couldn't quite identify. When she finished, she looked up with eyes that held centuries of hard-won wisdom. Your father hasn't visited since you opened the hotel. I know. If he's coming now, I know. Charlie took the letter back, folding it carefully. Something's happening, Vaggie. Something bigger than us. Bigger than the hotel. Bigger than anything we've faced before. And Harry is at the center of it. Yes. They were quiet for a moment. Then Vaggie did something unexpected. She crossed the room, set down the tray, and pulled Charlie into a hug. Not the quick, tactical embraces they sometimes shared, a real hug. The kind that said I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. We face this together. Whatever happens, Vaggie murmured into Charlie's hair, we face it together. Okay. You and me and that impossible baby. Together. Charlie held on tight. Together, she agreed. That night, Harry dreamed of fire. Not hellfire, different fire. Warmer fire. Fire that crackled in a stone hearth while snow fell outside frosted windows. Fire that cast dancing shadows on walls covered with photographs of people he didn't recognize but somehow knew. In the dream, a woman with red hair sat beside the fire, singing softly. Sleep, my little one, sleep. Harry reached for her. She turned, and her eyes were green, exactly his green, the green he saw when he looked in the mirror Charlie had shown him. She smiled, and her smile was his smile, the one that made demons soften and overlords hesitate. My brave boy, she whispered. My beautiful, brave boy. You're so far from home. Harry didn't understand words. He understood feelings. And the feeling coming from this woman was love. Pure, absolute, unconditional love. The kind that didn't ask for anything in return. I'm with you always, she said. Even when you can't see me. Even when you can't feel me. I'm there. In your heart. In your scar. In every choice you'll ever make. Harry smiled. The woman smiled back. And then the dream shifted. He was falling again. Through the void. Through the darkness. Through the space between worlds where nothing existed except the memory of green light and a woman's scream. He fell and fell and fell, and this time he was aware enough to be afraid. The void noticed his fear. It had been waiting for it. Little one, it whispered. Little marked one, do you know what you are? Harry couldn't answer. He could only fall. You are a bridge, the void said. A door. A threshold between worlds that were never meant to touch. You carry death in your blood and life in your heart, and both are screaming to be heard. The falling slowed. Harry found himself suspended in darkness, surrounded by nothing, yet somehow not alone. He couldn't see the void, one cannot see absence, but he could feel it. Vast and ancient and patient beyond comprehension. They will try to use you, the void whispered. The demons, the angels, the mortals who remember you. They will try to shape you into weapons, into symbols, into something other than what you are. Do not let them. What am I? Harry tried to ask, but he didn't have words yet. Didn't have language. Didn't have anything except the raw, desperate need to understand. The void heard him anyway. You are the boy who lived, it answered. And living is the most dangerous thing anyone can do. Harry woke screaming. Charlie reached him in seconds. She'd been sleeping in the room next door, the door open, one ear always listening. She gathered him up, held him close, rocked him gently while he cried. Shish, shish, it's okay. I'm here. You're safe. It was just a dream. But she knew it wasn't just a dream. She'd felt it too, the shift in the air, the pulse of ancient power, the whisper of something vast and terrible brushing against the edges of reality. Whatever Harry had dreamed, it hadn't stayed in his head. It had leaked out, touched the world, marked the hotel with its passing. Vaggie appeared in the doorway, spear already in hand. What happened? I don't know. Charlie kept rocking, kept soothing, kept her voice steady even as her heart raced. He was dreaming, crying in his sleep. And then, the lights flickered. I know. The hellfire guttered. I know. And something looked at us, Charlie. From somewhere else. Somewhere deep. Vaggie's voice was barely a whisper. I felt it. Did you? Charlie nodded slowly. She'd felt it. The weight of attention from something so old, so vast, so fundamentally other that it made the oldest demons seem like children. Something that knew Harry. Something that had been waiting for him. Harry's crying slowly subsided, replaced by hiccuping sobs and the occasional whimper. He pressed his face against Charlie's chest, seeking warmth, seeking safety, seeking the simple comfort of a heartbeat that wasn't his own. It's okay, Charlie murmured. It's okay, little one. I've got you. Nothing's going to hurt you while I'm here. She didn't know if that was true. She said it anyway. Because sometimes, the only thing you could give was the promise to try. The next morning brought more visitors. Not demons this time, something worse. Angels. Charlie felt them before she saw them, a burning presence at the edge of her awareness that made her skin prickle and her teeth ache. Angels in hell were rare. Angels in hell were dangerous. They came for one reason only, enforcement. She handed Harry to Vaggie without a word and walked outside. 3 of them waited in the courtyard, their forms shimmering with light that hurt to look at directly. They weren't the beautiful angels of human art, they were something older, stranger. More alien. Wings of fire and eyes of lightning and bodies that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Princess Charlotte. The lead angel's voice was music and thunder and the scream of dying stars. We have come regarding the anomaly. Which anomaly? Charlie kept her voice calm, her posture relaxed, her hands visible. There are so many. The human child. The impossible arrival. The breach in the natural order. The angel's eyes, all 17 of them, fixed on Charlie with uncomfortable intensity. It must be removed. No. Simple. Direct. Absolute. The angels exchanged glances, or whatever passed for glances among beings who perceived reality in 7 dimensions. You do not have the authority to refuse. I'm the princess of hell. My father is the lord of this realm. My mother is the queen of shadows. I have all the authority I need. Charlie stepped forward, placing herself between the angels and the hotel. That child is under my protection. If you want him, you go through me. The lead angel's form flickered with what might have been amusement. You would fight us. You, who have never raised a hand in anger. You, who preach redemption and peace and the impossible dream of salvation. I would fight you. Charlie's voice didn't waver. I would fight you, and I would lose, and I would die, and none of it would matter because while I was fighting, he would be getting away. That's what protection means. That's what love means. It means being willing to lose. The angels were silent for a long moment. Then the lead angel spoke again, and this time their voice held something almost like respect. You believe in him. I believe in all of them. Every soul in that hotel. Every demon who ever tried to be better. Every creature the universe has given up on. Charlie's eyes blazed with conviction. And I believe in that baby most of all, because he's proof that the rules can be broken. That the impossible can happen. That hope isn't just a word. The angels considered this. We will report your words to the higher councils, the lead angel finally said. They will decide what to do. But know this, princess, the child is not safe. Not from us, not from your own kind, not from the forces that have awakened because of his presence. The universe is out of balance, and he is the cause. He's not the cause. Charlie shook her head. He's the symptom. Whatever's wrong with the universe was wrong long before he fell. He's just the first one brave enough to fall here and survive. The angels had no response to that. They faded, their light dissolving into the hellish sky, leaving Charlie alone in the courtyard. She stood there for a long moment, letting herself shake now that no one could see. Letting herself feel the terror she'd been suppressing. Letting herself acknowledge how close she'd come to dying for a baby she'd known for 3 days. Behind her, the hotel door opened. Vaggie stepped out, Harry in her arms. His eyes were wide, alert, watching Charlie with an intensity that made her breath catch. "Did you mean it?" Vaggie asked quietly. "All of it." Charlie looked at Harry. At his green eyes. At his tiny scar. At his small hand reaching toward her, trusting her, believing in her. "Every word," she said. That evening, Charlie sat in the nursery, watching Harry sleep. The encounter with the angels replayed in her mind, over and over. Their words. Their warnings. Their promise to report to higher councils. She'd bought time, nothing more. Eventually, someone would come who couldn't be reasoned with. Someone who wouldn't be impressed by her title or her conviction. What then? A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in." The door opened, and one of the hotel's oldest residents stepped inside. His name was Barkis, and he'd been in hell so long that no one remembered what he'd done to get there. He was small, unassuming, easy to overlook, which was exactly how he'd survived for millennia. "Princess." He bowed slightly. "I don't mean to intrude. But there's something you should see." Charlie rose, careful not to wake Harry. "What is it?" "The old texts. The ones in the basement library, the ones no one's looked at in centuries." Barkis's eyes were wide with something that might have been wonder. "They mention the child. They mention his mark. They mention everything." Charlie's heart stopped. "Show me." The basement library was exactly what it sounded like, a basement, filled with books. But these weren't ordinary books. These were texts that predated hell itself, records from the time before the fall, when angels and demons were the same beings, when the universe was younger and stranger and full of possibilities that no longer existed. Barkis led her to a corner she'd never noticed before, tucked behind shelves that seemed to shift when she looked directly at them. A single book lay open on a pedestal, its pages glowing faintly with their own light. "This," Barkis whispered, pointing. "Read this." Charlie leaned closer. The text was in a language she didn't recognize, but as she watched, it shifted, translating itself, responding to her presence. Words formed and reformed until she could read them clearly. "And in the time of greatest darkness, when the boundary between worlds grows thin, a child shall fall from the realm of light. Marked by death and wrapped in love, he will carry fire in his blood and ice in his heart. The flames of damnation shall bow to him. The gates of salvation shall open for him. He is the bridge. He is the threshold. He is the one who lives twice. And he will choose." Charlie read it 3 times. "Choose what?" she whispered. The book didn't answer. But behind her, in the darkness of the library, something breathed. She ran back to the nursery. Harry was still there, still sleeping, still safe. But the air around his crib shimmered with that strange silver light, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper than they should be. Charlie gathered him up, held him close, refused to let go. "What are you?" she whispered. "What are you really?" Harry opened his eyes. And for just a moment, they weren't green. They were gold. Burning, ancient, impossible gold. Then they were green again, and he was just a baby, smiling up at her with innocent trust. Charlie held him tighter. Whatever was coming, angels, demons, ancient prophecies, cosmic forces, she would face it. For him. Always for him. Vaggie had survived for thousands of years by trusting one thing above all others, her instincts. Not her heart. Hearts were foolish, sentimental, prone to making decisions that led to death. Not her mind. Minds could be fooled, manipulated, turned against themselves. But instincts. The deep, wordless knowing that came from centuries of watching things die. That had never failed her. And her instincts were screaming. The baby was wrong. Not evil, she'd seen evil, lived with evil, nearly died because of evil. Evil she could handle. Evil made sense. Evil followed rules, even if the rules were terrible. But this child followed no rules she understood. He'd fallen through the void and survived. He'd landed in hell and didn't burn. He'd smiled at demons and made them soft. He'd looked at Charlie with those impossible green eyes and somehow, in 3 days, become the center of her universe. Vaggie watched from the doorway as Charlie fed him breakfast, some specially prepared formula that the hotel's kitchen demons had cobbled together from who knows what ingredients. Charlie was singing, softly, that same lullaby she'd been humming for days, and Harry was watching her with an expression of pure adoration. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. Vaggie. Charlie looked up, catching her in the doorway. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. Vaggie crossed the room, her bare feet silent on the warm stone. She stopped beside Charlie's chair and looked down at Harry. He's staring at you. He does that. Demons don't stare at things with love, Charlie. They stare with hunger, with calculation, with need. Vaggie's voice was quiet, controlled. He looks at you like you're the only thing in any world that matters. Is that so wrong? Yes. Vaggie knelt beside the chair, bringing herself to Charlie's level. Because if something happens to you, if someone takes you away, if you get hurt, if you die, that look in his eyes will turn into something else. Something dark. Something dangerous. And I don't think any of us want to see what that looks like. Charlie was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she looked at Harry, still staring up at her with those trusting green eyes, and said, he's not going to turn dark. He's not capable of it. Every soul is capable of darkness. Not him. Charlie's voice held absolute certainty. I've seen darkness, Vaggie. I've lived with it my whole life. I know what it looks like, what it smells like, what it feels like when it's watching you from the shadows. There's none of that in him. He's pure. Completely, impossibly pure. Vaggie wanted to argue. She wanted to list all the reasons this was a terrible idea, all the ways it could go wrong, all the threats that were already gathering because of this child. But looking at Harry, at his tiny face, his peaceful expression, his small hand reaching toward Charlie, she couldn't find the words. He's going to break your heart, she said instead. Probably. He's going to grow up, and he's going to make mistakes, and he's going to hurt you without meaning to. Almost certainly. And you're going to love him anyway. Charlie smiled, that radiant, impossible smile that had made Vaggie fall in love with her in the first place. Yes, I'm going to love him anyway. Vaggie sighed. The sigh of someone who had long ago accepted that loving Charlie Morningstar meant accepting everything that came with her. Including impossible babies with glowing scars and ancient prophecies and the attention of forces beyond comprehension. Fine, she said. But I'm watching him. Always. Every moment. If he so much as twitches wrong, you'll be there. Charlie reached out and took Vaggie's hand. I know. That's why I need you. That's why he needs you. Because you see what I can't. You protect what I love. You're the reason any of this works. Vaggie looked at their joined hands. Then at Harry, still watching them both. Ma, he said happily. Ma. He's trying to say your name, Charlie laughed. No, he's not. I think he is. Listen, Vaggie. He's almost got it. Vaggie listened. Harry babbled happily, a stream of sounds that didn't quite form words. But buried in the babble, she heard it, something that might have been an attempt at her name. Something that might have been acceptance. Something that might have been the beginning of trust. Her instincts were still screaming. But something else, something she'd thought long dead, was whispering too. Maybe this time is different. Maybe this child is different. Maybe you can stop running long enough to find out. She pushed the whisper away. Running was how she'd survived. Trusting was how people died. She'd learned that lesson in Blood and Fire and the screams of everyone she'd ever loved. She wouldn't unlearn it for a baby. No matter how much he smiled. The first real test came on Harry's 10th day in hell. Charlie was in a meeting with potential investors, demons who might fund the hotel's expansion in exchange for various favors, and Vaggie had been left in charge of Harry. Not babysitting, she told herself. Security detail. Protection. The same job she'd done for Charlie for years. She took him to the training room. It was the one place in the hotel where Vaggie felt completely in control. Weapons lined the walls, spears, swords, axes, things that didn't have names in any language. Practice dummies stood in rows, their demonic forms scarred from thousands of hours of combat. The air smelled of steel and sweat and the faint tang of old blood. Vaggie set Harry down in a corner, surrounded by cushions and barriers that would keep him safe. Then she picked up her favorite spear and began her daily practice. The movements were automatic after centuries: thrust, parry, spin, strike. Her body remembered what her mind didn't need to command. She lost herself in the rhythm, in the familiar weight of the weapon, in the simple clarity of combat. Until she heard the applause. Not real applause, Harry couldn't clap yet, his coordination still developing. But a sound of appreciation, of enjoyment, of delight. She turned to find him watching her from his cushioned fort, his eyes wide with wonder, his tiny hands waving in excitement. Vaggie, he crowed. Vaggie, Vaggie. Vaggie froze. He'd said it. Her name. Not perfectly, not clearly, but unmistakably. He'd been trying for days, and now he'd done it. That's my name, she said stupidly. Harry beamed. Vaggie. Vaggie good. You don't know what good means. Vaggie good. He pointed at the spear. Vaggie fight. Vaggie win. Vaggie stared at him. He was 10 days old. 10 days old in hell, yes, but in human terms he was still an infant. Infants didn't form complete sentences. Infants didn't understand concepts like fighting and winning. Infants didn't watch someone practice with a spear and offer commentary. But Harry was doing all of those things. Charlie, Vaggie muttered. Charlie needs to see this. She crossed to the corner and picked him up, still holding her spear. Harry immediately reached for the weapon, his tiny fingers wrapping around the shaft with surprising strength. No, Vaggie said automatically. Dangerous. Vaggie fight. Harry fight too. When you're older. Much older. Now. No. Harry's face crumpled, the pre-cry expression that Vaggie had learned to recognize over the past week. But then, suddenly, it cleared. His eyes focused on something behind her, and he smiled. Pretty lady, he said. Vaggie spun, spear raised. Nothing there. Harry, what did you see? Pretty lady. Red hair. Green eyes. Like Harry's eyes. He touched his own face, patting his cheeks. Pretty lady sad. Pretty lady miss Harry. Vaggie's blood ran cold. She'd heard the stories from Charlie, about the dreams, the visions, the sense that something was watching from beyond. But hearing it directly from Harry, in words that shouldn't be possible for an infant to form, was different. When did you see her? Night time. When Harry sleep. Pretty lady come and sing. He hummed a few notes, a simple lullaby, sweet and sad. Harry miss pretty lady. But pretty lady say Harry safe now. Say Charlie good. Say Vaggie good too. Say Vaggie protect. Vaggie sat down heavily, still holding Harry. Harry, she said carefully. The pretty lady. Did she tell you her name? Harry thought about it, his brow furrowing in concentration. Then his face lit up. Mama, he said. Pretty lady named Mama. Vaggie found Charlie as soon as the meeting ended. They sat in Charlie's office, Harry between them on a soft blanket, playing with a toy that one of the kitchen demons had carved from hell bone. He was babbling happily, oblivious to the tension in the room. He saw his mother, Vaggie said quietly. In a dream, she sang to him, told him we were good. Told him we'd protect him. Charlie's eyes were wet. His mother is dead. She has to be, otherwise he wouldn't be here. Living humans don't fall into hell, but living humans also don't survive being separated from their mothers as infants. Something happened to her. Something terrible. The green light, Vaggie said. In your dream, you saw a green light. Yes. Charlie leaned forward, her expression intense. And Harry's scar, it glows when dark things approach. It flickered when the angels came. It's connected to something. Something that happened before he fell. His mother's death. Maybe. Or maybe something else. Something that marked him as clearly as that scar marks his skin. They were quiet for a moment, watching Harry play. He'd grown in 10 days, not just physically, but in awareness. He was more alert, more interactive, more present than any infant should be. The hotel's residents had noticed. Some were fascinated. Some were frightened. A few had started avoiding him entirely, as though his very existence threatened something fundamental. The angels said he was an anomaly, Charlie remembered. A breach in the natural order. What if they're right? What if his mother's death, whatever happened, broke the rules so completely that he doesn't fit anywhere anymore? Then he fits here. Vaggie's voice was firm. He fits with us. We're all anomalies, Charlie. Every demon in this hotel is here because we broke rules, defied expectations, refused to be what we were supposed to be. He's not different. He's just more. Charlie looked at her girlfriend with surprise. Vaggie, That's almost optimistic. Don't get used to it. But Vaggie's lips twitched in something that might have been a smile. I still don't trust him. I still think he's dangerous. But I think maybe dangerous isn't always bad. Maybe some dangers are worth facing. Is that your instincts talking? No. Vaggie looked at Harry, who had rolled onto his back and was staring at the ceiling with that intense focus of his. That's something else. Something I thought I'd lost a long time ago. She didn't say what. She didn't have to. Charlie understood. That night, the dreams returned. Not for Harry this time, for Vaggie. She dreamed of a battlefield she'd never seen, filled with bodies she'd never known. Wizards in dark robes lay scattered among demons in twisted forms, their blood mingling in ways that should have been impossible. Above it all, a sky of green fire rained destruction on everything below. And at the center of it all stood Harry. Not a baby anymore. A boy, maybe 7 or 8, with messy black hair and those impossible green eyes. He wore robes like the fallen wizards, but they were burned and torn, and his face was streaked with tears and ash. I didn't want this, he whispered. I never wanted any of this. Around him, the battle continued, demons fighting wizards, wizards fighting demons, both sides dying for reasons they didn't understand. The boy watched it all with ancient eyes in a child's face. Why can't you just leave me alone? He screamed at the sky. Why can't any of you just leave me alone? The sky answered. Not with words, with light. Green light, pouring down like rain, like fire, like the end of everything. It struck the boy, and for a moment he was silhouetted against its terrible glow. Then he turned, and looked directly at Vaggie. You could have stopped this, he said. You could have helped me. But you were too afraid. Vaggie woke screaming. She found Harry in the nursery, wide awake, waiting for her. He was sitting up in his crib, another skill he'd developed far too early, and his eyes were fixed on the door as though he'd known she was coming. When she appeared, he smiled. Vaggie sad, he said. Vaggie scared. Harry feel it. Vaggie crossed the room on unsteady legs. She leaned against the crib, her breath coming in gasps, her heart pounding with residual terror. You felt my dream. Harry feel everything in hotel. Everything feel big. He reached through the bars, his tiny hand seeking hers. Vaggie scared of Harry. The question was simple, direct, utterly innocent. And Vaggie didn't know how to answer. Because yes, she was scared of him. She was scared of what he might become, what he might do, what forces might gather because of him. She was scared of the prophecy Charlie had found, the one that called him the bridge, the threshold, the one who lives twice. She was scared of the way the hellfire bent away from him, the way demons softened around him, the way even she was starting to feel something other than suspicion. But looking at him now, at his trusting green eyes, his hopeful smile, his tiny hand reaching for comfort, she couldn't say that. Harry's scared of things too, he said when she didn't answer. Harry's scared of falling. Harry's scared of green light. Harry's scared of being alone. He patted her hand with surprising gentleness. But Harry not alone now. Harry have Charlie. Harry have Vaggie. Harry have hotel. So Harry not scared so much. Vaggie's eyes burned. She hadn't cried in centuries. Hadn't let herself, couldn't let herself, wouldn't survive if she started. But something about this impossible child, this ancient soul in an infant's body, this boy who had fallen through the void and found family in hell, something about him made her want to. You're not scared, she managed. You're the bravest person I've ever met, and you're not even old enough to walk. Harry considered this. Harry scared, he repeated. But Harry brave too. Same thing, Vaggie. Scared and brave same thing. Vaggie stared at him. Where had a 10-day-old infant learned that? Was it his mother's spirit, visiting him in dreams? Was it something ancient awakening in his blood? Or was it simply him, the core of who he was, shining through despite everything? Same thing, she whispered. Yeah, I guess they are. The next morning, Vaggie made a decision. She found Charlie in the dining room, having breakfast with a group of residents who'd grown comfortable enough to eat near their princess. Harry was in his usual spot, a specially designed high chair that kept him safe while allowing him to watch everything. Charlie. Vaggie's voice cut through the chatter. We need to talk. Charlie looked up, concern flickering across her face. She recognized Vaggie's serious tone, the one that meant something important was happening. Everyone, give us a moment. The residents scattered. Vaggie waited until they were alone, then sat down across from Charlie. Harry babbled happily between them, oblivious to the tension. I had a dream last night, Vaggie said. A vision. Harry was in it, older, maybe 7 or 8. There was a battle. Wizards and demons, fighting to the death. And Harry was at the center of it all, screaming at the sky to leave him alone. Charlie's face paled. A prophecy. I don't know. Maybe. But Charlie, he saw me in the dream. At the end, he looked right at me and said I could have stopped it. That I was too afraid. Vaggie's voice cracked slightly. And then I woke up, and he was waiting for me. He said he felt my fear. He said scared and brave are the same thing. Charlie reached across the table, taking Vaggie's hand. What are you telling me? I'm telling you that I've been wrong. Vaggie took a deep breath. Not about the danger, that's real. Not about the threats, those are gathering. But about him. I've been treating him like a threat when he's really just a child. A child who needs protecting. A child who's scared and brave and trying to understand a world that makes no sense. He's always been that, Charlie said gently. I know. I just couldn't see it. Couldn't let myself see it. Vaggie looked at Harry, who was watching them both with those ancient green eyes. I've spent so long expecting the worst that I forgot how to hope for the best. He reminded me. Last night, in the nursery, he reminded me. Harry smiled. Vaggie good. Yeah, kid. Vaggie's voice was rough. Maybe I am. Maybe you're helping me be. That afternoon, Vaggie started training Harry. Not combat, he was still too young for that, despite his accelerated development. But observation, awareness, the skills that had kept her alive for millennia. Watch, she instructed, holding him up so he could see the hotel lobby. What do you notice? Harry's eyes moved slowly across the space. Demons came and went, some talking, some arguing, some simply passing through. The hellfire burned in its sconces. Shadows shifted in corners. Red demon angry, Harry said finally. Blue demon scared. Green demon hungry. He pointed at each in turn. Lady in corner watching everyone. She not move. She wait. Vaggie's eyebrows rose. The lady in the corner was Husk, one of the hotel's oldest residents. He was indeed watching everyone. It was his job, his self-appointed role as unofficial security. And Harry had spotted him in seconds. Good, Vaggie said. Very good. What else? Fire bent away from Harry. He pointed at the nearest sconce. Fire always bend. Fire like Harry. Fire respects you. There's a difference. What difference? Liking is choice. Respecting is knowing. Knowing what you are, what you can do. The fire knows you're not like other things in hell. It knows you're special. Harry thought about this. Harry not want special. Harry want normal. Normal doesn't exist, kid. Not here, not anywhere. Everyone's special in their own way. The trick is learning what kind of special you are, and whether it helps people or hurts them. Harry want help people. I know. Vaggie shifted him to her other hip, more comfortable now with his weight. That's why we're doing this. So when the time comes, you'll know how. Harry nodded seriously. Then he pointed at a demon across the lobby, one Vaggie hadn't noticed, lurking in shadows that shouldn't have been able to hide anything. That one bad, he said. That one won't hurt Charlie. Vaggie's body moved before her mind caught up. She had Harry in one arm and her spear in the other, spinning to face the threat, already calculating angles and distances and the fastest way to kill whatever was hiding. But the demon was faster. It stepped out of the shadows, smiling. Well, it said. The rumors are true. A living human infant, delivered to hell itself. How delicious. Vaggie recognized the voice. Valentino. One of the V's. One of the most dangerous demons in hell. And he was standing in her hotel, looking at Harry with hunger in his many eyes. Leave, Vaggie said flatly. Now. Before I make you. Make me. Valentino laughed, a sound like silk and broken glass. Little fallen angel, you couldn't make me do anything. But I'm not here to fight. I'm here to talk. About the child. About his future. About all the wonderful things he could become with the right guidance. He's not for sale. Everything's for sale, dear. Everything has a price. Valentino's eyes fixed on Harry, who was watching him with an expression far too calm for an infant facing a demon overlord. What do you want, little one? Power. Safety. Revenge for whatever sent you here. I can give you all of it. More than that pathetic hotel ever could. Harry stared at him for a long moment. Then he spoke. No. Just that. Simple. Clear. Absolute. Valentino's smile flickered. No. You don't even know what I'm offering. Harry, no. The child's voice was steady, certain in a way that made Vaggie's skin prickle. Harry, no, you bad. Harry, no, you want use Harry. Harry, no, Charlie good. Charlie want help Harry. Charlie not want use Harry. Harry, stay with Charlie. Valentino's expression shifted, surprise, then anger, then something that might have been respect. Well, he said softly. Aren't you interesting? He looked at Vaggie, at her spear, at the child in her arms. This isn't over, he said. The V's don't forget. The V's don't forgive. And that child, that impossible, fascinating child, belongs to us eventually. One way or another. He dissolved into smoke and was gone. Vaggie stood frozen, her heart pounding, her spear still raised. Harry patted her arm gently. Vaggie protect, he said. Vaggie always protect. Yeah, kid. Vaggie's voice was shaking. Yeah, I do. That night, Charlie called a meeting. All the hotel's residents gathered in the main hall, demons of every shape and size, from the oldest sinners to the newest arrivals. They came because Charlie asked, because she'd earned their trust, because in a world of endless betrayal, she was the one thing that remained constant. We have a problem, Charlie announced. The V's know about Harry. Valentino was here today, trying to recruit him. Murmurs ran through the crowd. The V's. Someone called. All three of them. Valentino specifically, but the others won't be far behind. They want Harry. They see him as an asset, a weapon, a tool to increase their power. Charlie's voice hardened. They're wrong. Harry is not a tool. He's a child. A child who fell into our world alone and afraid, who needs our protection, who deserves the chance to grow up safe. Safe in hell. Another voice, skeptical. Nothing's safe in hell, princess. You know that. I know. Charlie met their eyes one by one. But safe is relative. Safe is having people who'll fight for you. Safe is knowing you're not alone. Safe is what we build together, every day, in this hotel. And I'm asking you, all of you, to help me build it for Harry. Silence. Then, slowly, demons began to nod. Not all of them. Not even most, maybe. But enough. Enough to make a difference. Enough to give Charlie hope. We'll protect him, Husk said from his corner. Kids got spunk. Talked down Valentino like he was nothing. That's worth something. He smiled at me yesterday, another demon added. First time anyone smiled at me in centuries. Felt nice. He doesn't look at us like we're monsters. He called me pretty. He said my name. The voices built, one after another, until the room hummed with something Vaggie had never expected to feel in hell. Community. Family. Hope. Charlie looked at Vaggie, tears streaming down her face. Vaggie looked back, holding Harry, who was watching the crowd with wide eyes and a slowly growing smile. See, Charlie whispered. This is what I've always believed. This is what I've always known. Given the chance, given the choice, even demons can be better. Vaggie nodded slowly. For the first time in millennia, her instincts were quiet. And in their place, something new was growing. Something that felt almost like faith. The night after the meeting, the hotel felt different. Not quieter, hell was never truly quiet. The eternal screams from the distant cities, the crackle of hellfire, the endless murmur of demonic voices, those remained. But beneath them, something else had joined the chorus. Something that felt almost like anticipation. Charlie felt it as she climbed the stairs to the nursery. Vaggie felt it as she stood guard outside Harry's door. The residents felt it in their bones, in their ancient hearts, in the parts of themselves they'd thought long dead. Something was coming. Something had been coming since the moment Harry fell. And tonight, it would arrive. Harry lay in his crib, eyes wide open, watching the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. Not because he wasn't tired, he was exhausted, his small body aching with the effort of growing too fast, learning too quickly, becoming something none of them understood. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw her. The pretty lady with red hair. Mama. She'd been visiting him more often lately, appearing in his dreams with that sad smile and those eyes so like his own. She never spoke much, just sang that lullaby, the one about sleeping and being safe and love that never ended. But tonight, when he closed his eyes, she was different. Tonight, she was afraid. My brave boy, she whispered. They're coming for you. The ones who want to use you. The ones who want to destroy you. The ones who want to make you into something you're not. Harry tried to reach for her, but his arms passed through empty air. Listen to me, she said urgently. The mark on your forehead, it's not just a scar. It's a key, a door, a bridge between worlds that were never meant to touch. When the time comes, you'll have to choose. And your choice will change everything. Mama. Harry's thought was small, scared, desperate. Mama, don't go. I'm always with you. Her smile was heartbreaking. In your heart, in your blood, in every choice you'll ever make. But I can't protect you anymore, my love. You have to protect yourself now. You have to be brave. I don't want to be brave. I want you. I know. Tears streamed down her face, silver tears, like moonlight made liquid. I know, my darling. But brave isn't about wanting. Brave is about doing what needs to be done even when you're terrified. And you're the bravest person I've ever known. She faded. Harry screamed. Charlie burst through the door, Vaggie right behind her. Harry was standing in his crib, standing, which he shouldn't have been able to do, his face contorted with grief and fear and something else. Something ancient. Something that made the air in the room feel heavy, electric, wrong. Harry. Charlie crossed to him in 3 strides, gathering him up, holding him close. Harry, I'm here. I'm here. What happened? Pretty lady, Harry sobbed. Mama. She go. She say Harry brave. She say Harry have to choose. She say. He stopped. Because the room was changing. The walls were shimmering, becoming transparent, revealing something beyond them that shouldn't exist. Not the hotel, not the city, not hell itself, something else. Something vast and dark and full of watching eyes. The void, Vaggie breathed. It's the void. Charlie held Harry tighter. What's happening? I don't know. I've never. The void answered for her. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from inside their heads and outside their bodies, from the beginning of time and the end of eternity. It was ancient and young, terrible and gentle, absolutely alien and strangely familiar. Harry Potter. Boy who lived. Child of the mark. We have been waiting. Charlie's arms tightened around Harry until she feared she might hurt him. But Harry wasn't crying anymore. His eyes were fixed on something only he could see, and his expression had shifted from grief to something else. Something like recognition. You know me, he said. Not a question, a statement. We have always known you. Since before your birth. Since before your parents' birth. Since before humanity learned to walk upright and dream of stars. We have been watching, waiting, wondering if you would come. Come where? Here. To us. To the place between places, the space between spaces, the threshold where all possibilities exist simultaneously. You stand there now, Harry Potter. You have stood there since the moment you first fell. You simply did not know how to see. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Charlie wanted to interrupt, to demand answers, to protect him from whatever this was. But something held her back, a sense that this moment was sacred, that Harry needed to experience it without interference, that her role was to hold him and nothing more. What do you want? Harry asked finally. We want you to understand. To know what you are. To accept what you will become. The void's voice shifted, becoming softer, almost gentle. You are the bridge, Harry Potter. The threshold. The one who lives twice. You carry death in your blood, the death of the one who tried to kill you. The death of the one who sacrificed for you, the death of every possibility that died when you fell. Harry's scar began to glow. Not the gold light they'd seen before, something deeper. Something that pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat, of breathing, of life itself. And you carry life, the void continued. Life that should not exist. Life that defies every law of every world. You are alive, Harry Potter, when you should be dead. You are here, when you should be nowhere. You exist, when existence itself tried to reject you. Why? Harry's voice was small, but steady. Because you chose. I was a baby. I couldn't choose anything. You chose before you were born. Your soul chose. Your essence chose. The part of you that exists beyond time and space and the limitations of mortal flesh, that part looked at the universe and said, I will live. I will love. I will be more than what they expect. Harry's eyes widened. He didn't understand all of it. He was still so young, still learning what words meant, still discovering the shape of his own mind. But somewhere deep inside, in the place where the pretty lady lived, he understood everything. What happens now? He asked. Now you grow. Now you learn. Now you become what you were always meant to be. The void's voice held something that might have been affection. But first you must be named. Properly. Fully. By those who love you. The walls snapped back into place. The void was gone. And Harry collapsed in Charlie's arms, unconscious. He slept for 12 hours. Charlie didn't leave his side. She held him, rocked him, sang to him, that same lullaby, the one his mother had sung, the one she'd somehow learned without ever being taught. Vaggie brought food she didn't eat and water she didn't drink. The hotel residents gathered outside, waiting, worrying, hoping in ways they'd forgotten how to express. At midnight, Harry opened his eyes. Charlie, he said. Not, Ma, anymore. Charlie. Charlie's heart clenched. I'm here, baby. I'm here. Harry tired. His voice was weaker than before, more childlike. The ancient presence that had spoken through him was gone, leaving only an infant behind. Harry wants sleep more. Then sleep. I'll be here when you wake up. Promise. Promise. Harry smiled, that same smile, pure and trusting and full of love, and closed his eyes. Charlie held him through the night. In the morning, everything had changed. Not the hotel, that remained the same, with its strange architecture and stranger residents. Not the city, hell still burned and screamed and went about its eternal business. But the atmosphere had shifted. The air felt lighter. The shadows seemed less deep. Even the hellfire burned with a gentler light. Charlie noticed it as she carried Harry down to breakfast. The residents noticed it as they gathered in the dining hall. Vaggie noticed it as she stood guard, her spear still ready but her posture more relaxed than it had been in days. What happened last night? Husk asked, his voice rough with curiosity. Felt like something changed. Harry happened, Charlie said simply. Harry chose. Chose what? To be here. To be with us. To be Harry. She looked down at the baby in her arms, who was watching the room with calm green eyes. He could have gone with the void. Could have become something else, something bigger, something beyond any of us. But he chose to stay. He chose us. The room was silent. Then, slowly, demons began to approach. Not to threaten, to greet. To introduce themselves. To offer the kind of simple acknowledgement that, in hell, passed for friendship. I'm Barkeys, said the oldest resident, bowing slightly. I've been here longer than most. If you ever need someone to talk to, I listen. Husk, said the bartender, extending a clawed hand. Drinks are on the house. When you're old enough. Cherry bomb, said a young demon with explosive hair. If anyone messes with you, I'll blow them up. It's what I do. One by one, they came. And Harry, still cradled in Charlie's arms, smiled at each of them. That afternoon, Charlie received another message from her father. It arrived the same way as before, fire and shadow, a single sheet of paper. But this time, the handwriting was different. Shaken. Almost frantic. Charlotte, I felt it. Whatever happened last night, I felt it all the way in my palace. The void spoke. The void named him. And the void chose to let him stay. This has never happened before. In all of eternity, in all the conflicts between worlds and dimensions and planes of existence, the void has never chosen anything. It simply is. It simply watches. It simply waits. But last night, it chose your foundling. I'm coming now. Not tomorrow, not next week, now. I need to see this child. I need to understand what he is. I need to know if the prophecy I've feared for millennia is finally coming true. Wait for me, Father. Charlie read the letter 3 times, then handed it to Vaggie. He's coming now, she said. My father is coming now. Vaggie's expression flickered with something Charlie couldn't identify. Your father hasn't left his palace in centuries. Not since my mother. Charlie's voice was quiet. I know. They stood together, watching Harry play on a blanket spread across the floor. He'd discovered his own hands recently and seemed fascinated by them, turning them over and over, flexing his fingers, watching how the light caught his skin. If your father is coming, Vaggie said slowly, then whatever happened last night was even bigger than we thought. Bigger than the void choosing someone. Apparently. Charlie was quiet for a moment. Then she crossed to the blanket and sat down beside Harry. He looked up at her approach, his face lighting with recognition. Charlie. Yeah, baby. It's me. Charlie pretty. He patted her hand with surprising gentleness. Charlie good. Charlie Harry's. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. Yeah, I'm yours. And you're mine. And nothing's going to change that. Vaggie too. Harry pointed at Vaggie. Vaggie Harry's. Hotel Harry's. Everyone Harry's. That's right. Vaggie knelt on the other side of the blanket, her voice rough with emotion she wouldn't acknowledge. We're all yours, kid. Whether we like it or not. Harry laughed, a pure, joyful sound that made the hellfire flicker with warmth. And in the distance, beyond the walls of the hotel, beyond the borders of hell itself, something ancient stirred. Something that had been waiting for this moment since before time began. Something that would change everything. Lucifer. Morningstar arrived at sunset. He didn't come through the front door, that would have been too ordinary. He appeared in the courtyard where Harry had first landed, materializing from a pillar of golden light that made the hellfire cower and the shadows flee. When the light faded, he stood there in human form, tall, pale, with eyes that held the weight of fallen stars and hair the color of morning. Charlie met him alone. Father. Charlotte. His voice was music and sorrow and the echo of ancient dreams. You look well. You look older. I am older. We all are. He smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. Where is he? The child. Charlie led him inside. The meeting between Lucifer Morningstar and Harry Potter lasted exactly 7 minutes. In those 7 minutes, the following things happened. The hellfire in the hotel went out completely for the first time in its existence. Every demon in the building felt an overwhelming urge to weep, though none could explain why. The walls shimmered with images of places no one had ever seen, green fields, blue skies, a small cottage surrounded by snow. Harry's scar blazed with golden light so bright it was visible through the walls. And Lucifer Morningstar, Lord of Hell, Father of Demons, the first fallen, did something he had not done in millions of years. He wept. When he emerged from the nursery, his face was pale and his hands were shaking. Charlie waited in the hallway, her heart pounding. Father, what happened? What did you see? Lucifer looked at his daughter with eyes that held the weight of eternity. He's the one, he whispered. The prophecy. The ancient texts. The warnings my father gave me before the fall. They were all about him. What prophecy? What warnings? Lucifer took a deep breath. In the beginning, before anything existed, there was only the void. Not empty, full of potential. Full of possibilities. Full of everything that might ever be. And in that void, there was a whisper. A promise. A warning. He paused, gathering himself. When the boundary between worlds grows thin, a child shall fall from the realm of light. Marked by death and wrapped in love, he will carry fire in his blood and ice in his heart. He will be the bridge. The threshold. The one who lives twice. And he will choose, between destruction and redemption, between darkness and light, between everything and nothing. His choice will determine the fate of all worlds. Charlie stared at him. That's what the book said. The one in the basement. There are many versions, many translations, but they all say the same thing. Lucifer met his daughter's eyes. Charlotte, that child is not just special. He is the special, the one the universe has been waiting for since before time began. And he's in your hotel. Under your protection. Calling you his mother. Charlie's legs gave out. She slid down the wall, landing in a heap on the floor, her mind reeling with implications she couldn't fully process. Harry, her Harry, the baby who smiled at demons and made hellfire bend, was the subject of prophecies older than hell itself. I can't, she whispered. I'm not. I can't be responsible for something that important. You already are. Lucifer knelt beside her, his ancient face gentle. You've been responsible since the moment you picked him up. Since the moment you named him. Since the moment you chose to love him. That's what the prophecy means, Charlotte. It's not about power or destiny or cosmic importance. It's about choice. His choice, and yours. Charlie looked up at her father. I don't know what to do. Love him. Protect him. Help him grow into the person he's meant to be. Lucifer smiled, a real smile, the first Charlie had seen from him in centuries. The same thing you've been doing since he arrived. The same thing you do for every soul in this hotel. You don't need prophecy to tell you how to be good, Charlotte. You already know. That night, Charlie held Harry as the hellfire slowly returned to its sconces. He was sleeping peacefully, his small face relaxed, his breathing steady. No dreams troubled him tonight, or if they did, they were gentle ones. His scarf flickered occasionally with that golden light, but softly now, like a heartbeat rather than a beacon. Vaggie sat beside them, her spear across her knees, her eye watching the shadows. Your father left, she said quietly. I know. He said he'd be back. That there were things he needed to prepare. That the other overlords would need to be managed. I know that too. And he said, Vaggie stopped. Charlie looked at her. What? Vaggie's voice was barely a whisper. He said he was proud of you. That you'd become more than he ever expected. That your mother would have been proud too. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. She looked down at Harry, still sleeping, still peaceful, still utterly unaware of the cosmic weight resting on his small shoulders. And she thought about her mother, Lilith, Queen of Shadows, who had left so long ago that Charlie barely remembered her face. Would she be proud? Would she understand why Charlie had chosen this path, this hotel, this impossible child? I think, Charlie whispered, I think she would have loved him. Vaggie reached across and took her hand. Yeah, she agreed. I think she would have. In his dreams, Harry walked through fields of green. Not the green of hellfire or poison, real green. The green of grass, of leaves, of life. The sun warmed his face, a sun he'd never seen but somehow recognized, and the wind carried scents he couldn't name but somehow missed. In the distance, a cottage stood nestled among flowers. He walked toward it. The door opened before he reached it, and she stood there, the pretty lady, his mama, with her red hair and green eyes and that sad, loving smile. Hello, my brave boy. Mama. Harry's voice was older now, more mature. In the dream, he was maybe 5 or 6, able to form words properly, able to understand. Mama, I'm scared. I know, baby. I know. What's happening to me? Why am I different? Why can't I just be normal? She knelt before him, taking his face in her hands. Her touch was warm, real, present in a way that made his heart ache. You were never meant to be normal, Harry. You were meant to be extraordinary. Your father and I knew that from the moment you were born. The way the magic sang to you. The way the light followed you. The way you looked at the world like it was full of wonder, even when you couldn't understand it. But I don't want to be extraordinary. I want to be with you. Her eyes filled with tears. I know, my love. I want that too. More than anything in any world. But I can't be with you the way you need. Not anymore. What I can do, what I will do, is watch. Always. Every moment. Every choice. Every triumph and every failure. I'll be there, Harry. In your heart. In your scar. In the love you give and receive. Harry was crying now, great sobs that shook his small body. I miss you, Mama. I miss you so much. I miss you too, baby. Every second of every day. But you're not alone. You have Charlie now. You have Vaggie. You have a whole hotel full of demons who are learning to love because of you. She smiled through her tears. Do you know how amazing that is? You're making demons love. You're bringing hope to hell itself. That's not normal, Harry. That's miraculous. I don't feel miraculous. I feel small. You are small. For now. But you're also growing. Every day, every moment, every choice. And one day, you'll be big enough to face whatever comes. Big enough to make the choice the universe has been waiting for. What choice? She didn't answer. Instead, she pulled him into a hug, the warmest, safest, most loving hug he'd ever known, and held him as the dream began to fade. Remember, Harry. Remember who you are. Remember where you came from. Remember that you are loved, by me, by your father, by everyone who's ever known you. That love is your strength. That love is your power. That love will never, ever leave you. Mama, be brave, my darling. Be kind. Be you. And everything else will work itself out. She kissed his forehead, right where the scar burned gold. And then she was gone. Harry woke to morning light and the sound of Charlie singing. He was in his crib, wrapped in soft blankets, with the sun, hell's version of it, streaming through the window. Charlie sat nearby, rocking in her chair, humming that same lullaby. Charlie. She looked up, smiling. Good morning, baby. Did you sleep well? Harry thought about the dream. About Mama. About the things she'd said. Yes, he said quietly. Harry sleep good. Harry see pretty lady. Charlie's smile flickered, but didn't fade. Your Mama. Yes. Mama say she love Harry. Mama say Charlie good. Mama say Harry be brave. She's right, you know. About all of it. Charlie rose and crossed to the crib, gathering him up. You are brave. You are loved. And you are going to do amazing things, Harry Potter. I can feel it. Harry leaned his head against her shoulder. Charlie, he said softly. Harry, glad Harry fell here. Charlie's eyes filled with tears, happy ones, this time. Me too, baby. Me too. In the months that followed, Harry grew. Not just physically, though he did that too, faster than any human infant should. He grew in understanding, in awareness, in the strange power that lived beneath his skin. The demons of the hotel watched him change, watched him learn, watched him become something none of them had ever seen. He learned to walk at 4 months. He learned to talk in complete sentences at 6. He learned to read at 8, devouring every book Charlie could find with an appetite that seemed insatiable. And always, always, his scar flickered with that golden light, a reminder of where he'd come from, what he'd survived, who he was meant to become. The other overlords watched from a distance. The V's plotted in their towers. The angels waited and wondered. And somewhere beyond all worlds, the void watched too, patient, eternal, waiting for the choice it knew was coming. But in the hotel, in the nursery, in the arms of the demon princess who had become his mother, Harry was simply a child. A child who had fallen into hell. A child who had survived death. A child who would one day choose the fate of all worlds. But for now, for this moment, this day, this breath, he was just Harry. And that was enough. 3 years passed in the Hazbin Hotel like whispers through a flame. For Harry, they were years of discovery, of self, of world, of the strange space he occupied between humanity and damnation. He grew as human children grew, but faster, as though his body was desperate to catch up to the ancient awareness that lived in his scar. At 18 months, he could read. At 2 years, he could write. At 3, he could speak 4 languages, English, which came from somewhere deep in his blood, Latin, which the old texts required, demonic, which the hotel residents taught him with varying degrees of patience, and a 4th language that no one recognized, that seemed to come from his dreams, that made the hellfire flicker nervously whenever he spoke it. Charlie watched it all with wonder and terror. Vaggie watched with suspicion that slowly, grudgingly, transformed into something that might have been pride. And the hotel residents watched with emotions they couldn't name, emotions that had no place in hell, emotions that made them uncomfortable and hopeful and terrified all at once. The morning of his 3rd birthday, or what Charlie had designated as his birthday, since no one knew the real date, Harry woke to find the nursery transformed. Streamers made of hell silk draped the walls in colors that shouldn't exist. Balloons of solidified fire bobbed gently near the ceiling. And in the center of the room, surrounded by presents wrapped in obsidian paper, stood a cake that defied description. It was 3 tiers tall, each layer a different shade of flame. The bottom burned deep red, the middle a flickering orange, the top a calm and gentle gold. Candles, real candles, not fire, stood sentinel around the edges, their flames somehow cool, somehow gentle, somehow happy. Happy birthday, baby. Charlie stood in the doorway, Vaggie beside her, both wearing smiles that didn't quite hide the nervousness in their eyes. They'd never thrown a birthday party before, demons didn't celebrate aging, since most didn't age, and they had no idea if they were doing it right. Harry looked at the cake. At the presents. At the 2 women who had become his entire world. What is birthday? He asked. The day you were born, Charlie explained. The day you came into the world. Humans celebrate it every year to remind themselves that they're alive, that they matter, that people love them. Harry considered this. I don't remember being born, he said finally. I remember falling. I remember green light. I remember Mama screaming. Charlie's heart clenched. She crossed the room and knelt beside him, taking his small hands in hers. That's okay, she said gently. You don't have to remember. We remember for you. We remember the day you fell into our world, into our lives, into our hearts. And we celebrate because you're here. Because you're ours. Because we love you. Harry looked at her for a long moment, his green eyes searching her face for something only he could identify. Then he smiled, that same smile, the one that made demons soften and angels hesitate and the very fabric of hell seem less terrible. Okay, he said. Harry, celebrate. The party lasted all day. Demons came and went, bringing gifts that ranged from the thoughtful to the terrifying. Husk gave him a deck of cards and promised to teach him poker when he was older. Cherry Bomb gave him explosives, which Charlie immediately confiscated. Angel Dust gave him a stuffed spider that sang show tunes when squeezed. Even Barkeys emerged from his usual shadows to present a small, ancient book that no one could read but that Harry seemed to understand instantly. "Thank you," Harry said to each of them, his voice soft and sincere. "Thank you for coming. Thank you for gifts. Thank you for being Harry's friends." The demons didn't know how to respond. Friends wasn't a word used often in hell. Allies, yes. Associates, frequently. Enemies, constantly. But friends. Friends were for the living, for the hopeful, for those who still believed in something better. Demons had long ago abandoned such concepts. And yet, watching this small human child, this impossible anomaly, this boy who smiled at monsters and called them friends, watching him made them remember. Made them wonder. Made them hope in ways they'd thought long dead. "He's changing them," Vaggie murmured to Charlie as they watched from across the room. "All of them. Even the ones who don't want to change." "I know." Charlie's eyes were bright. "That's what he does. That's what he's always done, since the moment he fell. He makes people want to be better. Is that his power? The prophecy thing? I don't know." Charlie watched Harry laugh at something Angel Dust said, his small face alight with joy. "Maybe it's not power at all. Maybe it's just him. Just Harry. Just a boy who loves so purely that everyone around him can't help but love back." Vaggie was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, "He loves you most of all. I know. Does he know that you're not really his mother?" Charlie's smile flickered. "He knows I'm not his birth mother. I told him, as soon as he was old enough to understand. About the green light, about the fall, about the pretty lady who visits him in dreams. He knows. And he said," Charlie's voice caught. "He said, Charlie is mama now. Pretty lady is mama then. Both real. Both love. Both Harry's." Vaggie reached for her hand. "He's wise," she said. "For a 3-year-old. He's old. In ways none of us understand." Charlie squeezed Vaggie's fingers. "But he's also just a kid. A kid who needs cake and presents and parties. A kid who deserves to be happy, even in hell." Across the room, Harry blew out his candles. The flames didn't extinguish, they couldn't, being made of hellfire, but they flickered and bowed, as though acknowledging something only they could see. The demons cheered. The hotel shook with laughter. And for one perfect moment, hell felt almost like home. That night, after the guests had gone and the presents had been opened and the cake had been eaten, Harry had insisted on sharing with everyone, even the demons who claimed they couldn't taste. Charlie tucked him into bed. "Good birthday," she asked. "Best birthday." Harry's eyes were heavy with sleep, but his smile remained. "Charlie make good party. You helped. You greeted everyone. You thanked everyone. You made them feel welcome. That what Charlie do." Harry learned from Charlie. Charlie's eyes burned. "You learn from me." Harry watched Charlie. Charlie always nice to everyone. Charlie believe everyone can be good. Harry want be like Charlie. Harry want believe too. Charlie couldn't speak for a moment. She just held his small hand and let the tears fall. "Harry," she finally managed, "you're already better than me. You're already everything I hoped you could be. And I'm so proud of you. So impossibly proud." Harry smiled sleepily. "Charlie," he murmured, "will pretty lady visit tonight?" Harry want tell her about party. "I don't know, baby. Maybe. If she can." Harry hoped so. Pretty lady like parties. Pretty lady like happy things. His eyes closed. Pretty lady like Charlie too. Pretty lady say Charlie good mama. Charlie's breath caught. "She told you that. In your dreams." But Harry was already asleep, his small face peaceful, his scarf flickering gently with that golden light. Charlie sat with him for a long time, holding his hand, watching him dream. And somewhere beyond the walls of the hotel, beyond the borders of hell itself, a woman with red hair and green eyes smiled through her tears. "Thank you," Lily Potter whispered to the darkness. "Thank you for loving my son." The next morning brought trouble. Harry sensed it before anyone else, a shift in the hotel's atmosphere, a wrongness in the air, a feeling like spiders crawling across his skin. He was in the dining room, eating breakfast with Charlie and Vaggie, when he suddenly went still. "Something coming," he said quietly. Charlie looked up from her coffee. "What?" "Something bad. Something angry. Something that wants to hurt us." Vaggie was on her feet instantly, spear appearing in her hand as if summoned. "Where?" Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. The scar on his forehead pulsed with golden light. Outside, near the crater. 3, no, 4. Big, angry, want Harry. Charlie moved to stand in front of him, her body a shield. Vaggie. I'm on it. Vaggie was already moving toward the door, her spear gleaming. Keep him here. Don't let anyone in. She was gone before Charlie could respond. Harry tugged at Charlie's sleeve. Charlie. Vaggie okay. I don't know, baby. But she's strong. She's fought things like this before. Harry help. No. Charlie's voice was firm. You stay here. You stay safe. That's how you help. Harry's face crumpled with frustration, but he nodded. He'd learned already that Charlie's protective mode was not something to argue with. They waited. The minutes stretched like hours. Then, from outside, they heard it. The clash of weapons, the roar of battle, Vaggie's voice shouting curses in languages that hadn't been spoken in millennia. Harry's scar blazed. Vaggie fought 4 Overlord enforcers simultaneously and held her own for nearly 3 minutes. They were big, bigger than her, stronger than her, armed with weapons that crackled with dark magic. But she was faster, smarter, more desperate. She'd fought for things before, but never like this. Never for a child. Never for a family. The first enforcer fell to her spear, his chest pierced through armor and flesh and whatever passed for a heart in his kind. The second followed moments later, his throat opened by a blade he never saw coming. But the third and fourth were smarter. They circled her, working together, forcing her to divide her attention. Her spear caught one across the arm, but the other landed a blow that sent her staggering. She recovered, spun, struck, but they were ready now, expecting her moves, countering her attacks. You're good, one of them admitted, his voice a growl of broken glass. But you're not good enough. Watch me. She launched herself at him, spear extended, fury in her eye. And then something hit her from behind. The world went dark. Harry felt it when Vaggie fell. A stab of pain in his chest, a cry in his mind, a sudden absence where her fierce presence had been. He screamed, not in fear, but in something else. Something deeper. Something that made the walls tremble and the hellfire gutter and every demon in the hotel freeze in their tracks. Vaggie. Charlie grabbed him, held him, tried to calm him. But Harry wasn't calm. Harry was angry. Angrier than he'd ever been. Angrier than a 3-year-old should be capable of feeling. Harry, breathe. Breathe, baby. We'll help her. We'll. But Harry wasn't listening. He was looking at the door. And the door was opening. The 2 remaining enforcers stepped through, dragging Vaggie's unconscious body between them. They were grinning, the expressions of predators who'd caught prey and were looking forward to the feast. Princess Charlotte, the leader said, bowing mockingly. We've come for the child. Hand him over, and we'll return your pet. Refuse, and he let the threat hang. Charlie positioned herself between them and Harry, her hands raised, her eyes blazing with fury she rarely allowed herself to feel. You're making a mistake, she said quietly. A very big mistake. Am I? Your fighter is down. Your hotel is undefended. And that child, that precious, powerful child, is right there. The enforcer's eyes fixed on Harry. Come here, little one. Come with us. We'll give you things this pathetic hotel never could. Harry stepped out from behind Charlie. Harry, no. But Harry was already walking forward, his small feet bare on the warm stone, his eyes fixed on the enforcers with an expression that made them pause. You hurt Vaggie, he said. The enforcer laughed. Vaggie, the fallen angel. She'll recover. Eventually. Assuming we feel like letting her. You hurt Vaggie. Harry's voice didn't change, still soft, still childlike. But something else was there now. Something underneath. Something that made the hellfire in the room bend toward him like flowers toward the sun. Harry, want you to know something. The enforcers exchanged glances. What could a 3-year-old possibly tell them? Harry raised one small hand. And the hellfire answered. It didn't attack, not exactly. It simply moved, flowing from its sconces like liquid gold, streaming across the room like rivers of light, gathering around Harry in a protective circle that made the enforcers stumble backward. Fire doesn't do that, one of them whispered. Fire does what Harry wants, Harry corrected. Fire knows Harry. Fire likes Harry. Fire protect Harry's family. The flames rose higher, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Let Vaggie go, Harry said. The enforcers didn't move. Harry's scar blazed, brighter than ever before, brighter than the hellfire itself. And in that light, the enforcers saw something they couldn't explain. Something ancient. Something terrible. Something that looked at them from behind a child's green eyes and found them wanting. Let Vaggie go. The flames surged. The enforcers dropped Vaggie and ran. Charlie caught Harry as he collapsed. The hellfire retreated to its sconces, satisfied. Vaggie stirred on the floor, groaning, already trying to rise. And Harry, small, exhausted, trembling Harry, looked up at Charlie with eyes that held the weight of worlds. Harry, protect, he whispered. Harry, protect family. Yeah, baby. Charlie's voice was shaking. Yeah, you did. Vaggie, okay. I'm okay, kid. Vaggie limped over, one arm wrapped around her ribs, her face bruised but determined. I'm okay because of you. You saved me. Harry smiled weakly. Then his eyes closed, and he slept. He slept for 2 days. Charlie didn't leave his side. Vaggie guarded the door, refusing treatment until a healer demon was summoned to tend her wounds. The hotel residents gathered in the halls, waiting, worrying, hoping in ways they'd never hoped before. On the second day, Harry woke. Charlie. I'm here, baby. Vaggie. Right here, kid. Harry looked at them both, his green eyes clear and calm. Then he smiled, that same smile, the one that made everything better. Harry hungry, he announced. Charlie laughed, a sound of pure relief, of joy, of love so fierce it ached. Okay, baby. Let's get you fed. The attack changed things. Not Harry, he remained the same impossible child, smiling at demons and making hellfire bend. But the hotel changed. The residents changed. The very air changed, becoming charged with something that felt almost like purpose. They had faced a threat together and survived. They had protected one of their own. They had seen what Harry could do when pushed, and instead of fearing him, they loved him more. He's dangerous, Husk said that night, nursing a drink at the bar. That kind of power, in a kid that young, it could go wrong. Really wrong. But it didn't, Cherry Bomb pointed out. It went right. He saved Vaggie. He protected the hotel. He used that power for us. Doesn't mean he always will. No. Charlie's voice came from behind them, soft but clear. It doesn't. But it means he can. It means that when it mattered most, he chose protection over destruction. He chose love over fear. And that's more than most demons ever do. The bar was quiet. Give him a chance, Charlie continued. Give him time. Let him grow into the person he's meant to be, with our help, our guidance, our love. That's all any of us can do. That's all any of us ever could do. Husk was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded, a small gesture, barely perceptible, but enough. Fine, he grunted. But if he turns evil, I reserve the right to say I told you so. Charlie smiled. Deal. In the nursery, Harry slept. Peacefully. His dreams were gentle tonight, fields of green, a cottage in the snow, a woman with red hair singing lullabies. His scar flickered softly, contentedly, as though pleased with what he'd done. And in the void between worlds, something watched. Something ancient. Something patient. Something that had been waiting for this moment since before time began. He chose protection, it whispered. He chose love. He chose family over power. This is good. This is very good. But harder choices are coming. Harder choices await. And when they come, he must choose again. Choose wisely. Choose well. Choose everything. The void settled back into its eternal patience, watching, waiting, wondering what this impossible child would become. And Harry slept on, dreaming of green fields and red hair and a love that would never die. The fire remembered. That was the thing no one understood about hellfire, not the demons who wielded it, not the sinners who burned in it, not even the angels who had created it so long ago that the memory had faded to myth. The fire remembered. Every soul it had ever touched. Every scream it had ever swallowed. Every moment of its eternal existence, preserved in flame-like memories in a mind. And the fire remembered Harry. It remembered the night he fell, the silver light, the impossible warmth, the way the void had parted to let him through. It remembered the first time he'd smiled at it, the way its flames had bent toward him like flowers toward the sun. It remembered every moment since, every glance, every touch, every whispered word. The fire loved him, not the way demons loved, possessively, hungrily, with teeth and claws and the constant threat of betrayal. The fire loved him the way fire loved, absolutely, elementally, without question or condition. He was the first thing in eternity that had looked at hellfire and seen not punishment, not terror, not the endless agony of the damned, but warmth. Comfort. Home. For Harry, the fire was simply there. Like the walls of the hotel, like the faces of the demons who surrounded him, like the constant hum of magic that thrummed beneath everything in hell. He didn't question it, didn't analyze it, didn't wonder why it bent toward him when he walked past, why it burned brighter when he smiled, why it seemed to listen when he spoke. It was just fire. And fire was friendly. The incident happened on a Tuesday. Tuesdays in hell were like any other day, which is to say, they were chaos wrapped in nightmare dipped in eternal suffering. But this Tuesday was different. This Tuesday, something went wrong in the hotel's foundation. Charlie felt it first, a tremor deep in the building's bones, a shift in the ancient magic that held the structure together. She was in her office, reviewing paperwork, when the floor lurched beneath her feet. What the? Another tremor, stronger this time. Cracks appeared in the walls. Dust rained from the ceiling. Somewhere below, something roared. Vaggie burst through the door, spear already in hand. Charlie. The foundation, something's broken through. What kind of something? I don't know. But it's big. And it's angry. Vaggie grabbed Charlie's arm. We need to evacuate. Now. They ran. The hotel's foundation was older than the hotel itself, remnants of a structure that had existed before hell had kings, before demons had hierarchies, before the Morningstar family had claimed dominion over this realm. No one knew what had built it. No one knew what it had been built for. It was simply there, buried beneath the hotel, supporting everything above. Until now. Now, something had awakened in the depths. Harry felt it before anyone else, a stirring in the fire that lived beneath everything, a disturbance in the warmth that had become his constant companion. He was in the nursery, playing with his stuffed spider, when the floor lurched and his scar blazed with sudden warning. Something wrong, he whispered. The spider sang show tunes, oblivious. Harry slid off his bed and padded to the door. Charlie had told him to stay in the nursery during emergencies, to wait for her or Vaggie to come get him. But this didn't feel like an emergency. This felt like something else. Something that needed him specifically. He opened the door and walked into the hallway. The hotel was chaos. Demons ran in every direction, shouting warnings, grabbing valuables, preparing for the worst. The walls groaned with stress. The floor buckled in places. And from below, deep below, in the foundations that no one visited, something roared with ancient fury. Harry walked toward the sound. No one noticed him. In the panic, he was just another small body moving through the crowd. He passed demons he knew, Husk, Cherry Bomb, Angel Dust, but they were too focused on escape to see where he was going. He reached the basement door and pulled it open. The stairs descended into darkness. Harry descended after them. The basement was different from when Charlie had visited years ago. The shelves had collapsed. The books had burned, or rather, they were burning, with flames that shouldn't exist this deep underground. And at the center of it all, where the ancient texts had once sat untouched for millennia, something was emerging from the floor. It looked like a demon. Sort of. But older than any demon Harry had seen, older than Husk, older than Barky's, older than anyone except maybe Charlie's father. Its body was made of shadow and flame, its face a mask of ancient fury, its eyes empty sockets that somehow saw everything. Who disturbs the Shay and Shui? It thundered. Who wakes the guardian of the forgotten places? Harry stepped forward. Me, he said simply. Harry. The creature's eyes, if they could be called eyes, fixed on him. For a long moment, nothing happened. The flames around them flickered uncertainly. The shadows seemed to hold their breath. Then the creature spoke again, and this time its voice was different. Softer. Almost wondering. The child, it breathed. The child from the void. The one the fire loves. You know me. I know of you. All the old ones do. We felt you fall. We felt you land. We felt the fire bend to welcome you home. The creature's form shifted, becoming less threatening, more curious. But you should not be here, little one. This place is not safe. The foundations crack. The old magic fails. Soon, all of this will fall. Then Harry fix it. The creature laughed, a sound like stones grinding together. Fix it. Child, this magic is older than your world. Older than hell itself. You cannot fix what you do not understand. Harry considered this. Then he walked past the creature, deeper into the foundation, toward the source of the roaring. The crack was exactly where he expected it to be. A fissure in the floor, pulsing with angry red light, from which the roaring seemed to emanate. Harry knelt beside it, small, vulnerable, utterly unafraid, and peered into the depths. Something looked back. Not eyes. Not exactly. But presence. Ancient and furious and desperate to be free. "Hello," Harry said. The roaring stopped. "You're stuck," Harry continued. "You've been stuck for a long time. That's why you're angry. That's why you're making the hotel shake. You want out." The presence pulsed. Agreement, maybe. Or warning. "I can help," Harry said. "But you have to promise not to hurt anyone. Not Charlie. Not Vaggie. Not the demons upstairs. They're my family. Harry, protect family." The presence considered this. Then, slowly, it reached toward him. Not to attack, to touch. To connect. To show him what it was and why it was trapped and what it needed to be free. Harry closed his eyes and let it in. He saw a time before hell, when this place was something else, a waiting room, a purgatory, a place where souls paused before moving on. He saw beings like the one beneath him, guardians of the threshold, keepers of the balance between worlds. He saw them fall, one by one, as hell became what it was now, a prison, a punishment, a place of eternal suffering. He saw this one, the last of its kind, trapped when the foundations were laid. Buried alive in magic and stone and the weight of centuries. Forgotten by everyone except the fire, which remembered, which always remembered. He saw its loneliness, its fury, its desperate, endless hunger for freedom. And he understood. "You're not bad," Harry whispered. "You're just alone." Like Harry was, before Charlie found him. The presence pulsed. Sadness, now. Loss. The ache of millennia spent in darkness. "Harry, help," he said. "Harry, let you out. But you have to promise, you have to go somewhere else. Somewhere empty. Somewhere you won't hurt anyone. Can you do that?" The presence considered. Then it agreed. Harry stood. The fire in the foundation, the hellfire that had been burning since before memory began, rose with him. Not attacking. Not threatening. Simply responding. Flowing toward him like water toward the sea, gathering at his feet, warming his small body with its ancient light. "What are you doing?" the creature demanded. "Child, that fire, it hasn't moved in eternity. It doesn't move. It can't move." Fire moves for Harry. He raised his hands, small, soft, still chubby with baby fat, and the fire rose higher. It wrapped around him like a cloak, like armor, like the warmest hug he'd ever known. And in its light, the crack in the foundation began to close. No, not close. Heal. The magic that had been broken was mending, knitting itself back together under the fire's gentle guidance. The roaring faded. The shaking stopped. And the presence beneath him, the ancient guardian, the last of its kind, began to rise. It emerged from the crack like smoke from embers, formless and vast, filling the basement with its presence. But not angrily now. Not furiously. It looked at Harry, this impossible child, this tiny human, this being that fire loved, and bowed. "You freed me," it whispered. "After eternity, you freed me." Harry promised. Harry smiled, tired but happy. Harry kept promises. The guardian studied him for a long moment. "You are not what I expected," it said finally. The prophecies spoke of power, of destruction, of choices that would shatter worlds. They did not speak of kindness. They did not speak of love. Prophecies don't know everything. Harry's voice was soft but certain. Mama told Harry. Prophecies show paths. But Harry, choose which path to walk. And which path have you chosen? Harry thought about it. The one with Charlie, he said. The one with Vaggie. The one with the hotel and the demons and the fire that loves Harry. That path. That's the one Harry chooses. The guardian was silent for a long moment. Then it smiled. A real smile, warm and sad and full of something that might have been hope. "Then go, little one. Walk your path. Live your life. Make your choices." It began to fade, rising toward the ceiling, toward freedom. And know that somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, an old guardian remembers you. Remembers your kindness. Remembers that when you could have used power to destroy, you used it to heal. It was gone. Harry stood alone in the basement, surrounded by cooling fire and the lingering echo of ancient gratitude. Then the door burst open, and Charlie was there. "Harry." She crossed the space in seconds, gathering him up, holding him so tight he squeaked. Harry, what were you thinking? You could have died. You could have. Charlie. Harry's small hand touched her face. Charlie, Harry okay. Harry helped. Harry fixed the shaking. Charlie froze. Fixed it. Big thing was trapped. Very old. Very sad. Harry let it out. Harry made it promise to go somewhere safe. He patted her cheek. Charlie not cry. Harry okay. Charlie looked around the basement, at the healed foundation, at the fading fire, at the absence of the roaring that had terrified everyone. And she realized, with a jolt that went straight to her heart, that he was telling the truth. He'd fixed it. Her 3-year-old son had fixed something ancient and powerful and broken, using nothing but kindness and fire and an impossible understanding of things no child should know. Harry, she whispered, how did you do this? Harry thought about it. Fire helped, he said finally. Fire always helps Harry. Fire knows Harry. Fire loves Harry. And Harry. He paused, searching for words. Harry loves fire too. Fire warm. Fire safe. Fire home. Charlie held him tighter. Behind them, Vaggie appeared in the doorway, spear ready, expression caught between relief and wonder. The shaking stopped, she said. Just stopped. And the fire, the hellfire in the walls, it's burning brighter. Stronger. Like something woke it up. Harry woke it, Charlie said quietly. Harry fixed everything. Vaggie looked at the child in Charlie's arms, at his tired smile, his glowing scar, his small hands still faintly shimmering with residual flame. Yeah, she agreed. I guess he did. News of the incident spread quickly. By evening, every demon in the hotel knew what Harry had done. By the next day, the story had reached the wider city. By the end of the week, even the other overlords had heard. The human child, the impossible anomaly, had descended into the foundations of the Hazbin Hotel and emerged with ancient magic healed and hellfire burning brighter than it had in millennia. The reactions were mixed. Some demons were awed, some were frightened, some saw opportunity, some saw threat, but all of them, in their own way, understood one thing. Harry was not just special. Harry was changing things. Zestial visited first. He appeared at the hotel's door exactly 1 week after the incident, his ancient form as imposing as ever. Charlie met him in the lobby, Harry held protectively in her arms. Princess. Zestial bowed. I come not as threat, but as seeker of truth. The tales I have heard, they cannot be accurate. And yet, they're accurate. Charlie's voice was steady. Harry went into the foundation. He found something trapped there, something old, something powerful. He freed it. He healed the damage. And the hellfire responded to him. Zestial's ancient eyes fixed on Harry. Child, he said, may I speak with you? Harry looked at Charlie. She nodded slightly. Okay, Harry said. Harry talk. Zestial moved closer, his form shifting with the effort of making himself less intimidating. When he was close enough to speak quietly, he knelt, actually knelt, which made Charlie's breath catch, and looked into Harry's green eyes. You freed the Guardian, he said. The last of the Threshold Keepers. Beings so old that even I remember them only as legend. How did you know what it needed? Harry considered the question. It was sad, he said simply. And lonely. And scared. Like Harry was, before Charlie. So Harry helped. Just, helped. Helping is what you do when someone needs help. Harry tilted his head. You know that. You're old. You've helped people before. Zestial was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a sound like distant thunder, old and warm and full of something that might have been joy. Child, he said, you see more than any being I have encountered in 10,000 years. You look at me, at what I am, what I've done, the centuries of darkness I carry, and you see someone who has helped. Truly. Harry sees what's inside, not what's outside. Harry touched his own chest. Inside, you're tired, and sad, and wishing things were different. That's why you came, not to threaten, to understand, to hope. Zestial stared at him. Then, slowly, he bowed his head. You were right, he whispered. About all of it, I came because I hoped. Hoped that the stories were true. Hoped that something had finally changed in this eternal darkness. Hoped that perhaps, just perhaps, there was a reason to believe again. He rose, his ancient eyes bright with something that might have been tears. Thank you, Harry Potter. Thank you for reminding this old demon what hope feels like. He turned and left before anyone could respond. That night, Charlie tucked Harry into bed with more questions than answers swirling in her mind. Harry, she said gently, how do you do it? How do you see inside people like that? Harry thought about it. Pretty lady shows me, he said. Mama. In dreams. She says look with heart, not eyes. Heart sees truth. Eyes see lies. He touched his scar. This helps too. Scar shows Harry when things are bad. When things are good. When things are scared and need help. Charlie absorbed this. Your scar, it's like a warning system. Warning. Harry not understand. It tells you when danger is near. When someone needs help. When something's wrong. Harry nodded. Yes. Scar tells Harry. And fire tells Harry too. Fire knows everything. Fire tells Harry what it knows. Charlie's mind raced. The scar was connected to the fire. The fire was connected to everything. How deep did this go? How powerful was he really? Harry, she said carefully, the fire, the hellfire, it obeys you. Not obeys. Listens. Loves. Helps. Like Charlie does for Harry. He smiled. Fire is Harry's friend. Fire is your friend. Yes. Best friend. After Charlie and Vaggie. He yawned, suddenly exhausted. Charlie, Harry tired now. Harry sleep. Charlie smiled, pushing her questions aside for another time. Yeah, baby. Sleep. I'll be right here. Harry closed his eyes. Within moments, he was asleep. Charlie sat watching him, watching the firelight play across his small features, watching his scar flicker gently with each breath. And she wondered, not for the first time, not for the last, what this impossible child would become. What choice he would make when the time came. What world he would build from the ashes of the old. In his dreams, Harry walked through fire. Not burning fire, welcoming fire. The flames parted before him, bowed as he passed, whispered secrets in languages older than speech. They showed him things. The history of hell, the birth of demons, the moment when the first soul fell and the fire caught it and held it and made it part of itself. You are ours, the fire whispered. You have always been ours. From the moment you fell, you belong to us. Harry belongs to Charlie, Harry corrected. And Vaggie. And the hotel. You belong to us too. Deep down. In ways you don't understand yet. Your blood sings with our flame. Your scar pulses with our light. You are fire born, Harry Potter. Fire chosen. Fire loved. What does that mean? It means you will never burn. Not here. Not anywhere. The fire that destroys others will warm you. The flame that consumes souls will nurture yours. You are immune to damnation, little one. You are beyond its reach. Harry considered this. Then why is Harry here? If Harry can't be damned. Because you are needed here. Because hell needs what you carry. Because, without you, the balance tips. Without you, everything falls. Harry doesn't understand. You will. When the time comes. When the choice is before you. Then you will understand everything. The fire began to fade. Sleep now, little one. Sleep and grow. The days ahead are dark, but you carry light within you. You always have. You always will. Harry slept. The next morning, Charlie found him in the courtyard, surrounded by hellfire. Not burning, playing. The flames leapt from his hands to the ground and back again, forming shapes that danced and spun and laughed. Harry was laughing too, his small face alight with joy, his scar glowing gently with each movement of the fire. Charlie, look. He called when he saw her. Fire do tricks. Fire show Harry things. Charlie watched, amazed, as the flames formed a bird, the same bird Harry had seen on his first day in hell, the one that had visited his window. It circled him once, twice, then dissolved into sparks that rained down like golden snow. That's beautiful, baby. Fire like Harry. Fire always play with Harry. He ran to her, throwing his arms around her legs. Charlie play too. Fire play with Charlie. Charlie hesitated. Hellfire was dangerous. Hellfire burned. Hellfire was the eternal punishment of the damned. But Harry was looking at her with those green eyes, those impossible trusting eyes, and the fire around him was warm and gentle and utterly non-threatening. Okay, she said. Show me. Harry grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the flames. They didn't burn her. They welcomed her. Warmth spread through Charlie's body, not the searing heat of damnation, but the gentle comfort of a hearth fire on a cold night. The flames wrapped around her hands, her arms, her shoulders, embracing her like an old friend. Fire likes Charlie, Harry announced happily. Fire says Charlie good, Charlie kind. Charlie Harry's mama, so fire loves Charlie too. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. She looked at the flames, at the eternal fire of hell, the punishment of the damned, the thing that had terrified sinners for millennia, and it was loving her. Because her son had taught it to love. Because her son had shown it that there was more to existence than pain and suffering and eternal agony. Harry, she whispered, you've changed everything. Harry smiled. Harry knows, he said simply. Harry glad. The morning Harry turned 4, the hotel woke to find every mirror shattered. Not broken, that would have been normal, expected, easily explained. The mirrors were shattered, yes, but the pieces hadn't fallen. They floated, suspended in midair, arranged in patterns that shifted and reformed as demons watched. And at the center of it all, in the main lobby where the largest mirror had hung for centuries, stood Harry. He was still in his pajamas, small, barefoot, his black hair sticking up in impossible directions. His eyes were closed, his scar blazed with golden light. And around him, the mirror fragments spun like planets around a sun, catching the hellfire light and throwing it back in rainbows that shouldn't exist in a realm without true color. Harry. Charlie's voice was barely a whisper. She stood in the doorway, Vaggie behind her, both frozen by the impossibility of what they were seeing. Harry's eyes opened. They weren't green. They were gold. Burning, ancient, terrible gold, the same gold as his scar, as the hellfire, as the light that had surrounded him when he fell. And in that moment, every demon in the lobby felt something they couldn't explain. A pressure, a presence, a weight, like the universe itself was holding its breath. Then Harry blinked, and his eyes were green again, and the mirror fragments crashed to the floor in a waterfall of broken glass. Charlie. His voice was small, confused, utterly childlike. Charlie, what happened? Harry had dreamed, and then, he looked around at the destruction, at the staring demons, at the glass covering every surface. Did Harry do this? Charlie crossed the space in seconds, gathering him up, holding him close. It's okay, baby. It's okay. You're okay. But the mirrors are just things. Things can be replaced. She carried him through the stunned crowd, up the stairs, toward the safety of the nursery. You're what matters. You're always what matters. Behind them, demons began to whisper. In the nursery, Charlie sat Harry on his bed and knelt before him, taking his small hands in hers. Tell me about the dream, she said gently. Harry's brow furrowed with the effort of remembering. Pretty lady came, he said slowly. Mama. But different. Brighter. She said Harry getting big. Harry growing. Harry's power waking up. He touched his scar. She said this not just scar. This key. This door. This thing that connects Harry to everything. Charlie's heart pounded. Everything. Everything that was. Everything that is. Everything that will be. Harry's eyes were wide, scared, searching her face for reassurance. Charlie, Harry don't understand. What does Mama mean? What's happening to Harry? Charlie pulled him into a hug. I don't know, baby. But we'll figure it out together. You and me and Vaggie and everyone who loves you. We'll figure it out, and we'll keep you safe, and we'll help you understand. Harry clung to her. Harry scared, he whispered. Harry never scared before. But this big. This too big. Harry don't want to be big. Harry want to be small. Harry want to be normal. I know, baby. I know. Charlie rocked him gently, the way she had when he was an infant, when the world was simpler and the biggest danger was finding enough formula. But you're not normal. You never were. And that's okay. That's more than okay. Because normal is boring, and you, Harry Potter, are the most extraordinary thing in any world. Harry sniffled against her shoulder. Promise? He asked. Promise. The incident with the mirrors was only the beginning. Over the following weeks, Harry's power manifested in increasingly dramatic ways. Objects moved when he looked at them. Doors opened before he reached them. The hellfire in his room burned in colors no one had ever seen, blues and purples and silvers that shouldn't exist in flame. And the dreams continued. Every night, Lily visited him. Every night, she taught him something new, about his power, about his past, about the world he'd come from and the world he now inhabited. She showed him images of a place called Hogwarts, of people called wizards, of a war that had claimed her life and scattered his destiny to the winds. They're looking for you, she told him one night. The wizards. They never stopped looking. They think you're dead, but they search anyway. Because hope is harder to kill than bodies. Will they find me? Harry asked. Not yet. The barrier between worlds is too strong. But it's weakening, my love. Every time you use your power, every time you grow, the barrier weakens a little more. One day, it will break. And then what? Lily's image flickered, as though something was pulling her away. Then you'll have to choose. Choose who you are. Choose who you want to be. Choose between the world that made you and the world that raised you. But Charlie raised me. Charlie and Vaggie in the hotel. That's my world. Is it? Lily's smile was sad. Are you sure, my brave boy? Are you absolutely sure? She faded before he could answer. The next morning, Harry asked Charlie about wizards. Charlie nearly dropped her coffee. Wizards. Where did you hear about wizards? Mama told me. In dream. She said. Wizards looking for Harry. She said barrier getting weak. She said Harry have to choose. Charlie set down her coffee very carefully. Harry, listen to me. Whatever your mama told you, whatever you think you know, you're safe here. You're protected here. No wizards, no demons, no anyone is going to take you away from me. Do you understand? Harry nodded, but his eyes were troubled. Charlie, what's a wizard? Charlie sighed. How did you explain magic to a child who was magic? How did you explain a world you'd never seen to a boy who'd never left hell? Wizards are humans with power, she said slowly. Like you, but different. Their magic comes from training, from study, from centuries of tradition. Your magic comes from somewhere else. Somewhere deeper. Where? I don't know, baby. That's what we're trying to understand. Harry was quiet for a moment. Charlie, he said finally, if wizards come, if they find Harry, will they take Harry away? Charlie's heart clenched. No, absolutely not. I won't let anyone take you anywhere. But what if they're stronger? What if Harry has to go? Charlie knelt before him, taking his face in her hands. Harry, listen to me. You are my son. Not by blood, not by law, not by any rule that anyone in any world recognizes. But by love, by choice, by every moment we've shared since you fell into my life. And love, real love, is stronger than any wizard, any demon, any power in any universe. Do you understand? Harry's eyes were wet. Harry loved Charlie too, he whispered. Harry loved Charlie most in all worlds. They held each other as the hellfire burned softly around them. The next development happened 3 days later. Harry was in the training room with Vaggie, watching her practice with her spear. He loved watching her fight, the way she moved, the way her weapon sang through the air, the way her single eye focused with absolute intensity on whatever she was facing. Vaggie, he said suddenly, teach Harry fight. Vaggie paused mid-strike. You're 4 years old. Harry no. But Harry need learn. For when bad things come. Vaggie lowered her spear, studying him. What bad things? Wizards. Demons. The ones who won't use Harry. His voice was calm, certain, far too old for his age. Mama says they coming. Harry need protect Charlie. Protect Vaggie. Protect Hotel. Vaggie was quiet for a long moment. Then she crossed to him and knelt, bringing herself to his level. Kid, do you know what it means to fight? Really fight. It's not about hitting harder or moving faster. It's about being willing to hurt someone before they hurt you. It's about looking into another being's eyes and choosing to end them. Are you ready for that? Harry considered the question. Harry don't want hurt anyone, he said finally. But Harry will. If Harry have to protect family. Vaggie studied his face, those green eyes, that stubborn jaw, the scar that pulsed with ancient light. She saw Lily in him, the mother who had died protecting him. She saw James, the father who had stood between his family and death. She saw Charlie's hope in her own hard-won survival in something else, something deeper, something that belonged only to Harry. Okay, she said, we start tomorrow. But fair warning, I don't go easy on anyone. Not even 4-year-olds. Harry smiled. Harry not want easy. Harry want learn. Vaggie almost smiled back. Almost. Training began at dawn. Vaggie started with the basics, stance, balance, breathing. Harry learned quickly, his small body adapting to the movements with unnatural speed. By the end of the first week, he could hold a fighting stance for an hour without trembling. By the end of the second, he could dodge Vaggie's practice strikes with increasing success. By the end of the first month, he could land a hit. Not hard, he was still small, still weak compared to a full-grown demon. But the hit landed, and Vaggie felt it, and something in her ancient heart shifted. You're a natural, she admitted grudgingly. Harry just do what Vaggie show. No, you're doing more than that. You're feeling it. The way your body moves, the way your opponent breathes, the way the air shifts before a strike. That's not something I can teach. That's something you're born with. Harry considered this. Maybe from Mama, he said. Or from, before, when Harry fell. When green light happened, something changed in Harry then. Something made Harry different. Vaggie nodded slowly. She'd thought the same thing many times, that whatever had happened in that cottage on Earth had fundamentally altered Harry's nature. Made him something other than purely human. Something that could survive the void and thrive in hell. Let's keep training, she said. Whatever you are, whatever you're becoming, best to be ready for it. Harry nodded and resumed his stance. The telekinesis manifested fully during his 5th week of training. Vaggie had just thrown a practice blade at him, part of an exercise to test his reflexes, when Harry's hand came up and the blade stopped. Not mid-air, exactly. It was more like the blade decided it didn't want to fly anymore, and Harry simply agreed. They both stared at it. The blade hung there, 6 inches from Harry's face, rotating slowly as though examining itself. Harry, Vaggie said carefully, are you doing that? Harry's eyes were wide. Harry thinks so. Can you put it down? Harry concentrated. The blade drifted gently to the floor. Holy shit, Vaggie breathed. Vaggie said bad word. I know. This situation calls for bad words. She crossed to him, examining him for signs of strain or damage. How do you feel? Different. Strange. Like you ran a marathon. Harry considered. Tired, he admitted. But good tired. Like after training. Vaggie nodded slowly. Okay, we can work with this. But we need to tell Charlie. And we need to be careful, very, very careful, about when and how you use this. Why careful? Because power like this. Vaggie hesitated, choosing her words. Power like this attracts attention. And not all attention is good. Harry thought about the wizards his mama had mentioned. About the demons who'd tried to take him. About the V's, who Charlie said were always watching. Harry, be careful, he promised. Harry not want bad attention. Vaggie ruffled his hair, a rare gesture of affection. Good kid. Now let's go find your mother. Charlie's reaction was exactly what they expected, a mix of wonder and terror. Telekinesis. He can move things with his mind. With his mind, with his will, with something else I don't understand. Vaggie stood beside Harry, one hand on his shoulder. He stopped a blade mid-flight. A blade, Charlie. Moving at combat speed. Charlie knelt before Harry. Baby, can you show me? Harry concentrated. Across the room, a cushion lifted from the couch and floated toward them. It moved slowly, carefully, as though carried by invisible hands. When it reached Harry, it stopped and hovered, waiting. That's amazing, Charlie breathed. Harry can do more, Harry said. But Vaggie say careful. Say attention bad. Vaggie's right. Charlie took his hands. This power, it's a gift. But it's also a responsibility. You have to learn control. You have to learn when to use it and when not to. Can you do that? Harry nodded solemnly. Harry learn. Harry be good. I know you will, baby. I know. That night, Harry dreamed of fire and glass. He stood in a vast hall, surrounded by mirrors that stretched to infinity. In each mirror, a different version of himself reflected back. Harry is a wizard, Harry is a demon, Harry as something in between, something neither, something other. They all watched him with ancient eyes. Choose, they whispered. Choose who you will become. How? Harry asked. How Harry choose when Harry don't know what choices mean. You know. Deep down, you know. The path is laid before you. You need only walk it. I don't understand. You will. When the time comes. When the barrier breaks. When the worlds collide. Then you will understand everything. The mirrors began to crack. Not randomly, in patterns. Words. Prophecies written in the language of breaking glass. The boy WHO lived. The child WHO fell. The bridge between worlds. The choice of all choices. Harry watched as the words formed and reformed, as the mirrors shattered and reformed, as his own face multiplied to infinity and stared back at him with eyes that held the weight of eternity. Then he woke. Charlie was there, as she always was. Bad dream? She asked softly. Harry nodded, still trembling. Wanna talk about it? Harry thought about the mirrors. About the words. About the choices he didn't understand and the futures he couldn't see. Charlie, he said quietly, what if Harry becomes something bad? What if power makes Harry bad? Charlie gathered him close. Power doesn't make people bad, Harry. People make themselves bad. By the choices they make, the fears they cling to, the love they refuse to give. She stroked his hair gently. You are the kindest, bravest, most loving person I know. Power won't change that. It will just give you more ways to be those things. What if Harry's scared? Then you're scared. That's okay. Brave people get scared. They just don't let fear stop them from doing what's right. Harry considered this. Harry not let fear stop, he said finally. Harry be brave. Like Mama. Like Charlie. Like Vaggie. Charlie smiled through tears. That's my boy. The next morning, Harry woke to find his stuffed spider had grown wings. Not real wings, not yet. But small, translucent, barely visible wings that shimmered when the light hit them. He stared at it for a long moment, then picked it up carefully. Did Harry do this? He asked the spider. The spider sang show tunes, as always. Harry carried it to Charlie's room. Charlie look, he said, holding it up. Spider have wings now. Charlie blinked sleepily at the winged arachnid. So it does. Did Harry do this? I don't know, baby. Did you want it to have wings? Harry thought about it. Harry thought it would be nice if Spider could fly. Then Spider could visit Harry in dreams. Charlie sat up slowly. So you wished it had wings. And it grew them. Harry guessed so. He looked at the spider, then at Charlie. Is that bad? No, baby. Not bad. Just powerful. Very, very powerful. Charlie took a deep breath. Harry, I need you to listen carefully. When you have thoughts, wishes, ideas, things you want to happen, you need to be careful. Because it seems like your power is listening. And it might give you what you want, whether you mean it or not. Harry's eyes widened. Even if Harry don't want it to. Especially if you don't want it to. That's why control is so important. That's why Vaggie's training matters. Charlie took his small hands. You have to learn to separate thoughts from wishes. To know the difference between imagining something and wanting it to be real. Can you do that? Harry nodded slowly. Harry try, he promised. Harry try very hard. Over the following weeks, Harry practiced control. Vaggie helped, turning training sessions into lessons in mental discipline. She taught him to clear his mind, to focus his thoughts, to recognize the moment when imagination threatened to become reality. It was hard, harder than physical training, harder than learning to fight. But Harry persevered, because Harry always persevered. The accidental manifestations decreased, not stopped. There were still moments when a cup moved without being touched, when a door opened without being pushed, when the hellfire flickered in colors that didn't exist. But they became rarer, more controlled, more intentional. By the time Harry turned 5, he could move objects at will. By 6, he could maintain multiple objects simultaneously. By 7, he could combine telekinesis with combat, dodging and striking and controlling the battlefield in ways that made Vaggie's jaw drop. You're not just learning, she told him one day. You're evolving, getting stronger, faster, more precise. Like your power grows with you. Harry considered this. Maybe power is part of Harry, he said. Like arm or leg, growing when Harry grows. That's actually a good way to think about it. Vaggie studied him. At 7, he was tall for his age, with his mother's green eyes and his father's messy hair and something else, something that belonged only to him. What else can you feel? Besides the power, I mean. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. Fire, he said. Fire always there. Warm, happy, watching. He paused. And something else. Something far away. Something that feels like Mama. But not Mama. Like echo of Mama. Like memory of love. Vaggie's breath caught. Harry, that might be your parents. They're spirits. Watching over you. Harry's eyes opened, bright with tears. They watch. They see Harry. They know Harry okay. I think so, kid. I think they've been watching all along. Harry smiled. That same smile, the one that made demons soften and angels hesitate and the very fabric of hell seem less terrible. Then Harry okay, he said. Harry okay because Charlie love Harry. Vaggie love Harry. Hotel love Harry. And Mama and Daddy watch from somewhere, loving Harry too. Harry have so much love. Harry lucky. Vaggie pulled him into a rare hug. Yeah, kid, you're lucky. And so are we. Charlie Morningstar had believed in redemption long before Harry fell into her life. She'd believed it as a child, listening to her father's stories about the war in heaven. Not the official versions, but the ones he told late at night, when the wine had loosened his tongue and the loneliness had cracked his ancient heart. She'd believed it as a teenager, watching demons destroy each other for reasons no one could remember, thinking there has to be another way. She'd believed it as a young adult, when she'd opened the Hazbin Hotel to laughter and mockery and the absolute certainty that she would fail. She'd believed it through assassination attempts and financial crises and the daily chaos of running a refuge for the damned. She'd believed it through everything. But Harry made her believe it differently. Not in theory anymore. Not in hope. In practice. In flesh and blood, and a small boy who looked at demons and saw friends, who touched hellfire and felt warmth, who smiled at monsters until they remembered how to smile back. If Harry could love demons, Charlie thought, then surely demons could learn to love each other. If Harry could find family in hell, then surely hell could become something other than what it was. If Harry, just Harry, small and human and impossibly pure, could change so much in so little time, then what could all of them do together? What could redemption actually look like? The question haunted her. Not in a bad way. Charlie had lived with questions her whole life, had built her entire existence around questions no one else thought worth asking. But this one felt different. Urgent. Important in ways she couldn't fully articulate. She found herself watching Harry more closely. Watching the way he greeted each demon by name, remembering details about their lives that even Charlie sometimes forgot. Watching the way he listened, really listened, when residents talked about their struggles, their fears, their reasons for being in the hotel. Watching the way he offered comfort without being asked, kindness without expectation, love without condition. He was 5 years old, and he was better at redemption than she was. Hey, kid. Husk's voice broke through her thoughts. The bartender had appeared beside her, a bottle in one clawed hand, his expression unreadable. You're doing that thing again. What thing? The staring at Harry like he's a miracle thing. You do it a lot. Charlie smiled ruefully. Is it that obvious? Only to everyone. Husk took a long pull from his bottle. Look, I get it. Kid's special. Kid's really special. But you can't spend your whole life watching him. You've got a hotel to run. Demons to redeem. Dreams to chase. I know. Charlie trailed off, watching Harry help Angel dust with something across the room. He makes me believe it's possible, Husk. All of it. The hotel, the redemption, the dream I've had since I was a kid. He makes me believe it's actually real. Husk was quiet for a moment. Yeah, he said finally. He does that. That afternoon, Charlie gathered the residents for a meeting. They came reluctantly. Demons weren't great at meetings, but they came. Decades of Charlie's patient leadership had taught them that when she called, it was worth listening. Even if they didn't always agree. Even if they didn't always care. I want to talk about redemption, Charlie began. Groans from the audience. I know. You've heard it before. You've heard it 100 times. But this time is different. This time, I have proof. She gestured, and Harry stepped forward. He was small among the crowd of demons, 5 years old, barely reaching the waist of the shortest resident. But he stood straight, his green eyes calm, his scarf flickering gently with that familiar gold light. Harry, someone called. He's proof. He's living proof, Charlie said. Look at him, human child, raised in hell, surrounded by demons his entire life. By every rule, every law, every expectation, he should be damaged. Corrupted. Twisted into something dark and broken. She paused, letting that sink in. But he's not. He's kind. He's loving. He sees each of you, really sees you, and chooses to care. Not because he's naive. Not because he doesn't understand what you are. But because he understands, and he loves you anyway. The room was quiet. If a human child can love demons, Charlie continued, then demons can learn to love each other. If Harry can find family here, then any soul can find redemption here. He's not an exception. He's a promise that change is possible. That hope is real. That none of you are beyond saving. Harry looked up at her, his eyes bright. Charlie, he said softly, can Harry say something? Charlie nodded. Harry faced the crowd. Harry came here when Harry was baby. he said, his young voice carrying through the silence. Harry was scared. Harry was alone. Harry didn't know anything except falling and green light and Mama screaming. He touched his scar. But then Charlie found Harry. And Vaggie. And all of you. And Harry learned that even in hell, there's love. There's family. There's hope. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Harry not know about redemption. Harry not know about saving souls. But Harry know about being scared and finding safe. Harry know about being alone and finding family. Harry know that when someone believes in you, really believes, you can become more than you thought possible. He smiled. That smile. Charlie believes in you. Harry believes in you too. And maybe that's enough. Maybe believing is where redemption starts. Silence stretched. Then, slowly, demons began to applaud. Not enthusiastically, demons didn't do enthusiastic. But genuine, appreciative, moved in ways they couldn't express. Harry blushed and hid behind Charlie's legs. Charlie gathered him up, holding him close. That was perfect, she whispered. Absolutely perfect. The meeting changed things. Not dramatically, demons didn't change dramatically. But subtly. Gradually. In small ways that added up over time. Husk started asking residents about their days instead of just pouring drinks. Angel Dust made fewer crude jokes and more genuine conversation. Cherry Bomb began checking in on newer residents, making sure they were adjusting, offering help when needed. Even the hotel itself seemed different. The hellfire burned brighter. The walls felt warmer. The shadows seemed less deep. Charlie noticed it all. And she knew, with absolute certainty, that Harry was the cause. The first real test came 3 weeks later. A new resident arrived, a demon named Malachar who had been in hell so long that no one remembered his original sin. He was old, powerful, and deeply, bitterly angry. He'd been sent to the hotel by an overlord who wanted him out of the way, and he made it clear from the moment he arrived that he had no interest in redemption. "This place is a joke," he snarled, glaring at Charlie. "You're a joke. Redemption is a joke. I've been in hell for 10,000 years, you think a pretty princess and her pet humans can change that?" Charlie kept her smile steady. "I think anyone can change, if they want to. The question is, do you want to?" Malachar laughed, a sound like grinding bones. "Want? I want to burn this place to the ground and scatter the ashes across the void. I want to watch you scream the way I've screamed for millennia. I want." "Harry, think you want something else." Everyone froze. Harry had stepped forward from behind Charlie, his small face calm, his green eyes fixed on Malachar with an expression that made the ancient demon pause. "What did you say, child?" "Harry, think you want something else." Harry took another step forward. "Under all the angry, under all the old, under all the hurt, Harry, think you want someone to see you. Really see you. Not the monster. Not the sinner. The soul underneath." Malachar's expression flickered. "You don't know me," he growled. "You're a child. A human child. You know nothing. Harry know scared. Harry know alone. Harry know what it feel like to fall and never stop falling." Harry's voice was soft but steady. "Harry been there. Harry still there, sometimes. In dreams. When green light comes. When mama screams. Harry know." The ancient demon stared at him. Something shifted in his eyes, something ancient and painful and long buried. "The green light," he whispered. "You carry it too. It's part of Harry. Like scar. Like power. Like fire that loves Harry." He touched his chest. "It hurts sometimes. But Charlie says hurt mean Harry alive. Hurt mean Harry feel. Hurt mean Harry still human, even in hell." Malachar was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he sank to his knees. Not in submission, in exhaustion. In surrender. In the kind of collapse that comes after millennia of holding oneself together. "I remember," he whispered. "I remember green light. I remember falling. I remember." His voice broke. "I remember being human. Once. So long ago I thought I'd forgotten." Harry approached him slowly, carefully, the way he'd learned to approach frightened things. When he was close enough, he reached out and touched Malachar's ancient face. "Then you not forgotten," he said. Gently. "Just buried. Under angry. Under old. Under hurt. But still there. Still you. Still human underneath." Malachar's eyes, ancient, terrible, full of centuries of pain, filled with tears. "No one has called me human in 10,000 years, he breathed. "Harry, call you human now. Harry, see you. Really see. Harry smiled. Welcome to Hotel, Malachar. Harry, glad you here. Charlie watched the exchange with tears streaming down her face. She dreamed of moments like this, moments when walls crumbled, when souls opened, when redemption became more than a word. She'd imagined them happening through therapy, through community, through the slow patient work of healing. She'd never imagined them happening through a 5-year-old boy who simply loved. Charlie. Vaggie appeared beside her, her voice soft with wonder. Did you see that? I saw it. Charlie wiped her eyes. I can't believe it, but I saw it. He reached him. In seconds. Minutes. In the time it takes most demons to decide whether to kill each other, he reached someone 10,000 years old. Vaggie shook her head slowly. Charlie, what is he? I don't know. Charlie watched Harry lead Malachar toward a seat, still talking softly, still offering comfort. But I think he might be exactly what this hotel needed. Exactly what I needed. Proof that my dream isn't crazy. Proof that redemption is possible. He's proof that you're possible, Vaggie corrected. You and your crazy hope and your impossible faith. He's living proof that you were right all along. Charlie pulled Vaggie into a hug. Thank you, she whispered. For staying, for believing, for helping me make this real. Vaggie held her tight. Always, she murmured. Always. Malachar became a regular resident after that day. Not instantly redeemed, that would have been too easy, too simple, too unlike the slow painful work of healing. But changed, open, willing to try in ways he hadn't been in millennia. He and Harry developed an unlikely friendship. Malachar taught Harry about ancient hell, the history before overlords, before kings, before the Morningstar family claimed dominion. He told stories of the first demons, the first sins, the first moments when souls began falling and the fire caught them and held them forever. Harry listened with that intense focus of his, asking questions that made Malachar pause, think, remember. You ask different questions than most, Malachar observed one day. Not about power. Not about survival. About meaning, purpose, why things are the way they are. Harry won't understand, Harry said simply. Understand hell. Understand demons. Understand why everyone's so sad and angry when they could be happy instead. Malachar laughed, a real laugh, the first in millennia. You think happiness is a choice, little one. Charlie says it is. Charlie says happy not about what happened to you. Happy about what you choose to see. Harry touched his scar. Harry choose to see good. Even when bad happens. Even when green light comes. Harry choose to see Charlie. See Vaggie. See hotel. See family. That make Harry happy. Malachar studied him for a long moment. You are extraordinary, he said finally. Not because of your power. Not because of your scar. Because of your heart. It's untouched. After everything. After falling. After losing your family. After growing up in hell, your heart is still whole. Still pure. Still capable of love without condition. Harry considered this. Mama helped, he said. Mama visits in dreams. Mama tells Harry about love. About choice. About being brave even when scared. He smiled. And Charlie helps. Charlie shows Harry every day what love looks like. Charlie is Harry's heart, outside Harry's body. Malachar nodded slowly. Then you are lucky, little one. Luckier than most. Luckier than any soul in hell has a right to be. He reached out and ruffled Harry's hair, a gesture so human, so normal, that it made his ancient heart ache. Guard that luck. Guard that heart. The world will try to break it. Don't let it. Harry won't, Harry promised. Harry got family to help keep it safe. That night, Charlie dreamed. Not of Harry this time, of herself. Young, maybe 16, standing in her father's palace and arguing with him about redemption. It's impossible, Lucifer said in the dream. Demons can't be saved. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Then why do we exist? Young Charlie demanded. Why do we have souls if souls can't change? Why do we have choices if choices don't matter? Because the universe isn't fair, Charlotte. Because existence is suffering. Because some things are broken beyond repair. I don't believe that. I know you don't. That's what scares me most. The dream shifted. Now Charlie stood in the hotel lobby, but it was different, bigger, brighter, filled with demons who laughed instead of fought, who helped instead of hurt, who loved in ways she'd only ever imagined. And at the center of it all, older now, maybe 20, stood Harry. He was tall, handsome. His green eyes held the wisdom of centuries and the warmth of a hearth fire. His scar still glowed, but softly now, like a nightlight rather than a beacon. You did this, he said. You and your dream. You and your hope. You and your stubborn, impossible faith. I didn't do it alone. No. He smiled, that smile, still the same after all these years. But you started it. You believed when no one else would. You loved when love seemed foolish. You hoped when hope seemed dead. That matters, Charlie. That matters more than anything. Charlie woke with tears on her face and joy in her heart. The next morning, she found Harry in the courtyard, playing with the hellfire. He was older now, nearly 6, and his control had grown tremendously. The flames danced at his command, forming shapes and patterns that shifted and changed with his mood. Today they were birds, spiraling upward in golden spirals. Harry. He turned, smiling. Charlie. Look. Fire birds. I see them, baby. They're beautiful. Harry dismissed the birds with a wave and ran to her, throwing his arms around her legs. She knelt to hug him properly. Charlie happy today? He asked, studying her face. Charlie look happy. Different happy. Like something good happened. I had a dream, Charlie said. A dream about the future. About this hotel. About you. She cupped his face in her hands. You were grown up, Harry. And you were beautiful. And the hotel was full of redeemed demons, laughing and loving and living the way I've always hoped they could. Harry's eyes widened. Really? Harry saw that. In my dream, yes. And I think it was real. I think it was a vision. A glimpse of what's possible. Harry considered this. Then Harry work hard, he said firmly. Harry help make dream real. Harry helped Charlie save everyone. Charlie hugged him tight. You already are, baby. You already are. The weeks that followed brought more changes. Malachar began helping with new residents, using his ancient wisdom to reach demons that others couldn't. Husk started leading group discussions about coping with eternity. Angel Dust volunteered to mentor younger demons, teaching them to navigate hell's dangers without losing themselves. And at the center of it all, always, was Harry. He didn't lead meetings or give speeches or offer formal advice. He just was present, attentive, loving in that quiet, effortless way of his. Demons sought him out when they were struggling, sat with him when they were lonely, talked to him when they couldn't talk to anyone else. He's like a therapist, Vaggie observed one day. But better. Because he actually cares. He's like a child, Charlie corrected gently. Who happens to have an extraordinary gift for seeing souls. Same thing, different packaging. Charlie laughed. You're not wrong. The second test came without warning. A group of overlords, minor ones, not the V's or Carmilla or anyone truly dangerous, decided that the hotel's success was becoming a problem. More demons seeking redemption meant fewer demons to control, fewer souls to exploit, fewer resources to claim. Something had to be done. They attacked at midnight. 30 demons, armed and organized, storming the hotel with weapons blazing. They caught the residents off guard, not completely, not fatally, but enough. Chaos erupted in the lobby. Fights broke out in every corner. The hellfire blazed with alarm. And Harry, woken by the noise, walked into the middle of it all. Charlie saw him first. Harry, no. But he was already there, small and vulnerable among the combatants, his green eyes wide with something that wasn't fear. It was sadness, disappointment, the expression of someone who had hoped for better and been let down. Stop, he said. His voice was soft, barely audible above the chaos. But the hellfire heard. It rose from its sconces like a living thing, flowing toward him, wrapping around him in protective layers. It spread outward, pushing between fighters, separating enemies, creating space where there had been violence. I said stop. Louder now. Clearer. And something else, something underneath his child's voice, something ancient and terrible and absolutely certain. The fighting stopped. Demons on both sides froze, weapons raised, caught in the impossible moment. They looked at Harry, at the fire surrounding him, at the scar blazing gold on his forehead, at the expression on his young face that held the weight of eternity. This is Charlie's home, Harry said. This is Harry's home. This is home for everyone who wants to be better. You don't get to destroy that. One of the attacking overlords, a massive demon with too many arms and not enough eyes, laughed nervously. You're a child. You can't stop us. Fire can. The hellfire surged. Not to attack, to surround. To encircle each attacker in a cage of flame that burned but didn't consume, that trapped but didn't harm. They stood frozen, weapons useless, as the fire held them in place. Harry. Charlie approached carefully, Vaggie at her side. Harry, are you okay? Harry turned to her, and his eyes were green again, and he was just a little boy in his pajamas, trembling slightly. Charlie, he whispered. Charlie, Harry scared. She gathered him up, held him close. It's okay, baby. You did good. You protected everyone. Harry didn't want to hurt them. Harry just wanted them to stop. You didn't hurt them. You stopped them. That's different. She rocked him gently. That's brave. That's kind. That's exactly who you are. Harry buried his face in her shoulder and cried. The attacking overlords were released the next morning, with a warning. Tell everyone what you saw here, Charlie told them. Tell them about the child who stopped you without lifting a finger. Tell them about the fire that obeys him. Tell them that this hotel is protected, by me, by my father, and by something older and more powerful than any of us. They fled. News spread quickly after that. Within a week, every overlord in hell knew about Harry's power. Within a month, the hotel's reputation had shifted, from joke to curiosity to genuine threat. No one attacked again. No one dared. Harry, oblivious to most of this, continued his quiet work of being exactly who he was, a child who loved demons and believed in redemption and hoped, with all his heart, that everyone could find their way home. You know, Vaggie said one evening, watching Harry play with the fire in the courtyard, when he first arrived, I thought he was dangerous. I thought he would destroy everything we'd built. Charlie nodded. I remember. I was wrong. Vaggie's voice was soft. He's not dangerous. He's the opposite of dangerous. He's the safest thing in any world. Charlie took her hand. That's what I've been trying to tell you for 6 years. I know. I'm slow sometimes. You're cautious. There's a difference. Charlie squeezed her fingers. But I'm glad you finally see what I've always seen. Vaggie watched Harry laugh as the fire spun around him in golden spirals. Yeah, she said. Me too. The demon's name was Verlag, and he had been watching Harry for 6 years. Not openly, Verlag was too old, too cunning, too experienced to show his interest. He watched from shadows, from mirrors, from the eyes of lesser demons who owed him favors and feared his wrath. He watched as Harry grew from infant to child, as his power manifested and evolved, as the hotel slowly transformed around him. And he waited. Verlag was not like the other overlords. He had no interest in territory, in status, in the endless games of power that consumed most of Hell's elite. He had one interest only, consumption. The devouring of souls, the absorption of power, the slow eternal process of making himself stronger by making others nothing. He had consumed thousands over the millennia. Tens of thousands. He had lost count somewhere around the time humans discovered fire and used it to burn each other alive. But he had never consumed anything like Harry. The child's energy was unlike anything Verlag had sensed in all his years. It pulsed with life, with love, with something ancient and pure that shouldn't exist in hell. It called to him like a flame calls to a moth, except Verlag was no moth. He was the darkness that consumed flames. He was the void that swallowed light. And Harry would be his. The first sign of trouble came 3 days before the attack. Harry woke from a dream with his scar blazing and his heart pounding. He'd seen something, a face, ancient and hungry, staring at him from infinite darkness. It hadn't spoken. It hadn't moved. It had simply watched. With eyes that held the weight of countless consumed souls. Charlie, he whispered, slipping out of bed and padding to her room. Charlie woke instantly, as she always did when Harry needed her. Baby. What's wrong? Bad dream. Something watching. Something hungry. Charlie gathered him close, checking for fever, for injury, for any sign of physical harm. What kind of something? Old. Very old. With eyes like empty. Like nothing behind them. Harry shivered. It want Harry, Charlie. It want eat Harry. Charlie's blood ran cold. She'd heard stories of demons like that, consumers, absorbers, beings who grew stronger by devouring others. They were rare, thankfully, because they tended to eat each other when they ran out of other prey. But the ones that survived were ancient. Powerful. Nearly impossible to kill. Can you show me? She asked. In a dream, like you show me sometimes. Harry nodded, closing his eyes. The dream vision filled Charlie's mind, a vast dark space, hung with the remnants of consumed souls like trophies. At its center, a figure, vaguely demonic, but wrong somehow. Too many limbs, too many eyes, too much hunger radiating from every pore. And those eyes, empty, ancient, fixed on Harry with terrible focus. Charlie surfaced from the vision shaking. "We need to tell Vaggie," she said. Now, Vaggie's reaction was immediate and practical. "Verlag," she said, her voice flat with recognition. "Has to be. He's the only consumer left who's old enough and strong enough to still be active." "You know him?" Charlie asked. "I know of him. Everyone does. He's been in hell longer than most overlords have existed. Doesn't play politics, doesn't seek power, doesn't do anything except consume souls and grow stronger." Vaggie's hand tightened on her spear. "If he's targeting Harry, we have a problem. A big problem." "How big?" "The last time someone tried to stop him, he consumed an entire territory. Thousands of demons, overlords, soldiers, civilians, didn't matter. He ate them all and got stronger." Vaggie met Charlie's eyes. "That was 3,000 years ago. No one's challenged him since." Charlie absorbed this. "What do we do?" "Prepare." Vaggie was already moving, checking weapons, calculating defenses. "We fortify the hotel. We warn the residents. We get Harry somewhere safe, somewhere Verlag can't reach." "He can reach anywhere," Harry said quietly. They both turned to him. He stood in the doorway of Charlie's room, small and pale in his pajamas, his scarf flickering with anxious light. Harry saw him. In dream. He's already here. Not body here, but attention here, watching, waiting. Harry's voice trembled slightly. "He know where Harry is. He know everything." Vaggie cursed. "Then we fight," she said simply. "We fight, and we win, and we make sure that ancient bastard never looks at you again." Harry managed a small smile. "Vaggie fight good," he said. Harry's seen. "You're damn right I fight good." Vaggie knelt before him, her single eye fierce with determination. "And you know what else? You fight good too. You've got power, kid. More than you know. More than any of us understand. If Verlag comes, when Verlag comes, you use that power. You protect yourself. You protect your family. You understand." Harry nodded solemnly. Harry understand. The next 2 days were a blur of preparation. Residents were trained in emergency procedures. Defensive positions were established. The hellfire was encouraged to burn brighter, hotter, more alert. Charlie sent messages to her father, to Zestial, to anyone who might help. No responses came. "The old ones are scared," Malachar observed. He'd become something of a mentor to Harry over the past year, and his ancient wisdom was invaluable now. Verlag has that effect. Even beings who've existed since the beginning hesitate to cross him. "Then we're on our own," Charlie said. "Not entirely." Malachar looked at Harry, who was sitting quietly in a corner, his eyes distant. "The child has power even Verlag doesn't understand. That may be enough. Maybe isn't very reassuring. No, but it's honest." Malachar's ancient face creased with something that might have been hope. "I have survived 10,000 years in hell, princess. Do you know how? Luck. Partially. But mostly by recognizing that certainty is a lie. The only thing any of us can truly know is this moment, and what we choose to do with it." He gestured at Harry. "In this moment, that child chooses love over fear, hope over despair, family over isolation. That choice has power. Real power. The kind Verlag doesn't understand because he's never made it." Charlie looked at Harry, at his small face, his glowing scar, his absolute trust in the family around him. "Then we make that choice too," she said. "We choose love. We choose hope. We choose each other. And we fight." The attack came at midnight, exactly as Harry had dreamed. Not through the front door, Verlag was too clever for that. He came through the foundations, through the ancient magic that Harry had healed years ago. The same magic that now recognized him, welcomed him, opened for him because it remembered his kindness. Harry felt it happen. He was in the nursery, supposedly sleeping, but his eyes were open and his scar was blazing. When the floor began to tremble, when the walls began to crack, when the hellfire screamed with warning, Harry was already standing, already moving, already walking toward the danger. "Harry, no!" Charlie's voice from somewhere behind him. But Harry kept walking. Because this was his fault. The magic opened because it knew him. Verlag was here because of him. His family was in danger because of him. He would fix it. Verlag emerged from the floor of the lobby like a nightmare-given form. He was vast, larger than any demon Harry had seen, larger than the room itself, his body folding and unfolding in ways that shouldn't be possible. Limbs reached from impossible angles. Eyes opened on surfaces that had no business having eyes. And his hunger, his terrible, endless hunger, filled the space like smoke. Where, he rumbled, is the child? Demons scattered. Weapons were raised. The hellfire blazed with protective fury. And Harry stepped forward. Here, he said quietly. Verlag's attention fixed on him instantly. All those eyes, all that hunger, all that ancient terrible need, focused on one small boy in his pajamas. Yes, Verlag breathed. Yes, I can feel you. So bright, so pure, so delicious. Harry, not food. Everything is food, little one. Everything is fuel. Everything is something to be consumed. Verlag reached toward him with a dozen hands. You've just never met anyone hungry enough to prove it. The hands closed in, and Harry raised his own. The hellfire answered. It came from everywhere, from sconces, from torches, from the eternal flames that had burned since before hell existed. It flowed toward Harry like water toward a drain, gathering around him in a protective sphere that made Verlag's hands recoil. Fire, Verlag hissed. Fire cannot stop me. I have consumed fire before. Not this fire. Harry's voice was calm, steady, utterly certain. This fire loves Harry. This fire protect Harry. This fire burn anything that try hurt Harry's family. The flames surged outward. Verlag screamed, a sound of genuine pain, of surprise, of something he hadn't felt in millennia. The fire was burning him. Not consuming, not destroying, but hurting. Causing pain. Making him feel something other than hunger for the first time in thousands of years. What are you? He demanded. Harry, Harry said simply. Just Harry. Charlie's son. Vaggie's kid. Hotel's boy. He stepped forward, and the fire stepped with him. You should go now. Before Harry get really angry. Verlag's many eyes narrowed. You threaten me. A child threatens me. Harry, not threaten. Harry warned. Those green eyes, so calm, so certain, held the ancient demon's gaze without flinching. Harry don't want hurt anyone. But Harry protect family. Always. No matter what. If you make Harry choose between hurting you and losing them. Harry choose hurt you. The fire blazed brighter. Verlag felt something he hadn't felt since the early days of his existence, when he was small and weak and constantly afraid. He felt uncertainty. This child, this impossible, powerful, utterly fearless child, might actually be able to hurt him. Might actually be able to stop him. Might actually be the one thing in all of eternity that he couldn't consume. For the first time in 10,000 years, Verlag retreated. Not far, not permanently, but enough. He withdrew into the shadows, into the cracks, into the spaces between spaces. He would watch. He would wait. He would learn. And then he would try again. Harry collapsed as soon as Verlag vanished. Charlie caught him, held him, cried over him. The hellfire dimmed, exhausted by its effort. Residents emerged from hiding, staring at the spot where an ancient consumer had stood moments before. Is he gone? Someone asked. For now, Vaggie said. She was at Charlie's side, her spear still raised, her eyes scanning for threats. He'll be back. They always come back. Harry stirred in Charlie's arms. Charlie. I'm here, baby. I'm here. Did Harry do good? Did Harry protect? You did amazing, baby. You saved us all. Harry smiled weakly. Harry tired now. Harry sleep. Yeah, baby. Sleep. I've got you. He was unconscious before she finished speaking. Harry slept for 2 days. Charlie didn't leave his side. Vaggie guarded the door. Residents took turns bringing food, water, updates on the hotel's condition. The hellfire burned softly, watching over them all. On the second day, Harry woke. Charlie. I'm here. Vaggie. Right here, kid. Harry looked at them both, his green eyes clear and calm. Then he smiled, that same smile, the one that made everything better. Harry hungry, he announced. Charlie laughed through her tears. The aftermath of the attack changed things. Not the hotel, that remained standing, though repairs would take weeks. Not the residents, they remained committed, though many had new appreciation for just how dangerous their lives had become. But Harry changed. Not in obvious ways, he was still the same loving child, still kind to everyone, still quick to smile and slow to judge. But there was something new in his eyes. Something older. Something that had looked at an ancient consumer demon and refused to back down. You faced him, Malachar observed days later, as he and Harry sat together in the repaired lobby. You looked into the face of something that has consumed thousands, and you did not flinch. Harry was scared, Harry admitted. Very scared. Inside, Harry was screaming. But you didn't show it. You didn't run. You didn't give in. Malachar nodded slowly. That is courage, little one. Not absence of fear, action despite fear. Charlie says same thing. Charlie is wise. Malachar's ancient face creased in something like a smile. You should listen to her. Harry always listened to Charlie. Harry was quiet for a moment. Malachar. Will Verlag come back? Yes. Can Harry stop him? Really stop him? Not just scare him away. Malachar considered the question carefully. I don't know, he admitted. Verlag is ancient, powerful, hungry in ways that most beings cannot comprehend. But you are something new. Something the old rules don't apply to. Something that even he doesn't understand. He met Harry's green eyes. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps being unknowable is its own kind of power. Harry thought about this. Harry not want be unknowable. Harry want be known. By Charlie. By Vaggie. By everyone who love Harry. He touched his scar. But if being unknowable keep them safe. Harry be unknowable. Harry be anything. Long as family safe. Malachar reached out and ruffled his hair. You are remarkable, he said softly. Truly, genuinely remarkable. Harry smiled. Harry just Harry, he said. That enough. That night, Charlie found Harry in the courtyard, sitting alone, watching the hellfire burn. Can't sleep? She asked, sitting beside him. Thinking, Harry said. About what? About Verlag. About power. About what Harry is becoming. He leaned against her, small and warm. Charlie, Harry scared of self sometimes. Scared of what power might do. Scared of becoming something bad. Charlie put her arm around him. Harry, do you know why I'm not scared of that? Why? Because bad people don't worry about being bad. They just are. They do what they want, take what they want, hurt who they want, and never think twice about it. She squeezed him gently. You worry. You question. You care about the impact of your choices. That's not the sign of someone becoming bad. That's the sign of someone becoming good. Harry considered this. So worrying mean Harry okay? It means you're human, which is the best thing you can be, in any world. She kissed the top of his head. Now come on. Bedtime. We've got a hotel to run tomorrow. Harry smiled and let her lead him inside. The news of Harry's confrontation with Verlag spread through hell like wildfire through dry grass. Within a week, every demon with access to information networks knew what had happened. Within a month, the story had been told and retold so many times that the truth had become almost unrecognizable. Some versions claimed Harry had destroyed Verlag entirely. Others said he'd absorbed the ancient consumer's power. A few whispered that he was Verlag now, transformed and reborn in the fire. The truth was simpler. Harry had scared Verlag away. Temporarily. And that was enough. Enough to make the other overlords sit up and take notice. Enough to shift the delicate balance of power that had existed in hell for millennia. Enough to mark Harry forever as something more than a curiosity, as a player. A piece on the board. A potential ally, enemy, or weapon depending on who you asked. And the overlords were very, very interested in asking. The first overture came from an unexpected source. Carmilla Carmen, the overlord of weaponry and one of the most powerful beings in hell, arrived at the hotel on a Tuesday afternoon. She came alone, unarmed, with none of the usual retinue that accompanied overlord visits. Charlie met her in the lobby, Harry held protectively behind her. Princess. Carmilla inclined her head, a gesture of respect that cost her nothing and meant everything. I come in peace. So I see. Charlie's voice was careful, neutral. What brings the Queen of Carnage to my hotel? Carmilla's eyes, sharp as the blades she forged, drifted to Harry. Him. Harry stepped out from behind Charlie, his green eyes studying the overlord with that unsettling focus of his. You make weapons, he said. It wasn't a question. I do. Carmilla's eyebrows rose slightly. You know of me. Harry know of everyone important. Charlie teach Harry. He tilted his head. You not here to hurt Harry. You here to understand. Perceptive child. Carmilla's lips curved in something that might have been a smile. Yes, I'm here to understand. A human boy, raised in hell, who commands hellfire and faces down ancient consumers without flinching, such a being should not exist. And yet, here you are. Harry here because Harry fell. Harry here because Charlie found Harry. Harry here because hotel is home. He smiled, that smile. You want know if Harry dangerous? The thought had crossed my mind. Harry dangerous if family threatened. Harry not dangerous otherwise. He paused, considering. Harry also not weapon, not tool, not thing to use. Harry person. Harry Charlie's son. That all. Carmilla studied him for a long moment. You speak like someone much older, she observed. Your mother's influence. Mama visit in dreams. Mama teach Harry things. About life, about love, about choice. He touched his scar. Mama also teach Harry about people who want use him. She say, trust your heart, my brave boy. It knows what your eyes cannot see. And what does your heart see when you look at me? Harry was quiet for a moment, his eyes distant, focused on something only he could perceive. Sad, he said finally. Lonely. Strong outside, soft inside. Scared of losing things you love. He tilted his head. You have daughters, too. You love them very much. You do everything to protect them. That why you here, to make sure Harry not threat to them. Carmilla's expression flickered, the first crack in her. Perfect composure. How do you know about my daughters? Harry see. In heart. He touched his chest. Not magic. Not power. Just, seeing. Harry always could see, since falling. See what people feel, what they fear, what they love most. He smiled gently. You love your daughters most. That good. That right. Harry loved Charlie most too. We same, you and Harry. Parents who protect. The silence stretched. Then Carmilla did something no one in hell had seen in centuries. She laughed. Not mockingly, genuinely. Warmly. With surprise and delight in something that might have been respect. Child, she said, you are extraordinary. Absolutely, genuinely extraordinary. She looked at Charlie. You've raised him well, princess. Better than most could have. Charlie relaxed slightly. Thank you. He's made it easy. I suspect he's made nothing easy. But he's made it worthwhile. Carmilla reached into her coat and produced a small object, a blade, beautifully crafted, small enough to fit in a child's hand. A gift. For the boy who sees hearts. Harry approached carefully, took the blade, examined it. It's beautiful, he breathed. Fire in the metal, light in the edge. Harry can feel it, the work, the love, the care. He looked up at Carmilla. You put yourself in this. Part of you. For Harry. A weapon maker's tradition. The best blades carry something of their creator. Carmilla's voice was softer now. Yours should carry something of its protector. Remember, when you hold it, you are not alone. You have never been alone. And you never will be. Harry's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you, Carmilla. The overlord nodded once, turned, and left before anyone could see her expression. The second overture came 3 days later and was considerably less welcome. The V's, Vox, Valentino, and Velvet arrived in full force, their entourage filling the street outside the hotel. They didn't bother with diplomacy or subtlety. They came to claim what they considered theirs. Charlie, darling. Vox's screen face smiled broadly. So good to see you again. Love what you've done with the place. Very, hopeful. What do you want, Vox? Straight to the point. I appreciate that. Vox's smile didn't waver. We want the boy. Not to hurt him, heavens, no. To help him. To give him resources, training, opportunities that this charming little hotel simply can't provide. The boy has a name. Does he? How quaint. Valentino stepped forward, his many eyes fixed on Harry, who stood behind Charlie with Vaggie's hand on his shoulder. Hello, little one. I remember you. From years ago, in this very lobby. You said, no, to me then. I've been curious ever since. Harry met his gaze steadily. Harry remember you too. You wanted use Harry. Still want use Harry. But Harry not for using. Everyone's for using, sweetheart. That's how hell works. Valentino's smile was silk wrapped around knives. The question is who uses you, and how. With us, you'd have power. Influence. Safety. With them. He gestured at the hotel. You have dreams. Hopes. Pretty words that mean nothing when real danger comes. Real danger came, Harry said quietly. Verlag came. Harry faced him. Harry won. Valentino's smile flickered. Verlag is one threat. There are others. Older. Stronger. More patient. They're watching you, little one. They're interested. And interest from beings like that is not a good thing. Then they watch. Harry not afraid. You should be. No. Harry's voice was calm, certain. Harry not afraid because Harry have family. Harry have Charlie and Vaggie and hotel and fire that loves Harry. Harry have mama watching from somewhere, loving Harry always. Harry have heart that sees and knows and chooses. That more than enough. These exchanged glances. This is pointless, Velvet muttered. The child's brainwashed. We're wasting time. Not brainwashed, Harry corrected. Loved. Their difference. Vox's screen flickered with something that might have been frustration. Last chance, Charlie. Hand him over willingly, and we'll ensure the hotel's protection. Refuse, and what? Charlie stepped forward, her eyes blazing. You'll attack. You'll threaten. You'll do what exactly, Vox? The silence stretched. Then Vox laughed, a sound like static and broken glass. Fine. Keep your pet human. But remember, we're not the only ones interested. And the ones coming next won't be as polite. They left. The hotel residents breathed a collective sigh of relief. Harry, still standing behind Charlie, touched her arm gently. Charlie. Yes, baby. More coming. Vox right about that. Harry felt them. In dreams. Old things. Patient things. Watching. He looked up at her, his green eyes calm but serious. Harry not scared. But Charlie should be ready. Charlie pulled him close. I'm always ready, baby. For you. For them. For anything. The third overture came not as a visit, but as a message. It arrived in Charlie's office at midnight, written in fire on her desk. A single word, in a language so old that even she barely recognized it. Soon. Charlie stared at it for a long moment, her heart pounding. Then she called for Vaggie, for Malachar, for everyone who might understand what it meant. Malachar's face went pale when he saw it. This is not from any overlord I know, he said quietly. This is older. Much older. From the time before hell had rulers, before demons had hierarchies, before the Morningstar family claimed dominion. What does it mean? Charlie asked. It means something has been waiting. Something patient. Something that considers Verlag and the V's and even your father insignificant. Malachar met her eyes. Something that believes Harry belongs to it. Charlie's blood ran cold. Can we fight it? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Malachar looked at the burning word. But I know this, the child's power is growing. His fame is spreading. And attention from beings like this, attention changes things. Always. Harry felt the message arrive. He was in his room, asleep, dreaming of green fields and a cottage in the snow. But in the dream, something shifted. The sky darkened, the grass withered, and a voice, vast and terrible, whispered his name. Harry Potter. He turned, searching for the source. Harry Potter. Boy who lived, child who fell. You are becoming interesting. Interesting things attract attention. And attention, from ones like me, is not a gift. Who are you? Harry asked. I am what was before. Before hell. Before heaven. Before the separation that created your world and mine. I am the space between, the silence before sound, the darkness before light. The void. A pause. Then something that might have been surprise. You know of me. Harry felt you. When Harry fell. When Harry passed through. You watched. You let Harry through. Yes. I watched. I wondered. I let you pass because you were interesting. Even then. Even as an infant wrapped in love and death, you were interesting. And now you are more interesting still. A child who commands hellfire. A human who sees hearts. A being who chooses love in a place designed for hate. These things should not be possible. And yet, here you are. The void's presence shifted, becoming almost curious. I have watched many things in my existence, Harry Potter. Civilizations rise and fall. Stars ignite and gutter out. Souls be born and die and be born again. But I have never watched anything like you. Harry, just Harry. No. You are more than that. You are proof that the rules can be broken, that the expected can be defied, that even in damnation, hope can bloom. The void's voice softened. I do not know what you will become, little one. But I will watch. I will wait. I will wonder. And when the time comes for you to choose, really choose, I will be there. The dream faded. Harry woke with tears on his face and a strange peace in his heart. The next morning, he told Charlie everything. About the dream, about the void, about the watching and waiting and wondering. Charlie listened without interrupting, her face pale but steady. The void, she repeated. The space between worlds. It spoke to you. Not spoke exactly. Felt. Knew. Harry touched his chest. It's not bad, Charlie. Not like Verlag. Not like these. It's old. Very old. And curious. And maybe lonely. Lonely. Been alone forever. Watching everything. Never part of anything. Harry's eyes were sad. That sad, Charlie. That very sad. Even for Void. Charlie pulled him into a hug. Only you, she murmured. Only you could feel sorry for the void between worlds. Harry feels sorry for anyone alone. Everyone deserves someone. I know, baby. I know. News of the void's message spread, despite their best efforts to keep it quiet. Within a week, every overlord in Hell knew that something ancient had taken an interest in Harry. Within a month, the hotel was receiving visitors daily, demons of all shapes and sizes, come to see the child who had caught the attention of the space between worlds. Some came to gawk, some came to threaten, some came to offer alliances, protection, deals that would benefit both parties. Charlie refused them all. He's a child, she said, over and over. Not a curiosity. Not a bargaining chip. Not a weapon. A child. Leave him alone. Most left. Some didn't. The ones who didn't learned quickly that Vaggie's spear was still sharp, that the hotel's defenses had improved significantly, and that Harry himself was not as helpless as he appeared. The 4th month after Verlag's attack brought the most unexpected visitor yet. Lucifer Morningstar, Lord of Hell, appeared in the hotel lobby at noon on a Sunday, looking exactly as he always did, tired, elegant, ancient, and sad. Father. Charlie's voice was carefully controlled. You came. I said I would. Lucifer's eyes found Harry immediately, found him and held him with an intensity that made Charlie's protective instincts flare. So, this is the child. His name is Harry. Harry. Lucifer tasted the name. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who fell. The one the void watches. He knelt, actually knelt, to bring himself to Harry's level. Hello, young one. Harry studied him with those calm green eyes. You Charlie's father, he said. You Lord of Hell. You sad, like everyone say. But also, hopeful. Little bit. Because of Charlie. Lucifer's eyebrows rose. You see that? Harry see hearts. Yours is heavy. But not broken. Not yet. Harry tilted his head. You came to help. Or just to look. Both, I think. Lucifer smiled ruefully. I came to see the child who has changed my daughter. Who has made her happier than I've seen her in centuries. Who has given her hope when hope seemed impossible. He paused. And I came to warn you. Warn. The void's interest is not the only interest you've attracted. There are others. Older than me. Stronger than me. Beings who remember the time before hell, before heaven, before anything. Lucifer's ancient eyes were grave. They are waking, Harry. And they are curious about you. Harry absorbed this. Curious good or curious bad? I don't know. That's what worries me. Lucifer stood, looking down at the child who had somehow become the center of so many attention. You are extraordinary, Harry Potter. More extraordinary than, you know. But extraordinary attracts. Extraordinary invites. Extraordinary demands attention from things that should probably stay asleep. Harry not ask for this. No. None of us ask for what we become. We simply become it, one choice at a time. Lucifer's expression softened. Your choices so far have been good ones, child. Keep making them. Keep choosing love, choosing family, choosing hope. Those choices are your strength. They're what make you different from everything else in hell. Harry nodded slowly. Harry try, he promised. Harry always try. After Lucifer left, Charlie found Harry in the courtyard, sitting alone, watching the hellfire. Thinking again? She asked, sitting beside him. Always thinking. He leaned against her. Charlie, why everyone so interested in Harry? Harry just Harry. Harry not special. Harry just boy who fell and got found. Charlie put her arm around him. You're special because you don't think you're special, she said. That's what makes you different. That's what makes everyone notice. In a world full of beings obsessed with power, status, importance, you just want to love and be loved. That's rare, Harry. That's precious. Harry considered this. So Harry should keep being Harry. Always. No matter what. No matter who comes, what they offer, how they threaten. You be you. That's enough. That's always been enough. Harry smiled. Okay, Charlie. Harry be Harry. Forever. They sat together, watching the fire, as the hellish sun set over a city that was slowly, impossibly, beginning to change. The scar had always been part of him. Harry couldn't remember a time before it, couldn't remember the cottage, the green light, his mother's scream. Those memories lived in his dreams, in the visits from the pretty lady, in the deep places of his soul that only opened when he slept. But the scar was different. The scar was now, present, constant, a part of his body like his eyes or his hands or his heart. He'd learned to read its moods over the years. When it was calm, everything was fine. When it flickered gently, something interesting was happening nearby. When it burned, really burned, with that golden light that made demons stare, danger was coming. But lately, it had been doing something new. It ached. Not painfully. Not like an injury. More like a memory of pain, a phantom sensation that came and went without warning. Harry felt it most at night, when the hotel was quiet and the hellfire burned low. The ache would start deep in his scar and spread outward, through his forehead, into his thoughts, until he couldn't think of anything else. Something was coming. Something connected to the scar. Something connected to before. Charlie noticed the change before Harry said anything. He was quieter than usual at breakfast, pushing food around his plate without eating. His eyes kept drifting to things that weren't there, shadows, maybe, or memories only he could see. And his scar was pulsing with that golden light, steady as a heartbeat. Harry. She reached across the table, touching his hand. Baby, what's wrong? Harry blinked, focusing on her with effort. Charlie. Sorry. Harry was, somewhere else. Where? Don't know. Place that isn't here. Place that feels like before. Like falling. He touched his scar. It hurts, Charlie. Not bad hurt. Just, remembering hurt. Like something wants Harry to remember. Charlie's heart clenched. Remember what? Don't know. Something important. Something coming. His green eyes met hers, and for a moment they looked older, much older, than 7 years. Something from the other world. The world Harry came from. Vaggie was summoned immediately. She arrived in the dining room, spear in hand, ready for battle. When she saw Harry's scar pulsing, her expression shifted from readiness to concern. How long has it been doing that? Few days, Harry said. Getting stronger. Like something calling to it. Calling how? Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. Like feeling someone think about you. From far away. They thinking hard. They wanting find you. And scar answering. Without Harry meaning to. Vaggie and Charlie exchanged glances. Could it be wizards? Charlie asked. His mother said they were looking for him. Maybe. Or something else. Vaggie knelt before Harry, her single eye studying his face. Kid, can you feel anything else? Any flavor to the thoughts? Good, bad, hungry, scared. Harry concentrated harder. Angry, he said finally. Very angry. And, in pain. No, not pain. Something like pain. Something missing. Something they want back. Vaggie's expression darkened. Voldemort, she breathed. Charlie's blood ran cold. She'd heard the name from Harry's dreams, from Lily's whispered warnings. The monster who had killed Harry's parents. The reason Harry had fallen in the first place. He's alive, Charlie whispered. How is he alive? Don't know. But if he's thinking about Harry, if he's looking for Harry, that's bad. That's very, very bad. Harry looked between them, his young face troubled. Voldemort, he repeated. That the one who made green light? Who made Mama scream? Charlie pulled him close. Yes, baby. That's the one. Harry felt him. In Scar. He's part of Harry somehow. Like his magic touched Harry and left something behind. Harry touched his scar. This isn't just from Mama's love. It's from him too. From the killing. From the green light. Both together, making Harry what Harry is. The room was silent. Then Vaggie spoke, her voice hard. Then we need to prepare. If that monster is looking for Harry, if he's somehow alive and searching, he'll find a way through eventually. And when he does, we need to be ready. The next week brought more changes. Harry's scar pulsed constantly now, a steady golden glow that never faded. He could feel Voldemort's thoughts at the edge of his consciousness, not clearly, not in words, but as emotions. Rage, triumph, hunger, and underneath it all, a desperate, burning need to find the child who had escaped. The hotel residents noticed. They gave Harry wider berths, spoke more softly in his presence, watched him with eyes that held a new kind of fear. Not fear of Harry himself, they'd long since learned he wasn't dangerous to them. But fear of what was coming. Fear of what his scar meant. Malachar spent hours with Harry, teaching him to shield his mind. The connection works both ways, the ancient demon explained. If you can feel him, he can feel you. The stronger your emotions, the clearer your signal. You must learn to quiet your thoughts, to hide your feelings, to become invisible to his seeking. How? Harry asked. Meditation. Control. The same skills you use to manage your power, but turned inward instead of outward. Malachar placed a clawed hand on Harry's shoulder. Close your eyes. Breathe. Feel the thoughts in your mind, not as enemies, but as visitors. Observe them without engaging. Let them pass through you like water through a sieve. Harry tried. It was harder than anything he'd ever done. Voldemort's presence was so strong, so insistent, so angry that it felt like trying to ignore someone screaming in his ear. But slowly, gradually, he learned to create distance. To observe without absorbing. To let the rage flow past without touching him. Good, Malachar murmured. Very good. You're a natural at this, little one. Harry have practice, Harry said, eyes still closed. Practice hiding feelings from self. When scared, when sad, when missing. Mama. Harry learned to put those away so Charlie not worry. Malachar's ancient face softened. You should not have to hide your feelings, child. Not from those who love you. Harry no. But Harry also know Charlie worry enough. Harry not want add more. He opened his eyes, and they were calm, clear, steady. Harry okay. Harry strong. Harry keep learning. The first breakthrough came 10 days after the scar began pulsing. Harry was in his room, meditating, when the connection suddenly sharpened. For the first time, he could hear words, not just emotions, but actual thoughts, filtered through the bond like whispers through a wall. Must find him. The boy. The prophecy. The one who escaped. Harry's eyes snapped open. He's alive. I feel him. Somewhere. Not here. Not anywhere I know. But connected. Always connected. Through the scar. Through the blood. Through the magic that failed to kill him. Harry's heart pounded. I will find you, Harry Potter. However long it takes. Whatever worlds I must cross. You are mine. You have always been mine. And I will have you back. The connection severed. Harry sat trembling, the words echoing in his mind. He told Charlie everything. Charlie listened with growing horror, her arms wrapped around him, her face pale. When he finished, she held him tighter. He's looking for you, she whispered. He's actually looking. Yes. And he won't stop. Harry felt that. He's like Verlag but different. Verlag hungry for power. This one hungry for Harry. Specifically Harry. Like Harry is key to something. A prophecy, Charlie breathed. Your mother mentioned a prophecy. Mama said Harry would have to choose. Maybe this is why. Maybe Voldemort part of choice. Charlie was quiet for a long moment. Then she stood, her expression hardening into something Harry had rarely seen. The face of a princess who had been pushed too far. Then we prepare, we fortify, we train, we make this hotel into a fortress that no wizard, no demon, no anything can breach. She looked at Harry, and her eyes were fierce with love. And we make sure that monster never, ever gets close to you. Harry smiled weakly. Charlie scary when Charlie protect. Damn right I'm scary. I'm a morning star. Scary is in my blood. The following months brought intense preparation. Vaggie doubled Harry's training, pushing him harder than ever before. He learned combat techniques, defensive spells, ways to use his telekinesis in battle. He learned to call the hellfire at will, to shape it into weapons and shields, to make it an extension of his own body. Malachar taught him mental defense, building walls in his mind that even Voldemort couldn't breach. He learned to hide his thoughts, to mask his emotions, to become a shadow in the psychic landscape. Carmilla visited regularly, bringing new weapons for Harry to master. The blade she'd given him became his constant companion, small enough for his child's hands but sharp enough to cut through demonic flesh. He practiced with it until the movements were automatic, until it felt like part of him. And through it all, the scar pulsed. Steady. Constant. A reminder that somewhere, in a world Harry had never known, a monster was looking for him. Harry turned 8 in the midst of preparation. The hotel threw a party anyway, smaller than previous years, more subdued, but still full of love. Demons brought gifts, sang songs, told stories. The hellfire blazed in celebration. For one night, everyone pretended that everything was normal. Harry appreciated it more than he could say. "Charlie," he said quietly, as the party wound down, "thank you. For everything. For finding Harry. For keeping Harry. For loving Harry even when loving Harry dangerous." Charlie hugged him close. "Loving you is never dangerous, baby. Loving you is the best thing I've ever done." Harry smiled against her shoulder. "Harry love you too, Charlie. Most in all worlds." That night, the connection opened again. But this time, it was different. Harry felt Voldemort's presence, yes, the rage, the hunger, the obsessive need. But underneath it, something else. Something that felt almost like fear. "The barrier weakens," Voldemort's thoughts whispered. "I feel it. Something on the other side. Something powerful. Something that should not exist." Harry concentrated, pushing back along the connection. "Who are you?" he thought. "What do you want?" A pause. Then shock. Pure, electric shock, rippling through the bond. "You can speak to me." Harry can. Harry always could. Harry just learned to hide. Harry. The name was tasted, examined, consumed. Harry Potter. My destiny. My prophecy. My. Harry not yours. Harry Charlie's. Harry Vaggie's. Harry Hotels. Harry never yours. Rage flared, blinding, burning, absolute. "You are mine. Born to be mine. Marked as mine." The prophecy said. Prophecies lie. Mama told Harry. Prophecies show paths. Harry choose which path to walk. Harry choose Charlie. Harry choose love. Harry choose family. You not part of that. Silence. Then, quietly, dangerously. "You have changed, Harry Potter. Hell has changed you. But I will change you back. I will find you. I will bring you home. And then you will understand what you truly are." The connection severed. Harry sat in the darkness, trembling but calm. He had spoken to Voldemort. He had faced him, even through the bond, and refused to be afraid. He had chosen. And that choice had made him stronger. The next morning, he told Charlie about the conversation. Charlie listened with a mixture of pride and terror. "You talked to him." Actually talked. Through the bond. He was surprised. Angry. Said Harry changed. Harry smiled slightly. Harry told him Harry not his. Harry yours. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. "Baby, that's incredible. And terrifying. But incredible." Harry not scared anymore, Charlie. Harry was scared before. Scared of what coming, scared of what Harry becoming, scared of Voldemort finding Harry. But now, he touched his scar, which pulsed gently. Now Harry can face him. Not with power. With choice. With love. With family. Those things stronger than his rage. Charlie pulled him into a hug. "When did you get so wise?" Harry always wise. Just took time to show it. Charlie laughed through her tears. The weeks that followed brought a strange peace. Voldemort's presence in the scar didn't diminish, but it changed. The rage was still there, the hunger, the obsessive need. But underneath, something new had appeared. Something that felt almost like respect. Harry didn't question it. He simply accepted it, the way he accepted the scar itself, as part of himself, part of his story, part of what made him who he was. He continued training, continued learning, continued growing. The hotel residents continued their slow transformation, becoming more of a family with each passing day. And the hellfire continued burning, warm and protective, watching over them all. The mark that glowed had become more than a scar. It was a bridge, a connection, a reminder that Harry belonged to two worlds, carried two legacies, faced two destinies. But in the end, he belonged to himself. And that, he was learning, was the most important thing of all. The training room smelled like sweat and steel and the faint tang of old blood. Vaggie loved it. She'd spent millennia in rooms like this, practicing, fighting, killing, surviving. The training room was the one place where all the noise in her head went quiet, where the only thing that mattered was the next move, the next strike. The next breath. It was simpler than the world outside. Cleaner. More honest. And now, she was sharing it with Harry. He'd grown in the years since his arrival, 9 years old now, tall for his age, with his mother's green eyes and his father's messy hair and something else, something that belonged only to him. He stood across from her in the training circle, a practice blade in his hand, his scar flickering gently with that familiar golden light. "Ready?" Vaggie asked. Harry nodded, his expression serious. "Ready. Then show me what you've learned." They'd been training together for 5 years now, since Harry was 4 and first asked to learn. In that time, Vaggie had taught him everything she knew about combat: stance, footwork, timing, distance. She'd taught him to read an opponent's body, to predict attacks before they came, to move like water and strike like lightning. He'd learned quickly. Too quickly, sometimes. His power gave him advantages that normal fighters didn't have: enhanced reflexes, telekinetic control, the ability to sense danger before it arrived. But Vaggie had learned to work with those advantages, to build them into his training, to make them part of his foundation rather than crutches he relied on. Today's session was different. Today, they were testing something new. The first exchange was fast, Vaggie attacking, Harry defending. His blade caught hers, turned it aside, countered with a strike that would have landed if she hadn't shifted at the last moment. They separated, circled, attacked again. Better this time. Harry anticipated her move, slipped under her guard, landed a hit on her side. Not hard, she barely felt it through her armor, but clean. Technical. Good, Vaggie acknowledged. You're reading my rhythm. Harry, practice, he said, slightly breathless. Harry, watch Vaggie move. See patterns. Predict where Vaggie go next. Don't just predict. Feel. Vaggie attacked again, a flurry of strikes that forced him back. Your power lets you sense things normal fighters can't. Use it. Don't think, feel. Harry closed his eyes. For a moment, everything was still. Then he moved, not dodging, not blocking, but flowing around her attacks like water around stones. His blade found openings that shouldn't have existed, touched her armor in places that would have been lethal in real combat. When he opened his eyes, Vaggie was staring at him. Kid, that was incredible. Harry felt it. Like Vaggie said. Felt where attacks going before they came. Felt where openings were. Didn't think, just moved. Vaggie lowered her blade slowly. You've been holding back, she realized. All this time, you've been holding back. Harry not mean to. Harry just didn't know could do that. Didn't know how to let go. Well, now you know. Vaggie's single eye was fierce with something that might have been pride. Now we build on it. Now we make it part of everything you do. Harry smiled, that smile. Harry ready. The training intensified after that day. Vaggie pushed him harder than ever before, testing the limits of his abilities, forcing him to rely on his instincts rather than his thoughts. He learned to fight with his eyes closed, to sense opponents through walls, to move through combat like a dancer through a choreographed routine. The hellfire helped. It was always there, always watching, always ready to assist. When Harry needed to sense something beyond normal perception, the fire showed him. When he needed to move faster than his body should allow, the fire lent him speed. When he needed to strike harder than his small frame could manage, the fire strengthened his blows. Fire and Harry are partners, he explained to Vaggie one day. Fire help Harry, Harry help fire. Together. Strong. Vaggie nodded slowly. Like you and me. Harry considered this. Different. Vaggie and Harry partners too. But Vaggie teach Harry. Fire just, be with Harry. Both important. Both part of who Harry is. Vaggie felt something warm in her chest, that thing she'd been feeling more often lately, the thing she still couldn't name. Keep training, she said gruffly. We're not done yet. Harry grinned and returned to his stance. The other residents noticed the change in Harry. He moved differently now, more fluid, more aware, more present. His eyes tracked movements that others didn't see. His body responded to threats before his mind registered them. Even his scar seemed different, pulsing with a steady rhythm that matched his heartbeat. He's becoming something, Husk observed one night at the bar. Something more than just a kid with power. He's always been something more, Charlie replied quietly. Now he's learning what? You scared, terrified. Charlie's voice was honest, but also proud, also hopeful, also everything in between. Husk grunted. That's parenting, I guess. Yeah, Charlie smiled softly. That's parenting. The first real test of Harry's new skills came 3 weeks later. A group of lesser demons, bounty hunters, probably, sent by someone who wanted the reward for capturing the hotel's famous human, tried to infiltrate the building at night. They came through the basement, through the same foundation Harry had healed years ago, thinking they could move unseen. Harry sensed them the moment they entered. He was in his room, asleep, but his body knew. His eyes opened before the alarm sounded, before Vaggie's instincts triggered, before anyone else in the hotel realized they had company. He slid out of bed, grabbed his blade, and moved. The hunters never saw him coming. They were experienced, 4 of them, armed with weapons designed to subdue demonic targets. They moved silently, communicated with hand signals, checked corners with practiced efficiency. They'd done this 100 times before. They'd never faced anything like Harry. He came from the shadows like they were part of him, moving so quietly that even their enhanced senses didn't detect him until it was too late. The first one fell to a precise strike that disabled without killing. The second followed moments later, his weapon clattering uselessly to the floor. The third and fourth spun, weapons raised, and found themselves facing a child with glowing green eyes and a blade that burned with hellfire. "Who sent you?" Harry asked quietly. The hunters exchanged glances. "Answer," Harry said, and something in his voice made them shiver. Harry not want hurt, but Harry protect family. If you here to hurt family, Harry hurt you first. The third hunter, a scarred demon with too many teeth, laughed nervously. "You're just a kid. You can't." He stopped. Because suddenly he couldn't move. Couldn't speak. Couldn't do anything except stand frozen as Harry's power wrapped around him like invisible chains. Harry asked question, Harry said. Harry want answer. The fourth hunter, smarter than his companion, answered quickly. Vox sent us. Wanted the boy alive. Wanted to study him, use him, maybe trade him to someone higher. He was shaking. Please, we didn't know, we thought it was just a job. Vox. Harry's expression didn't change. Harry remember Vox. Came to hotel before. Wanted use Harry then too. He released the third hunter, who collapsed gasping. You tell Vox something for Harry. The fourth hunter nodded frantically. Tell Vox Harry not for using. Tell Vox Harry protect family. Tell Vox if he send more, Harry come find him. Harry not want fight, but Harry will. For family. The hunters fled. Harry stood alone in the basement. His blade still burning, his heart pounding with adrenaline he refused to show. Then Charlie's voice from behind him. Harry. He turned. She stood in the doorway, Vaggie beside her, both staring at him with expressions he couldn't read. Charlie. His voice was small again, childlike. Harry sorry. Harry didn't mean to. Charlie crossed the space and pulled him into a hug. Don't apologize, she whispered. You protected us. You were brave. You were amazing. She held him tighter. I'm so proud of you, baby. So impossibly proud. Harry relaxed against her. Harry scared, he admitted quietly. Inside. But outside, Harry couldn't show. Had to be strong. Had to protect. That's courage, baby. That's exactly what courage is. Vaggie examined the aftermath while Charlie comforted Harry. The hunters had left weapons behind. Good ones, professional grade. She collected them for the hotel's armory, noting the Vox insignia on several. The message was clear, the V's hadn't given up. They were just waiting for the right moment. They'll try again, she told Charlie later, after Harry was asleep. Vox doesn't give up. None of them do. I know. Charlie sat beside her, exhausted but determined. We'll be ready. Harry was ready tonight. Without alarms, without warning, without anyone else knowing. He sensed them, stopped them, sent them running. Vaggie shook her head slowly. Charlie, he's 9 years old. What's he going to be like at 15? At 20? I don't know. Charlie's voice was quiet. But I know he'll be good. I know he'll use whatever he becomes to protect people, not hurt them. That's who he is, Vaggie. That's who we raised. Vaggie was silent for a long moment. Then she said, very softly, we did good, didn't we? With him. Charlie took her hand. Yeah, we did good. The next morning, Harry was back to normal, or as normal as he ever was. He ate breakfast with the residents, helped Husk clean glasses, played with his winged spider in the courtyard. The night's events might never have happened. But Charlie noticed the difference. He was more alert now, more aware. His eyes tracked the room constantly, cataloging exits, identifying potential threats, noting who was where. It wasn't paranoia, it was preparation. The kind of awareness that came from knowing danger could arrive at any moment. Vaggie's training is working, she murmured to herself. Working very well, Malachar agreed, appearing beside her. The child has become what the hotel needs him to be. A protector. A guardian. A shield for those who cannot shield themselves. Is that what we needed him to be? Charlie asked quietly. I wanted him to be happy. Safe. Loved. Not a warrior. The two are not mutually exclusive, princess. He is happy. He is loved. He is also learning to protect what he loves. That is not a tragedy. That is growth. Malachar's ancient eyes were kind. You have given him a gift greater than safety. You have given him purpose. Purpose that he chooses, freely, because it flows from his love for you in this place. Charlie absorbed this. I just don't want him to lose himself. To become so focused on protecting that he forgets how to just be. Then teach him balance. Show him that rest is as important as training, that joy is as valuable as vigilance. Malachar smiled slightly. You are his mother, Charlie. No one knows better what he needs. That afternoon, Charlie took Harry to the courtyard. No training, no weapons, just them and the hellfire and the strange, beautiful sky of hell. Charlie. Harry looked up at her, puzzled. No training today, not today. Today we just be. Harry considered this. Then he smiled, really smiled, the way he used to when he was small. Harry liked that. Harry liked being with Charlie. They sat together, watching the fire dance. Harry leaned against her, warm and solid, his scar pulsing gently with each breath. Charlie, he said after a while, Harry been thinking. About what? About what Harry want to be. When grown. Not just protector. Not just fighter. Something more. Charlie's heart swelled. What, baby? Harry want be like Charlie. Want help people find hope. Want show demons they can be good. Want make hotel bigger, better, able to help more. He looked up at her, his green eyes earnest. Harry want continue what Charlie started. When Charlie ready to rest. Harry want carry dream forward. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. Harry, that's the most beautiful thing anyone's ever said to me. Harry mean it. Every word. Charlie gave Harry home, family, love. Harry want give that to others. Want be reason someone else finds hope, like Charlie was reason for Harry. Charlie pulled him close, holding him tight. You already are, baby. You already are. That night, Harry dreamed of his mother. She was older in the dream, not aged, but present in a way she hadn't been before. More solid, more real. She stood in a field of green, watching him approach with that sad, loving smile. My brave boy, she said. You've grown so much, Mama. Harry ran to her, throwing his arms around her. She felt real, warm, solid, alive. Mama, Harry miss you so much. I miss you too, my love. Every moment. But I'm so proud of you. So proud of the person you're becoming. Harry trying. Harry learning. Harry want be good. Want protect family like you protected Harry. Lily knelt before him, taking his face in her hands. You're already good, Harry. The best. Braver than I ever was. Stronger than I ever could be. Her eyes were bright with tears. But you need to know something. Something important. What, Mama? The one who killed me, Voldemort, he's not just looking for you. He's connected to you. Through the scar. Through the magic that failed to kill you. Part of him lives in you, Harry. Has always lived in you. Harry's eyes widened. That why Harry can feel him. That why Scar reacts. Yes. And that's why, when he comes, when he finally finds a way through, you'll have a choice to make. A choice about what to do with that connection. Whether to embrace it, fight it, or transform it into something else entirely. Harry was quiet, processing. What should Harry choose, Mama? Lily smiled, that same smile, warm and sad and full of love. I can't tell you that, my brave boy. That choice has to be yours. But I can tell you this, whatever you choose, I'll be proud. Whatever you become, I'll love you. And wherever you go, I'll be watching. She kissed his forehead, right where the scar burned gold. Then she faded, and Harry woke. He lay in the darkness, thinking about what she'd said. Voldemort was part of him. Had always been part of him. The scar wasn't just a mark, it was a connection, a bond, a bridge between killer and victim that should never have existed. But it did exist. And Harry had to decide what to do about it. He thought about Charlie, about her dream of redemption. He thought about the hotel, about demons learning to be better. He thought about Vaggie's training, about learning to fight without losing himself. And he thought about the choice his mother had mentioned. The choice that would change everything. Harry not know what to choose, he whispered to the darkness. But Harry know Harry will choose love. Always love. That what Mama taught. That what Charlie shows. That what Harry believes. The scar pulsed once, warm, approving. And Harry slept. The next morning, he found Vaggie in the training room, already practicing. Vaggie, can Harry ask something? Vaggie paused, mid-strike. Sure, kid, what's up? Harry been thinking about choices. About what Harry will do when bad things come. About how to be strong without becoming bad. Vaggie lowered her spear, giving him her full attention. That's a big question for a 9-year-old. Harry have big thoughts sometimes. Clearly. Vaggie sat on a training bench, patting the space beside her. Talk to me. Harry sat, swinging his legs. Mama visited last night, told Harry Voldemort part of Harry. Through scar, through magic, through connection Harry didn't know about. He touched his forehead. She said when he comes, when he find way through, Harry have to choose. Choose what to do with connection. Vaggie absorbed this. And you're worried about making the wrong choice. Yes. What if Harry chooses wrong? What if Harry becomes bad because of connection? What if? Stop. Vaggie's voice was firm but gentle. Kid, listen to me. The fact that you're asking these questions, the fact that you're worried about becoming bad, that's proof you won't. Bad people don't worry about being bad. They just are. Harry considered this. Charlie said similar. When Harry was smaller. Charlie's smart. You should listen to her. Vaggie put a hand on his shoulder. When the time comes, you'll know what to choose. Not because you're powerful, not because you're special, but because you're good. And good people, when faced with hard choices, find a way to make the right one. Harry looked at her, his green eyes searching. Vaggie really believe that. I really believe that. Vaggie's voice was rough with emotion she rarely showed. I've been in hell a long time, kid. I've seen a lot of evil. And I've learned that the only thing that truly fights evil is love. Love for family, love for home, love for the people who matter most. You have that, Harry. You have more of it than anyone I've ever met. That's not going to disappear because of some scar or some monster. Harry smiled, that smile, the one that made everything better. Harry love you, Vaggie. Vaggie pulled him into a rare hug. Love you too, kid. More than I thought I could love anything. The concept came to Harry in a dream. Not from his mother this time, from somewhere else. Somewhere older. The void, maybe, or the fire, or simply the deep places of his own mind where power lived and waited and grew. He dreamed of light, not hellfire, not the green of the killing curse, but something else. Something silver. Something that felt like hope made visible. In the dream, he stood in a dark place, surrounded by shadows that whispered and reached and hungered. They were like Verlag but smaller, more numerous, dementors, his mind supplied, though he'd never heard the word before. Creatures that fed on happiness, on hope, on everything good. And against them, he raised his hand and spoke words he didn't know. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from him, not attacking, not destroying, but protecting. It took shape, became something vast and beautiful, and the shadows fled before it. Harry woke with the word on his lips and wonder in his heart. He found Charlie at breakfast, still half lost in the dream. Charlie. Harry need ask something. Charlie looked up from her coffee, immediately attentive. What is it, baby? What's a Patronus? Charlie blinked. A what? Patronus. Harry dreamed it. Word came from somewhere. In dream, Harry spoke it and light came, silver light, and shadows ran away. He touched his scar, which was pulsing gently. Harry think it's from before. From wizard world. From magic Harry never learned. Charlie was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she called for Vaggie. Vaggie arrived with her usual speed, spear in hand, ready for anything. When she heard the question, her expression shifted to something Charlie rarely saw, uncertainty. A Patronus, Vaggie repeated slowly. That's wizard magic. Advanced stuff. Used to fight dark creatures that feed on happy memories. Harry saw it in dream. Felt it. Like it was calling to Harry. He looked at them both. Can Harry learn it? Here. In hell. Vaggie and Charlie exchanged glances. I don't see why not, Charlie said slowly. Your power comes from both worlds, wizard and demon, human and something else. If anyone could cast a Patronus in hell, it would be you. But we need to be careful, Vaggie added. Wizard magic in hell, that's unknown territory. Could work, could explode, could do something none of us expect. Harry nodded seriously. Harry understand. Harry be careful. The first attempt was that afternoon. Harry stood in the training room, Vaggie watching from the side, Charlie nearby for support. He closed his eyes, reaching for the feeling from his dream, the silver light, the hope, the protection. Expecto Patronum. Nothing happened. He tried again, and again, and again. Each time, the words felt right, the intention was there, but the magic wouldn't come. Maybe it's the memories, Vaggie suggested. Patronus spells need a happy memory. Really happy. Strong enough to push back darkness. Harry thought about happy memories. Charlie finding him in the crater. Vaggie teaching him to fight. The hotel residents singing at his birthday party. The hellfire bending to play with him. He tried again. This time, something flickered, a wisp of silver light, there and gone. But it wasn't the pure silver of his dream. It was tinged with gold. With red. With the colors of hellfire. Did you see that? Charlie breathed. Harry saw. It was different. Not like dream. Try again. But don't force it. Let it come. Harry closed his eyes, breathing deeply. He thought of Charlie's smile. Vaggie's rare hugs. The way the fire warmed him when he was scared. The love that surrounded him every moment in this impossible place. Expecto Patronum. The light that exploded from him was not silver. It was golden red and orange, the colors of hellfire, but brighter, so bright that Charlie and Vaggie had to look away. It filled the training room with warmth, with safety, with the feeling of being home. And at its center, taking shape from the flames, something emerged. It was beautiful. And terrible. A creature of light and fire, part wolf and part phoenix and part something no one had ever seen. Its eyes burned with golden flame. Its wings spread wide, casting protective shadows. And when it looked at Harry, its expression held recognition. Love. Devotion. What? Vaggie whispered, is that? Harry stared at the creature, wonder flooding through him. It's Harry's Patronus, he breathed. But different. Made of hellfire instead of silver. Made of this world instead of the other. The creature turned to face them, and Charlie felt her heart stop. It was looking at her with those golden eyes, and in them she saw something she'd never expected to see in hell, purity. Absolute, unquestionable goodness. Not the forced goodness of demons trying to be better, the real thing. The kind that existed in Harry's heart, made visible and given form. It's beautiful, she whispered. The creature seemed to smile. Then it turned back to Harry, nuzzled against him once, and dissolved into sparks that rained down like golden snow. Harry collapsed. Not from exhaustion, from emotion. The Patronus had taken something from him, something deep and precious, and in its passing he felt both drained and fuller than he'd ever been. Charlie caught him, held him, rocked him gently. It's okay, baby. I've got you. Charlie, Harry whispered. Did Harry do good? Was Patronus right? It was perfect, baby. Absolutely perfect. The fire, it mixed with the spell. Made something new. Something that belongs to both worlds. He looked up at her, his green eyes bright with tears. Harry think that's what Harry is too. Both worlds. Both magics. Both homes. And that's okay. That's good. Charlie held him tighter. Yeah, baby. That's good. News of the demon Patronus spread quickly. Within days, demons from across hell were coming to see it, not the creature itself, which only appeared when Harry summoned it, but the proof. The burned patterns on the training room floor where the light had touched. The warmth that lingered in the air. The sense of peace that now permeated that part of the hotel. What did he do? One demon asked, staring at the scorched stone. He made hope visible, Charlie answered. He made protection real. He made something beautiful in a place where beauty shouldn't exist. The demon looked at her, then at the marks on the floor, then back at her. That's not possible. Not here. And yet, the demon had no answer. Carmilla came again, this time with her daughters. They were young, younger than Harry, even, and they looked at him with wide eyes and curious expressions. Harry, who had never been around children his own age, didn't know what to do. Hello, he tried. The smaller daughter, Clara, hid behind her mother's legs. The older, Odette, stepped forward boldly. "You're the human," she said. "The one who makes light. Harry make light sometimes. When Harry need protect. Can you show us?" Harry looked at Carmilla, who nodded slightly. He closed his eyes, reached for the happy memories, spoke the words. Expecto Patronum. The creature emerged, golden red and blazing with protective fire. It circled the room once, twice, then settled before Odette, watching her with those ancient golden eyes. Odette stared. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "It's not scary at all." "Patronus not scary," Harry agreed. "Patronus protect. Patronus love. Patronus made of Harry's happy thoughts." Odette reached out slowly, tentatively, and touched the creature's nose. The light flared, warm, gentle, welcoming. And Odette smiled. Carmilla watched with an expression Charlie couldn't read. When the Patronus finally dissolved, she crossed to Harry and knelt before him. "You gave my daughter a gift," she said quietly. "A memory she'll carry forever." "Thank you." Harry blushed. Harry just showed what Harry could do. Odette asked nicely. Harry always answer nice questions. Carmilla studied him for a long moment. "You are extraordinary," she said. "And I am grateful, for the first time in millennia, that extraordinary exists in this world." The Patronus became part of Harry's regular practice after that. He summoned it daily, learning to control its form, its duration, its intensity. Sometimes it appeared as the wolf phoenix creature. Sometimes it took other shapes, a stag, like his father's Patronus, though he didn't know that yet. Sometimes it was simply light, formless but powerful, pushing back the shadows that always lurked at the edges of hell. The hotel residents grew accustomed to it. When Harry practiced, they gathered to watch, not from curiosity anymore, but from need. The Patronus's presence made them feel things they'd forgotten. Peace, safety, hope. He's healing them, Charlie realized one day. Every time he summons that thing, he's healing them a little more. Or reminding them they can heal themselves, Vaggie suggested. Showing them what's possible. Same thing, different words. The second test came without warning. Harry was in the courtyard, practicing with the Patronus, when the shadows around him suddenly thickened. Became solid. Became hungry. Dementors. Not real ones, nothing from the wizard world could enter hell without invitation. But something like them. Something that had felt the Patronus's light and come to investigate. Something that fed on hope and hated what Harry represented. They emerged from the darkness in a wave, a dozen of them, maybe more, their forms shifting and reaching and starving. Harry didn't run. He stood his ground, raised his hand, and spoke. Expecto Patronum. The creature exploded from him, larger than ever before, its golden light blazing with protective fury. It hit the shadow things like a wave, scattering them, burning them, driving them back into the darkness they'd come from. In seconds, it was over. Harry stood alone in the courtyard, breathing hard, his Patronus circling protectively above him. Charlie burst through the door. "Harry, what happened?" Shadows came. Hungry shadows. Patronus sent them away. He looked up at her, calm despite everything. "Harry, okay, Charlie. Patronus protect." Charlie pulled him close. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered. So impossibly proud. That night, Harry dreamed of his father. James Potter stood in a field of green, his messy hair exactly like Harry's, his glasses slightly askew. He was smiling, a warm, open smile that made Harry's heart ache. "Dad," Harry whispered. "Hey, champ." James's voice was exactly as Lily had described it, warm, playful, full of love. "Your mother's been telling me about you. About the Patronus. About everything. Harry, miss you. Both. So much. We miss you too, son. More than words can say." James crossed to him, knelt, pulled him into a hug. Harry felt solid warmth, real presence, father. "But we're so proud of you. So proud of the person you're becoming. Harry trying. Harry learning. You're doing more than trying. You're becoming. And that Patronus, do you know what form it took tonight?" Harry thought about it. Wolf. Phoenix. Something between. It's a wolf, Harry. Like my Patronus. Like mine was, before. James's voice caught. "You didn't know that. But your magic did. Your heart did. It reached across worlds and found me, found my form, made it part of your protection." Harry's eyes widened. "Harry, carry you. Inside. Even without knowing. Always, son. Always." James smiled through tears. We're part of you. Me, your mother, the love we gave you, it's all there. All part of who you are. That's why your Patronus is so strong. That's why it can be made of hellfire and still be pure. Because the love at its core is pure. Untouchable. Eternal. Harry held his father tight. Harry won't forget, he promised. Harry won't ever forget. I know, son. I know. The dream faded, leaving Harry with tears on his face and warmth in his heart. The next morning, he told Charlie about the dream. Charlie listened with wonder and sadness and pride. Your father, she breathed. He came to you. Yes. He said Patronus was like his. Said Harry carry him inside without knowing. Harry touched his chest. Harry have both now. Mama and Daddy. Inside. Always. Charlie hugged him. Yes, baby. You do. And they'll never leave you. Harry smiled against her shoulder. Charlie. He said quietly. Harry think maybe that's what Patronus really is. Not just spell. Not just magic. Love made visible. Protection made real. Hope made solid. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. That's exactly what it is, baby. That's exactly what you are. The dreams changed after the Patronus. Not the content. Harry still saw his mother in fields of green, still heard her lullaby, still felt her love wrapping around him like warmth. But something was different now. Something deeper. In the dreams, he could feel his soul. Not as a concept. Not as a metaphor. As a thing. Real and present and pulsing with light. It was beautiful. And terrifying. Because Harry's soul wasn't one color. It wasn't pure silver like the Patronus should have been. It wasn't gold like the hellfire that loved him. It was both. And neither. And something else entirely. In the dreams, he could see it clearly. A sphere of light at his core, shot through with threads of every color imaginable. Gold from the fire. Silver from his mother's love. Green from the killing curse that had marked him. Red from something else. Something that felt like hell itself. Like the ancient magic of this place, like the void that had let him pass. And at the very center, a spark of something none of those colors could touch. Something him. Something that belonged only to Harry. He woke from the dreams trembling. Charlie was there, as always, her hand on his forehead, her voice soft with concern. Baby. Another dream. Different dream, Charlie. Dream about Harry's soul. He sat up, reaching for her. Charlie, Harry's soul is wrong. Is many things. Not one thing like should be. Charlie gathered him close. What do you mean, baby? Colors. So many colors. Gold and silver and green and red and more. All mixed together. All part of Harry. He looked up at her, his green eyes wide with fear. Is Harry broken, Charlie? Is soul supposed to be one color? Charlie didn't know how to answer. She'd existed for millennia, had seen countless souls pass through hell, had learned to read their colors the way humans learn to read words. And she'd never, not once, seen a soul with more than one dominant color. Harry was right. His soul was wrong. But wrong didn't mean bad. Baby, she said carefully, I don't know what your soul is supposed to look like. But I know what it is. It's kind. It's loving. It's brave. Those things don't change based on color. Harry considered this. What if colors mean something? What if they show what Harry is? What Harry becoming? Then we'll face that together. Like we've faced everything. Charlie cupped his face in her hands. You are not broken, Harry Potter. You are the most whole person I've ever known. Whatever your soul looks like, whatever it means, that doesn't change who you are. Who you've always been. Harry relaxed slightly. Charlie always know what to say. Charlie has had a lot of practice saying the right thing to scare demons. You're just the most important one. Harry smiled, small, but real. The next day, Charlie called for help. Malachar came first, his ancient eyes widening when Harry described the dream soul. Multiple colors, he breathed. That's not possible. Souls are forged in a single moment, from a single source. They don't. He stopped, staring at Harry. Unless what? Charlie demanded. Unless the soul was broken. And healed. And broken again. And healed again. Each time taking on something new from whatever touched it. Malachar's voice was barely a whisper. Princess, if what I'm thinking is true, this child's soul has been touched by more forces than any soul in existence. What forces? Love, death, hell itself, the void between worlds. And, he looked at Harry's scar, pulsing gently with golden light. And whatever dark magic tried to kill him, that left something behind too. A fragment, an echo, part of the killer, trapped in the victim. Harry's hand went to his scar. Voldemort, he whispered. Part of him is in Harry. In Harry's soul. I don't know, but it's possible. Likely, even. Molachar's ancient face was grave. The killing curse doesn't usually leave survivors. When it does, it leaves marks. Physical, magical, soul deep. Your scar is just the visible sign of something much deeper. Charlie held Harry tighter. Can it be removed? The part of Voldemort? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Molachar shook his head slowly. This is beyond my knowledge, Princess. Beyond anyone's knowledge, perhaps. The child is unprecedented. A category of one. Carmilla arrived that evening, summoned by Charlie's message. She listened to the story in silence, her sharp eyes studying Harry with an intensity that would have made most demons uncomfortable. Harry met her gaze calmly, waiting. You dream of your soul, she said finally. And in the dream, you see colors. Yes, many colors. All mixed. Can you show me? In a vision, the way you showed Charlie Verlag. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. He reached for the dream feeling, the memory of his soul, and pushed it toward Carmilla the way he'd learned to push thoughts through the bond. Carmilla's eyes widened. For a long moment, she was silent, seeing what Harry saw, the swirling colors, the central spark, the impossible complexity of a soul that should not exist. Then she spoke. He carries divine resonance, she said quietly. From his mother's sacrifice. Love that pure leaves marks. Permanent ones. Charlie nodded, not understanding. An infernal resonance. Carmilla's voice was even quieter now. From hell itself. From the fire that accepted him. From the void that let him pass. That's the red. That's the gold. That's the mark of this place, claimed and claimed by. What does that mean? It means he belongs to both worlds. Fully. Completely. Irrevocably. Carmilla met Charlie's eyes. It means when the choice comes, when the barrier breaks and the worlds collide, he won't be able to choose one over the other. Because both are part of him. Both are him. Charlie's blood ran cold. The prophecy, the one about him choosing, is already fulfilled. In a way. Carmilla shook her head. He's already chosen, Princess. Every moment of his existence here has been a choice. To love, to trust, to become part of this world while carrying the other in his blood. The final choice, the one the prophecies speak of, won't be about picking sides. It will be about integrating them. Making peace between the parts of himself. Harry, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. Harry not have to fight himself. Just, accept, integrate, become whole. Carmilla's expression softened. You are not broken, child. You are complete. More complete than any soul I've ever seen. The colors aren't a flaw, they're a feature. They're what make you you. Harry sat with this for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Harry like that, he said. Harry like being complete, even if complete is complicated. Complicated is the only kind of complete there is, Carmilla replied. Simple souls are simple because they've never been tested. You've been tested more than most. And you've passed every test. That night, Harry dreamed of his soul again. But this time, he wasn't afraid. He stood before it, that swirling sphere of light and color, and instead of fear, he felt wonder. Each thread told a story. The gold was hell, accepting him, loving him, making him its own. The silver was his mother, her sacrifice, her love that never died. The green was the killing curse, the death he'd survived, the mark of his enemy trapped within him. The red was something else, something that felt like choice, like the decisions he'd made every day to be good, to be kind, to be himself. And at the center, that spark of pure light. That was him, not defined by any of the colors. Not owned by any of the forces that had touched him. Simply Harry. The core of who he was, untouched and untouchable. You see now, a voice said. He turned. His mother stood behind him, smiling. Mama. Harry see. Harry understand. Do you? Really? Colors not Harry. Colors just, touches. Experiences. Things that happened to Harry. But center, spark, that Harry. That always Harry. That never change. Lily's smile widened. My brave boy. My wise boy. You've learned the hardest lesson there is, that you are more than what happens to you. More than what others do to you. More than the marks they leave. She approached, taking his face in her hands. Voldemort's fragment is part of you now. It can't be removed without destroying you. But it doesn't define you. It's just one color among many. One thread in the tapestry. And you, the weaver, get to choose what pattern it makes. Harry absorbed this. Harry can make it good. The fragment can make it part of something beautiful. If you choose to. If you're strong enough. Lily's eyes were bright with tears. And you are, my love. You are the strongest person I've ever known. She kissed his forehead. Then she faded, and Harry woke. He found Charlie in her office, working late as always. Charlie. She looked up, immediately concerned. Baby. What's wrong? Nothing wrong. Everything right. He crossed to her, climbed into her lap like he used to when he was small. Harry understand now. About soul. About colors. About everything. Charlie wrapped her arms around him. Tell me. Soul is tapestry. Colors are threads. Harry is weaver. He leaned against her, warm and content. Harry can choose what pattern to make. Can make something beautiful from all threads. Even the ones that hurt. Even the ones that came from bad places. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. That's exactly right, baby. That's exactly right. Mama told Harry. In dream. Said Harry strong enough. Said Harry can choose. He looked up at her. Charlie, help Harry choose. Help Harry make good pattern. Always, baby. Always. The next morning, Harry asked to see the hotel's library. Not the basement, the regular library, where residents could read and study and learn. He spent hours there, pulling books on soul magic, on demonic essence, on the nature of infernal and divine power. Charlie watched from the doorway, amazed at his focus. What's he doing? Vaggie asked, appearing beside her. Learning, understanding, becoming. Vaggie watched for a moment. He's not just reading, he's absorbing. Look at his scar. Charlie looked. Harry's scar was pulsing steadily, golden light flickering with each page turn. It was like the knowledge was going straight into him, becoming part of his being. The fragment, Charlie breathed. Voldemort's piece of him, it's helping. Giving him access to knowledge he shouldn't have. Is that good? I don't know. But Harry seems calm, focused, not scared. Charlie shook her head slowly. He knows himself better than we know him. We have to trust that. Harry emerged from the library at sunset, blinking like someone waking from a long sleep. Charlie, he said, finding her in the lobby. Harry, know now. Know what Harry is. Know what Harry can become. What, baby? Harry is bridge. Not just between worlds, between kinds of magic. Divine and infernal, light and dark, love and death. All of them flow through Harry. All of them are part of Harry's soul. He touched his chest. And Harry can use them. All of them. Together. To protect. To heal. To build. Charlie knelt before him. Build what? New thing. New magic. New way of being. His green eyes were calm, certain. Harry not have to choose between worlds, Charlie. Harry can combine them. Make something neither world has seen. Charlie's heart swelled with pride and wonder. Then that's what you'll do, baby. That's who you'll become. Harry smiled. That smile, the one that changed everything. Yes, Harry become that. With Charlie help. With Vaggie help. With hotel help. He took her hands. Together, Charlie. Always. Together. That night, Harry dreamed of the void. But different this time. Not watching. Not waiting. Welcoming. You understand now, the void whispered. You know what you are. Harry know. Harry Bridge. Harry Weaver. Harry Chooser. Yes. And soon, very soon, you will have to choose. The barrier weakens. The worlds press against each other. The one who shares your blood and your scar is coming. Voldemort. He will find a way through. He will bring his war, his hatred, his hunger. And you will face him. Harry was quiet for a moment. Harry ready, he said finally. Harry scared, but ready. Harry have family. Harry have love. Harry have self. That enough? The void seemed to smile. Yes, it is. Go now, little one. Rest. Grow. Prepare. The end of one story approaches. And the beginning of another. Harry woke to morning light and the sound of Charlie's voice. Breakfast, baby. Then training. Then more library if you want. Harry stretched, yawned, smiled. Okay, Charlie. Harry coming. He rose, dressed, and walked into a day that would be like any other. But everything had changed. Because Harry knew now, truly knew, what he was. A boy with a soul of many colors. A bridge between worlds that should never touch. A weaver of patterns yet unseen. The truth about his soul had set him free. And nothing would ever be the same. The night Harry Potter disappeared, Albus Dumbledore felt it. He was in his office at Hogwarts, surrounded by the familiar comforts of a century of collected memories, when a pain lanced through his chest like nothing he had ever experienced. Not physical, something deeper. Magical. A tear in the fabric of existence that he could feel in his very soul. The bowl of lemon drops shattered on his desk. The portraits on the walls stirred, ancient faces turning toward him with concern. "Albus," Dippet's portrait asked, "what is it?" Dumbledore didn't answer. He couldn't. His eyes were fixed on nothing, seeing everything, understanding nothing. Something had happened. Something terrible. Something that would change everything. And at the center of it, he knew, absolutely knew, was Harry Potter. The next morning brought news that confirmed his fears. The Potter cottage was destroyed. James and Lily Potter were dead. And Harry, infant Harry, 15 months old, the boy who lived, was gone. Dumbledore arrived at Godric's Hollow within hours, his heart heavy with grief and guilt. He should have been there. Should have protected them. Should have. But regrets were useless now. The dead were dead. The living needed finding. He stood in the ruins of the nursery, staring at the crib where Harry should have been. The crib where Harry had been, hours ago, sleeping peacefully while his parents died to protect him. There was no body. No sign of struggle beyond the initial attack. No indication that Harry had been taken by Death Eaters, by Voldemort's followers, by anyone. He had simply vanished. The search began immediately. Every Auror in the Ministry was assigned to the case. Every informant was questioned. Every lead, no matter how small, was pursued with desperate intensity. The wizarding world, still celebrating Voldemort's apparent defeat, slowly realized that their savior had disappeared. Dumbledore coordinated everything from Hogwarts, his ancient mind working tirelessly to find patterns, connections, possibilities. He consulted seers, studied ancient texts, performed rituals that hadn't been used in centuries. Nothing. Harry Potter had vanished from the face of the earth. Months passed, then years. The search continued, but hope began to fade. Dumbledore grew thinner, older, more burdened with each passing day. The portraits worried about him. The staff noticed his distraction. Even the students, young and self-absorbed as they were, sensed that something was wrong with their headmaster. But Dumbledore couldn't stop, because he could still feel Harry. Not physically, not magically, in any way he could measure or track. But somewhere deep in his ancient heart, he knew, the boy was alive. Somewhere, somehow, waiting to be found. 5 years after the disappearance, Dumbledore had a breakthrough. He was in the Department of Mysteries, consulting with the Unspeakables about a series of magical disturbances they'd been tracking. Unusual energy signatures, dimensional fluctuations, things that shouldn't exist according to known magical theory. "Show me," he said quietly. The Unspeakable led him to a room filled with instruments he didn't recognize, all pointed at a central point where something shimmered faintly in the air. "We've been tracking these for 3 years," the Unspeakable explained. "At first we thought they were residual magic from the war. But they're not. They're something else. What? We don't know. But they're getting stronger, more frequent, and they all seem to originate from the same source." He pointed at the shimmering point. "That, whatever it is, it's calling to something. Or someone." Dumbledore stared at the shimmer. And felt, for the first time in 5 years, Harry's presence. Not clearly. Not directly. But there. Like an echo. Like a whisper. Like a child calling for help from somewhere no one could reach. "Keep tracking this," he said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Monitor everything. Record everything. And tell me immediately if anything changes." 7 years after the disappearance, the disturbances grew stronger. Much stronger. Dumbledore was summoned to the Department of Mysteries in the middle of the night, arriving to find the Unspeakables in chaos. Instruments had exploded. Walls had cracked. And at the center of it all, the shimmering point had become something else entirely. A crack. A fissure. A wound in reality itself. It opened, the lead Unspeakable whispered, her face pale with terror. For just a moment, it opened. And something came through. What kind of something? I don't know. It was here and gone before we could register it. But the energy signature. She trailed off, staring at her readings. It was unlike anything we've ever recorded. Ancient. Powerful. And somehow, familiar. Dumbledore approached the reading slowly. And there, in the patterns of energy that had leaked through the crack, he found it. Harry's magic. Changed, twisted, merged with something else. But unmistakably, undeniably Harry. He's alive, Dumbledore breathed. He's alive, and he's somewhere we can't reach. The crack closed almost immediately. But it left traces. We're analyzing them now. Good. Keep analyzing. Keep tracking. Keep watching. Dumbledore's ancient eyes were bright with something that might have been hope. We're going to find him. After 7 years, we're finally going to find him. 8 years after the disappearance, Voldemort returned. Not fully, not yet. But whispers reached Dumbledore from the darkest corners of the magical world. Followers gathering. Ancient rituals being performed. A presence, growing in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to emerge. And with those whispers came another realization. Voldemort was connected to Harry. Not just through the failed killing curse, through something deeper. Something that pulsed and burned and ached whenever Harry used his power. Dumbledore felt it in his own monitoring, in the disturbances that grew stronger with each passing year. When Harry was calm, Voldemort was dormant. When Harry used his power, Voldemort screamed. 9 years after the disappearance, Dumbledore stood before the crack again. It had grown, not dramatically, but perceptibly. The shimmer was stronger now, more defined. The energy leaking through was unmistakable. Harry's magic, Harry's presence, Harry's life, pulsing through the barrier between worlds like a heartbeat. He's not alone, Dumbledore murmured. There are others with him. Others who care for him. Others who protect him. The unspeakable beside him nodded. The energy signatures show multiple sources. Some demonic. Something else. Something we can't identify. Can you open it? The crack. We've tried. The barrier is too strong. Whatever separates our world from, wherever he is, it's not meant to be crossed. Attempting to force it could destroy everything. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we wait. We watch. We prepare. He turned from the crack, his ancient face set with determination. He's coming home. One way or another, Harry Potter is coming home. And when he does, we need to be ready. 10 years after the disappearance, Harry turned 11. In the wizarding world, that meant Hogwarts letters. Acceptance into the magical community. The beginning of his education as a witch or wizard. But Harry wasn't in the wizarding world. He was in hell, surrounded by demons who loved him, training with a fallen angel who had taught him to fight, and discovering powers that no wizard had ever imagined. And in his office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore held a letter that would never be delivered. Mr. H. Potter. The Hazbin Hotel. Hell. He'd written it on a whim, years ago, when the crack first appeared. He didn't know if it would reach its destination. Didn't know if such a thing was even possible. But writing it made him feel closer to the boy he'd failed to protect. The letter sat on his desk, untouched, for years. Until one night, it vanished. Dumbledore woke to find the letter gone and the crack blazing with light. He dressed quickly, apparated to the Department of Mysteries, and found chaos. The crack was open, not fully, but more than ever before. Through it, he could see something. Shapes, colors, a world that shouldn't exist. And at the center of it all, a figure. Small, young, with messy black hair and a scar that blazed with golden light. Harry Potter, looking back through the crack with green eyes that held the wisdom of centuries and the innocence of childhood. For a moment, just a moment, their eyes met. Then the crack sealed, and Harry was gone. But Dumbledore had seen him. Seen him alive. Seen him whole. Seen him loved, surrounded by beings who would die to protect him. Tears streamed down the old wizard's face. Alive, he whispered. After all these years, alive. The next morning, Dumbledore called a meeting. The Order of the Phoenix, diminished but not destroyed, gathered in his office. Old faces, young faces, faces marked by loss and hope and the endless fight against darkness. I have news, Dumbledore said quietly. News that changes everything. He told them about the crack. About the disturbances. About the moment he'd seen Harry, alive and well, in a world beyond their own. The reactions were mixed. Shock, joy, disbelief, hope. Where is he? Someone asked. Where has he been all these years? I don't know exactly. But I know this, he's been raised by beings who love him. Protected by forces we don't understand. And he's grown powerful. More powerful than we could have imagined. Powerful how? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I don't know. But I felt it. Through the crack, I felt his magic. It's unlike anything I've ever encountered. Human and something else. Something ancient. Something that doesn't belong in our world. Silence. Then, quietly, what do we do? Dumbledore looked at each of them in turn. We prepare. We watch. We wait. The crack is growing. Eventually, it will open fully. And when it does, Harry will come through. He paused, his ancient eyes bright with determination. And we need to be ready to welcome him home. The castle remembered. That was the thing about Hogwarts, it was alive in ways that even the wisest witches and wizards didn't fully understand. The stones remembered footsteps centuries old. The portraits remembered conversations from generations past. The very walls remembered every secret, every joy, every tragedy that had ever occurred within them. And Hogwarts remembered Harry. Not as a person, he'd never attended, never walked its halls, never sat in its classrooms. But the castle remembered the absence. The space where he should have been. The destiny that had been interrupted. The boy who was supposed to save them all, who had vanished before he could begin. The castle grieved. Not openly. Not in ways that most could perceive. But the corridors seemed darker now, the magic dimmer, the ancient warmth that had always permeated the stones slightly cooler. Students noticed, though they couldn't explain why. Teachers felt it, though they couldn't name the source. Something was missing. Something important. And nothing in the castle's long memory could tell them what. Neville Longbottom felt it most acutely. He was 11 years old, small for his age, with a round face and a tendency to forget things, and a grandmother who loved him fiercely but didn't quite understand him. He'd grown up hearing stories of the boy who lived, the baby who had defeated you-know-who, the child who had vanished, the legend that haunted every corner of the magical world. He'd grown up knowing that but for a twist of fate, that boy could have been him. The prophecy had named two possibilities. Two boys born at the end of July. Two families marked by Voldemort's interest. The Potters and the Longbottoms. Harry had been chosen. And then Harry had vanished. Neville didn't know how to feel about that. Relief, maybe, that the Dark Lord had gone after the Potters instead of his family. Guilt, definitely, that he felt relief. Confusion, always, about why he'd been spared and what it meant for his own future. But mostly, he felt loss. Loss for a boy he'd never met. Loss for a friendship that might have been. Loss for the world that had been robbed of its savior before the savior could save anyone. You're thinking about him again, his grandmother said one evening, catching him staring out the window. Neville nodded, not bothering to deny it. It's natural, boy. He's part of your story, whether you like it or not. Augusta Longbottom's voice was gruff, but her eyes were kind. But you can't live your life in someone else's shadow. Especially not the shadow of someone who isn't even here. Where is he, Gran? Do you think he's alive? Augusta was quiet for a long moment. I think, she said slowly, that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some losses aren't meant to be recovered. We have to live with what we have, Neville. Not mourn what we've lost. Neville nodded, but the questions didn't stop. They never stopped. At Hogwarts, the absence manifested in strange ways. Professor McGonagall found herself saving a seat in her Transfiguration classroom, a front-row seat, the kind eager students fought over. She'd catch herself looking at it sometimes, wondering who would sit there, what they would become, what kind of witch or wizard they'd grow into. Then she'd remember. No one would sit there. Not the boy she was saving it for. He wasn't coming. She stopped saving the seat, but she never stopped looking at it. Severus Snape felt the absence like a wound that wouldn't heal. He'd promised Lily, with his dying breath if necessary, that he would protect her son. That he would keep Harry safe, no matter what it cost him. And then Harry had vanished. Snape had searched. For years, he'd searched, using every resource, every contact, every scrap of information he could gather. He'd followed leads to dead ends, chased rumors to empty spaces, dedicated himself to a quest that consumed his every waking moment. Nothing. Harry Potter was gone, and Snape was left with a promise he couldn't keep and a guilt that would never fade. He taught his classes with cold efficiency, never staying after, never engaging more than necessary. The other teachers thought him bitter. The students thought him cruel. Neither knew that every day, when he looked at the empty space where a dark-haired boy should be, he saw Lily's eyes and heard her voice and remembered everything he'd failed to do. Dumbledore watched them all. He watched McGonagall save seats. He watched Snape waste away with guilt. He watched Neville grow under the weight of expectations he'd never asked for. He watched the wizarding world struggle to rebuild itself without the symbol it desperately needed. And he watched the crack. Every night, he visited the Department of Mysteries. Every night, he stood before the shimmering tear in reality and reached out with his magic, trying to feel Harry, trying to connect, trying to understand. Every night, he failed. But the crack was growing. Slowly, imperceptibly, but undeniably. The barrier between worlds was weakening. And when it finally broke, everything would change. The students of Hogwarts didn't know about the crack. They didn't know about Harry, except as a legend, a story, a name whispered in dormitories after dark. They didn't know that their world was missing something essential, that the magic around them was dimmer than it should be, that the castle itself grieved for a child who would never arrive. They just lived. First years sorted into houses. Classes attended. Quidditch played. Friendships formed and broke and formed again. Life at Hogwarts continued, as it had for centuries, as it would for centuries more. But underneath it all, something waited. Something watched. Something ached for the boy who should have been there. Hermione Granger arrived at Hogwarts as a whirlwind of knowledge and determination. She'd read all the books before coming, all of them, every one she could find. She knew the history, the traditions, the spells, the theory. She was ready. What she wasn't ready for was the emptiness. She felt it on her first night, lying in her 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, surrounded by girls she didn't know yet. A sense of wrongness. A space where something should be. It wasn't loud or obvious, just a whisper, a shadow, a question mark in the corner of her perception. What's wrong with this place? She whispered to herself. No one answered. They couldn't. Ron Weasley felt it too, though he couldn't have named it. He'd grown up hearing stories of the boy who lived. His mother told them like fairy tales, like legends, like promises of a better world. Harry Potter had defeated you-know-who. Harry Potter had vanished. Harry Potter was out there somewhere, waiting to be found. Ron believed. Not in the way his mother believed, desperately, hopefully, with all her heart. Ron believed the way children believe in heroes, simply, completely, without question. Harry Potter existed. Harry Potter would return. Harry Potter would fix everything. And when Harry returned, Ron would be there. They would be friends. Best friends. The kind of friends who had adventures together, who saved each other, who stood side by side against anything. Ron didn't know why he was so certain. He just was. Draco Malfoy didn't feel the absence. He felt something else entirely, opportunity. His father had told him about the boy who lived. About how the Dark Lord had fallen, how the Potters had been destroyed, how the wizarding world had lost its savior before the savior could become a threat. It was a story of victory, of triumph, of everything the Malfoy family had worked for. But underneath the triumph, Draco sensed something else. Fear. His father was afraid. His father, who feared nothing, who commanded respect and obedience and absolute loyalty, his father was terrified of a boy who didn't exist anymore. Why? Draco didn't know, but he intended to find out. The crack pulsed. In the Department of Mysteries, in the hidden room where reality had torn, the shimmer grew brighter with each passing day. The unspeakables monitored it constantly, recording everything, understanding nothing. It's responding to something, one of them noted. Look at the patterns. They're not random. They're following a rhythm. What kind of rhythm? A heartbeat. They stared at the readings in silence. A heartbeat. Someone's heartbeat. Someone on the other side of the crack, pulsing with life and magic and something else. Something ancient, something powerful, something that shouldn't exist. Harry Potter was alive. And he was changing. Dumbledore felt it too. In his office, surrounded by portraits and memories and the weight of centuries, he sat with his eyes closed and his magic reaching. He could feel Harry now, not clearly, not specifically, but there. A presence in the void. A light in the darkness. Growing stronger every day. You're coming home, Dumbledore whispered. After all these years, you're finally coming home. The portraits murmured among themselves, concerned by their headmaster's intensity. But Dumbledore didn't care. For the first time in 10 years, he had hope. The first tremor happened on a Tuesday. Harry felt it in his bones before any instrument could register it, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. His scar blazed with golden light, brighter than it had been in years, and for a moment he saw something. Green hills. A castle. A old man with half-moon spectacles and a long white beard. Then it was gone. Harry stood in the courtyard of the Hazbin Hotel, breathing hard, his hand pressed to his forehead. Around him, the hellfire flickered nervously, responding to his distress. Harry. Charlie's voice came from behind him. Harry, what happened? Something on other side. Someone trying to reach through. He looked at her, his green eyes wide. Charlie, the barrier. It's weakening. Harry felt it. Charlie's face paled. How much? How soon? Don't know. But soon. Sooner than we thought. In the Department of Mysteries, alarms blared. The crack, the shimmering tear in reality that had been growing for years, suddenly flared with light so bright that it blinded the unspeakables monitoring it. Instruments exploded. Walls cracked. And through it all, a sound emerged. A voice. Not words, exactly. More like an impression of words. A feeling of communication. A presence reaching across the void. Dumbledore arrived within minutes, his face grave. What happened? We don't know. The crack just activated. Sent out a pulse of energy stronger than anything we've recorded. And then, the unspeakable hesitated. And then what? And then we heard him. The boy. Harry Potter. He didn't speak, but we felt him. Felt his confusion, his fear, his. She trailed off, shaking her head. His power. Merlin, his power. It's unlike anything. Dumbledore stared at the crack. It was still there, still shimmering, but different now. More defined. More active. As though something on the other side was pushing against it, testing its strength, preparing to break through. Contact the Order, Dumbledore said quietly. Tell them to prepare. Everything changes now. Harry couldn't sleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the old man with the half-moon spectacles. Felt the ancient magic reaching toward him. Heard voices calling his name, his real name, Harry Potter, not just Harry, from somewhere beyond the veil. He got up, padded to Charlie's room, climbed into her bed the way he used to when he was small. Charlie. Can Harry stay? Charlie, already awake, wrapped her arms around him. Of course, baby. Always. Charlie, what if Harry has to go? What if barrier breaks and Harry gets pulled back? Then we find a way to follow you. Or you find a way back to us. Or we tear that barrier open ourselves and bring you home. Charlie's voice was fierce. You're not going anywhere without us, Harry. Not ever. But what if Harry doesn't have choice? Then we make one. Together. Like we always do. Harry relaxed slightly, comforted by her certainty. Charlie. The man Harry saw, old man with glasses. He felt sad, guilty, like he lost something important. Like he's been searching for something for a long time. Dumbledore, Charlie thought. It had to be. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the leader of the light, the man who had failed to protect Harry's parents. He's been searching for you, Charlie said softly. All these years, he's been searching. Harry felt that. Felt his hope. His fear. His. Harry paused, searching for words. His love. No, not love. Something like love but different. Responsibility. Duty. Guilt, Charlie supplied. He probably feels guilty for what happened to your parents. Harry considered this. Should Harry forgive him? When they meet. That's your choice, baby. No one can make it for you. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, Harry think Harry will. Forgiveness easier than anger. Mama taught Harry that. Charlie held him tighter. You're too wise for your age, you know that. Charlie tell Harry that since Harry was small. Harry starting to believe it. They both laughed softly, the tension broken. But underneath the laughter, both of them felt it, the barrier weakening, the worlds pressing closer, the inevitable approaching. The next morning, Vaggie doubled Harry's training. If the barrier's breaking, we need you ready. Combat, control, everything. She handed him his blade, the one Carmilla had given him. No more holding back. No more pulling punches. From now on, we train like every moment matters. Harry nodded solemnly. Harry understand. Harry ready. They trained for hours, harder than ever before. Vaggie pushed him to his limits and beyond, forcing him to access depths of power he hadn't known he possessed. The Hellfire responded, strengthening his attacks, sharpening his reflexes, becoming an extension of his will. By sunset, Harry could barely stand. But he was stronger, faster, more aware. and the crack in the world pulsed in response to every advance he made. In the wizarding world, strange things began happening. Magical children reported dreams of a boy with green eyes and a glowing scar. Portraits whispered of a presence they hadn't felt in years. The magic itself seemed different, brighter, more responsive, as though something had awakened it from a long sleep. Dumbledore watched it all with growing certainty. Harry was coming home, and the world would never be the same. The pain began without warning. Lord Voldemort was in a small village in Albania, searching for ancient artifacts that might aid his return to power, when his chest suddenly ignited. Not with physical fire, with something deeper. Something that burned through his fragmented soul like acid through paper. He collapsed in the street, writhing. His followers, the few who had remained loyal through the long years of his weakness, rushed to his side, their faces pale with terror. They had never seen their master like this. Never seen him vulnerable. Never seen him hurt. "Master, what is happening?" Voldemort couldn't answer. He could only feel. The pain was coming from somewhere else. Someone else. A connection he'd almost forgotten, a bond he'd assumed severed when the killing curse rebounded. But it wasn't severed. It was active, burning with an intensity that made his centuries of existence feel meaningless. Harry Potter. The boy was alive, and he was using power. Power that should have been Voldemort's. Power that was Voldemort's, in some twisted way, through the fragment of soul that had lodged in the child's scar. "He's awake," Voldemort hissed through clenched teeth. "He's alive, and he's growing." The pain became a constant companion after that day. Every time Harry used his power in hell, Voldemort felt it. Every training session with Vaggie, every manifestation of the demon Patronus, every moment when the hellfire bent to the boy's will, each one sent waves of agony through the Dark Lord's concave soul. But it wasn't just pain. It was also knowledge. Through the connection, Voldemort could sense Harry's world. Not clearly, more like glimpses through fog. Flashes of red light, of demonic faces, of a place that burned with eternal fire. A place that shouldn't exist. A place that Voldemort, in all his studies of dark magic, had never imagined. The boy was in hell. Living, breathing, thriving in hell. And the power he was developing there, it was unlike anything Voldemort had ever encountered. Ancient, primal, stronger than any wizard magic, any dark arts, any force he'd ever sought to control. If Voldemort could claim that power, if he could reach Harry, take what was his, absorb the boy's strength into his own, the pain would be worth it. The suffering would be justified. He would become more than a Dark Lord. He would become a god. The Death Eaters noticed the change in their master. He was more focused now. More intense. He spent hours in meditation, reaching through the bond, trying to see what Harry saw, feel what Harry felt. The pain was constant, but he learned to use it, to let it guide him, teach him, show him the way. "Master," Lucius Malfoy ventured one evening, "the boy, he is the key to your return." Voldemort's red eyes fixed on his follower with an intensity that made Lucius shudder. "He is more than a key, Lucius. He is a door to power beyond anything we have imagined." He smiled, a terrible expression on his serpentine face. "The prophecy spoke of him having power the Dark Lord knows not. I thought it meant love. Sacrifice. The foolish protections of a mother's devotion." He laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "But I was wrong. The power he has is far greater. The power to survive hell itself. The power to command its forces. The power to become something no wizard has ever become. And when you find him, I don't find him, I become him. I take what is mine, the fragment of my soul that lives in his scar, and I make it whole again. His body becomes my vessel. His power becomes my tool. His existence becomes my ascension." The Death Eaters exchanged glances. They had followed Voldemort through darkness, through death, through the long years of his weakness. But this was something new. Something that frightened even them. Harry felt Voldemort's attention sharpening. Through the bond, he could sense the Dark Lord's obsession growing, his plans crystallizing, his determination hardening into something unshakable. It was like being watched by a predator, one that couldn't reach him yet, but was learning, always learning, how to close the distance. "Charlie," he said one evening, "Voldemort knows where Harry is." Not exactly. But he knows Harry in hell. He knows about power. He wants it. Charlie's face paled. How does he know? The bond. It works both ways. Harry can feel him, he can feel Harry. And when Harry uses power, he feels it. Learns from it. Harry touched his scar. He's planning something, Charlie. Something big. Something that involves Harry. Then we prepare. We train. We make sure that when he comes, if he comes, he finds something he never expected. Which is a boy who's loved. A boy who's protected. A boy who has an entire hotel full of demons ready to fight for him. Charlie's voice was fierce. Let him come. Let him try. He'll learn what real power looks like. Harry smiled. Small, but real. Charlie always know what to say. Charlie has had a lot of practice. That night, the connection opened wider than ever before. Harry was dreaming, green fields, his mother's smile, the cottage in the snow, when the dream shifted. Became darker. Became other. He stood in a place of shadows and whispers, and before him, a figure emerged from the darkness. Tall, pale, red eyes, no nose, a face that was almost human but not quite. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the figure hissed. At last. After all these years, I see you clearly. Harry stood his ground, though his heart pounded. You're in Harry's dream. I'm in your mind. Through the bond. The fragment of my soul that lives in your scar, it gives me access. Limited, but growing. Voldemort circled him, studying him with those terrible red eyes. You've grown strong, boy. Stronger than I expected. Hell has changed you. Hell made Harry family. Made Harry loved. Made Harry who Harry is. Loved. Voldemort laughed. You speak of love as if it matters. As if it has power. But I have lived centuries, boy. I have seen love fail. I have seen it die. I have seen it become hatred, become weakness, become nothing. Then you not see right. Harry's voice was calm, steady. Love is why Harry alive. Love is why Harry strong. Love is why Harry win. Win. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You think this is a game? A competition? Boy, I am coming for you. I will find a way through the barrier between worlds. I will claim what is mine. And when I do, your love will not save you. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Maybe. But Harry's family will. Harry's fire will. Harry's self will. He touched his chest. You part of Harry, Voldemort. Part of soul. That mean Harry part of you too. And Harry think, deep down, where you hide even from yourself, that scare you. Voldemort's expression flickered. For just a moment, something passed through those red eyes. Something that might have been fear. Then the dream shattered, and Harry woke. He lay in the darkness, breathing hard, the echo of Voldemort's presence still tingling in his scar. Charlie was there within seconds, she always was. Baby. Another dream. Voldemort. He came through bond. Talked to Harry. Threatened. Harry sat up, reaching for her. Charlie, he's closer now. He can almost reach. The barrier is still holding. For now. Charlie held him tight. But we need to be ready. Vaggie's training, the hotel's defenses, everything. We need to be ready. Harry nodded against her shoulder. Harry ready, Charlie. Harry been ready long time. Just, didn't know what for. Now Harry know. And what's that? To face him. To end this. To choose. Harry pulled back, meeting her eyes. Prophecy said Harry would have to choose. Harry think choice is him. Voldemort. What to do about connection between them? Charlie's heart clenched. That's a big choice for a 10-year-old. Harry not just 10-year-old. Harry. That enough? Charlie smiled through tears. Yeah, baby. That's enough. In Albania, Voldemort sat alone in the darkness, his mind racing. The boy had faced him. Had spoken to him without fear. Had pitied him in ways that no one had dared in centuries. And he was right. Deep down, in the places Voldemort never examined, the boy's existence scared him. Not because of power, power could be matched, overcome, absorbed. But because of something else. Something the boy carried that Voldemort had never been able to create or steal or force into existence. Love. Real love. Given freely, received openly, woven into the fabric of a soul that should have been broken. If love could survive hell, if love could grow stronger in damnation, then what did that mean for everything Voldemort believed? What did that mean for his own choices, his own path, his own existence? He pushed the thoughts away. Weakness. All of it weakness. The boy would learn, when they finally met, that love was nothing. That power was everything. That the Dark Lord's vision was the only truth that mattered. But the questions lingered. And the pain continued. Every time Harry used his power, every time the boy grew stronger, Voldemort burned. And somewhere, deep in what remained of his soul, he wondered if the burning would ever stop. The ritual took months to prepare. Voldemort spared no expense, no sacrifice, no dark magic that might speed the process. His followers scoured the earth for ancient texts, for forgotten lore, for any scrap of knowledge that might help them breach the barrier between worlds. They found much, understood little, but Voldemort understood enough. The boy was in hell. Not a metaphor, not a turn of phrase. Literally, physically, actually in hell, the realm of demons and damnation, the place where souls went when they couldn't be saved. And he was thriving there. Growing powerful there. Becoming something that no wizard had ever become. Voldemort would not allow that. If Harry Potter was to become anything, it would be as Voldemort's vessel. His host. His path to apotheosis. The ritual would open a door. And then the Dark Lord would claim what was his. The Death Eaters gathered on a moonless night in an ancient forest, far from prying eyes and ministry interference. 12 of them, the most loyal, the most powerful, the most desperate for their master's return. They stood in a circle around a massive stone altar, upon which lay the sacrifices necessary for the working. Blood of an enemy. Flesh of a servant. Heart of a child. Bellatrix Lestrange had procured the last with particular enthusiasm. She stood now at Voldemort's side, her dark eyes gleaming with fanatical devotion. "Master," she breathed, "tonight we bring you home." "Tonight," Voldemort corrected, "we bring him here. The boy, Harry Potter. And through him, I will rise." He raised his wand. The ritual began. In hell, Harry woke screaming. The pain was unlike anything he'd ever felt, not physical, not emotional, but soul deep. His scar blazed with white-hot fire, brighter than the hellfire itself, and through the agony he could feel them. Wizards. Dark wizards. Calling to him. Pulling at him. Trying to drag him through the barrier by force. Charlie was there in seconds, Vaggie right behind her. "Harry. Harry, what's happening?" "They're coming." Voldemort. Ritual, pulling Harry. He clutched his scar, writhing. "Charlie, it hurts. It hurts so much." Charlie gathered him up, held him tight, tried to pour her own strength into him. But this wasn't physical. This was magic. Ancient, powerful, dark magic that she couldn't touch. "Vaggie, the hotel, get everyone to safety." Vaggie hesitated, torn between protecting Charlie and following orders. "Go." Charlie screamed. Vaggie went. The ritual reached its climax. Voldemort's voice rose above the chants of his followers, ancient words of power tearing at the fabric of reality. The air itself began to shimmer, to crack, to open. A wound appeared in the center of the circle, not large, not yet, but growing. Through it, they could see something. Red light, fire, figures moving in the distance. "Hell," Voldemort breathed, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. "It's working. The barrier is breaking." The Death Eaters pressed forward, staring at the impossible sight. A world beyond their world. A realm of damnation made real before their eyes. And at the center of that realm, barely visible through the shimmering portal, a figure. Small, young, with messy black hair and a scar that blazed like a beacon. "Harry Potter. Master." Bellatrix shrieked. "I see him. I see the boy." Voldemort smiled, a terrible expression on his serpentine face. "So do I, Bellatrix. So do I." He reached toward the portal. Harry felt the hand reaching for him. Through the pain, through the chaos, through the desperate clinging of Charlie's arms, he felt Voldemort's presence approaching. Not through the bond this time, physically. Magically. Really. He was coming through. "Charlie," Harry gasped. "Charlie, he's here. He's coming." Harry can feel him. Charlie held him tighter. "I won't let him take you. I won't." The hotel shook. The walls cracked. And in the courtyard where Harry had first landed, a portal tore open the sky. Voldemort stepped through first. Behind him came his Death Eaters, Bellatrix, Lucius, Crabbe, Goyle, others whose names Harry didn't know. They emerged into hell like invaders into foreign territory, their dark robes billowing in winds that carried the scent of sulfur and ash. And they stopped. Because hell was not what they expected. Fire, yes. Darkness, certainly. But also, a hotel. A building with lights and windows and demons peering out curiously. A courtyard where hellfire burned in sconces and a child stood with a demon princess at his side. "This is not what I imagined," Lucius murmured. Voldemort ignored him. His eyes were fixed on one thing only. Harry. The boy had grown. At 10 years old, he was tall for his age, with his mother's green eyes and his father's messy hair and something else, something that belonged only to him. His scar blazed with golden light. His stance was ready, balanced, the stance of someone who had been trained to fight. And he was not afraid. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed. At last, Harry met his gaze without flinching. "Voldemort," he replied. "Harry been expecting you." Charlie stepped forward, positioning herself between Harry and the invaders. "You are not welcome here," she said, her voice carrying the authority of Hell's princess. "This is my hotel, my home, my family. You will leave, now." Voldemort's red eyes flicked to her, dismissive. "A demon, pretty, but irrelevant. I have not come for you, creature. I have come for the boy. He belongs to me. He belongs to no one." Charlie's voice was ice. "He is his own person. His own soul. And he is mine, my son, my family, my heart. You will not touch him." Voldemort laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "Your son, a demon raising a wizard. The irony is almost amusing." He raised his wand. "But I have waited 10 years for this moment. I will not be denied by a hotel owner and her pet humans." He pointed his wand at Charlie. And Harry moved. The hellfire answered before Harry consciously called it. It erupted from every sconce, every torch, every burning brazier in the courtyard, forming a wall of flame between Charlie and Voldemort. The Dark Lord's curse, whatever it was, dissolved in the fire, eaten by heat that should not have been able to consume magic. Voldemort stared. "The fire," he breathed. "You control the fire. Fire loves Harry," Harry said simply. "Fire protect Harry's family. You want hurt Charlie, you go through fire. And fire not let you pass." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He cast again, a stronger curse this time, something that crackled with dark power. The fire met it, absorbed it, laughed at it. "What magic is this?" Voldemort demanded. "Not magic. Love." Harry stepped forward, the flames parting for him. "Fire loves Harry because Harry loves fire. Fire protects Harry because Harry protects fire. We are partners. Family. Same as Charlie. Same as Vaggie. Same as everyone in hotel." The Death Eaters exchanged uncertain glances. This was not the helpless infant they'd expected. Not the scared child they'd imagined. This was something else entirely, something that looked at the Dark Lord without fear and commanded the very fires of hell. "Master," Lucius said quietly, "perhaps we should regroup. This place." Silence. Voldemort's voice was soft, dangerous. "The boy is powerful. More powerful than I anticipated. But power can be taken. Power can be consumed." He raised his wand again. "And I have waited too long to be stopped by fire and sentiment." He spoke words of power, ancient words, dark words, words that had not been spoken in centuries. The ground shook. The fire flickered. And something in Harry's scar answered. Harry felt it immediately, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, the piece that had lived in him since the night of the killing curse, stirring with recognition. It wanted to go back. Wanted to rejoin its source. Wanted to pull Harry toward the Dark Lord whether Harry willed it or not. "No," Harry gasped, clutching his scar. "No, you not take Harry. Harry not yours. Harry Harry's." But the fragment pulled. Voldemort smiled. "Yes," he whispered. "Yes, come to me. Come home." Charlie grabbed Harry, held him, tried to anchor him. Vaggie appeared at her side, spear ready, screaming defiance. The hotel residents poured into the courtyard, weapons raised, ready to fight. But the fragment pulled, and Harry felt himself slipping. Then the fire roared. Not the hellfire this time, something else. Something deeper. Something that came from the foundations of the hotel itself, from the ancient magic Harry had healed years ago, from the guardian he'd freed and the void that watched and the love that had surrounded him his entire life. It wrapped around him like arms. It held him steady. It refused to let him go. "You are not alone," a voice whispered, the guardian's voice, ancient and warm. "You have never been alone. And you never will be." The fragment's pulling stopped. Voldemort screamed. Because the fragment was still connected to him, connected through the bond, through the ritual, through the dark magic that had created it. And when the fire held Harry, it held Voldemort too. Held him and burned him in ways his physical body couldn't escape. "No," he shrieked. "No, this is not." The portal behind him flickered. The Death Eaters panicked. And in that moment of chaos, Harry made a choice. He stepped forward, away from Charlie, away from safety, away from everything he loved, and faced Voldemort directly. Go back, he said quietly. Go back to your world. Leave Harry's family alone, and Harry will not follow. Voldemort stared at him, pain and rage and something like fear warring on his features. You think this is over? You think I will give up? Harry, think you will. For now. Because if you stay, fire will burn you. Hotel will fight you. Harry will stop you. And you not ready for that. Not yet. Harry's green eyes were calm, certain. Go back. Get stronger. Try again. And next time, Harry, be ready. The portal pulsed. The Death Eaters fled through it, dragging their screaming master with them. And then they were gone. Harry stood alone in the courtyard, the fire slowly settling around him, his scar still glowing but calmer now. Charlie reached him in seconds, gathering him up, holding him so tight he squeaked. Harry, baby, are you okay? Are you hurt? Did he? Harry, okay, Charlie. Harry, okay. He leaned against her, exhausted but whole. Harry made him go. Harry protected. Charlie cried. Vaggie appeared beside them, her spear still raised, her single eye scanning for threats that no longer existed. He's gone, she confirmed. They're all gone. The portal closed. The hotel residents erupted in cheers. But Charlie and Vaggie and Harry just stood there, holding each other, trembling with the aftermath of what had just happened. The first attack from the wizard world had come. And they had survived. But they all knew, this was only the beginning. The portal closed with a sound like thunder and a flash of light that left afterimages burning in the eyes of everyone watching. For a long moment, the courtyard was silent. Then the hotel residents erupted. Cheers, cries, relieved laughter, demons embracing each other, patting Harry on the back, shouting praises to the fire that had saved them. It was chaos, beautiful, joyful chaos that filled the space where terror had lived moments before. But Charlie wasn't celebrating. She was counting. Voldemort had come through with 12 Death Eaters. She'd seen them clearly, dark robes, pale faces, wands raised. 12 followers, plus the Dark Lord himself. And when the portal closed, only 10 had fled back through it. 2 were missing. Vaggie. Charlie's voice cut through the celebration like a blade. We're missing 2. 2 Death Eaters didn't make it through. Vaggie was at her side instantly, spear raised, her single eye scanning the courtyard with military precision. Where? I don't know. They must have gotten separated in the chaos. They could be anywhere in the hotel, anywhere in the city, by now. Harry, still in Charlie's arms, spoke quietly. Harry can find them. The bond, Harry can feel wizards. Their magic different. Like Voldemort but smaller. Charlie looked at him, at his exhausted face, his still glowing scar, his trembling hands. Baby, you just faced the darkest wizard in history. You need rest. Wizards in hell need finding. They scared. They lost. They dangerous. Harry met her eyes. Harry help. Then Harry rest. Promise. Charlie hesitated, then nodded. Okay. But Vaggie stays with you. And you don't engage, just locate. Harry nodded, sliding down from her arms. He closed his eyes, reaching out with the senses the bond had given him. Voldemort's presence was fading, retreating back to the world he'd come from. But 2 smaller signatures remained, flickering with fear, confusion, the desperate panic of beings who had suddenly found themselves in hell with no way home. There, Harry said, pointing toward the east wing. 2 of them, hiding in old storage rooms. Vaggie moved. The Death Eaters' names were Selwyn and Travers. They were not the most loyal followers, not the most powerful, not the most devoted. They were opportunists, men who had joined Voldemort because they believed in his vision of pure blood supremacy, who had stayed because the alternative was death, who had followed him through the portal because they had no choice. Now they were alone in hell. The storage room they'd found was dark, dusty, filled with objects neither of them could identify. Through the cracks in the door, they could see hellfire burning in sconces along the corridor. They could hear sounds, distant screams, closer laughter, the ever-present murmur of a city that never slept. We need to find a way back, Selwyn whispered, his voice shaking. We need to. Quiet. Travers pressed against the door, listening. Someone's coming. Footsteps. Light, quick, purposeful. Not the heavy tread of demons, something else. Something that made the hellfire flicker with each step. The door opened. A child stood there. Small. Maybe 10 years old. Messy black hair. Green eyes that seemed to glow in the hellish light. And on his forehead, a scar that pulsed with golden fire. Harry Potter. Behind him, a woman with one eye and a spear, her expression promising death. "You're the Death Eaters who got left behind," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Selwyn raised his wand. "Stay back. I'll kill you, I swear." "No." Harry's voice was calm, utterly without fear. "You won't. Because if you try, Vaggie will kill you first. And even if you somehow get past her, the fire will stop you. And even if you somehow get past the fire, Harry will stop you himself." He tilted his head, studying them. "You don't want to fight, do you? You want to go home." Travers lowered his wand slowly. "How do you know that?" "Harry can feel it. Through bond, same bond that connects Harry to Voldemort. You're scared, lost, desperate. You followed him because you had to, not because you wanted to be here." Those green eyes were unsettling in their perception. "Harry can help you. But you have to promise not to hurt anyone in Hotel." Selwyn and Travers exchanged glances. They were Death Eaters. Dark wizards. Followers of the most terrifying Dark Lord in centuries. But they were also pragmatists. And right now, the pragmatist choice was clear. "We promise," Travers said quietly. Just don't let those things out there eat us." Harry almost smiled. "Demons not eat people, usually. Long as you behave." He stepped aside, gesturing toward the corridor. "Come, Charlie will want to talk to you." Charlie interviewed them in her office, with Vaggie standing guard and Harry sitting quietly in the corner, watching with those perceptive green eyes. They told her everything. About Voldemort's return, his obsession with Harry, the ritual to breach the barrier between worlds. About the Death Eaters' fears, their doubts, their desperate hope that their master would triumph. About the wizarding world, its politics, its weaknesses, its ignorance of the realm they'd just invaded. When they finished, Charlie sat back, processing. "Voldemort will try again," she said. "Won't he?" "Yes," Travers admitted. "He never gives up. Never. The boy is everything to him, the prophecy, the connection, the power he senses through the bond. He'll find another way through. Stronger next time. Better prepared. Then we need to be better prepared too." Charlie looked at Harry. "Baby, any thoughts?" Harry had been quiet throughout, but now he spoke. "The bond goes both ways." Harry felt Voldemort's plan before it happened, the ritual, the reaching, the pulling. Next time, Harry might feel it sooner. Might be able to warn. "Can you strengthen the bond? Make it clearer?" Harry not know. "Maybe. With practice." He touched his scar. "It hurts, though. When Harry reaches deep. Like touching fire that burns but doesn't consume." Charlie's heart clenched. "I don't want you in pain." "Pain not bad, Charlie. Pain mean Harry trying. Pain mean Harry growing." He smiled, that smile. "Harry can do this. Harry can help protect Hotel. Trust Harry." Charlie crossed to him, knelt, pulled him close. "I trust you, baby. Always." The Death Eaters became prisoners. Not harshly treated, Charlie wasn't cruel, but guarded. Confined. Questioned regularly about Voldemort's plans, his weaknesses, his likely next moves. They answered as honestly as they could, grateful to be alive, terrified of what their master would do if he ever found them. Harry visited them sometimes. He brought food, water, blankets, small comforts that made their captivity bearable. He asked questions about the wizarding world, about Hogwarts, about the parents he'd never known. And he listened, really listened, to their answers. "Why are you helping us?" Selwyn asked one day. "We're your enemies. We would have let him kill you." Harry considered the question. "Harry not help because you deserve. Harry help because Harry can. Because being kind when you could be cruel, that's what Charlie taught Harry. That's what Mama showed Harry. That's who Harry chooses to be." Selwyn stared at him. You're not what I expected. Harry not what anyone expects. Harry just Harry." He set down the tray of food he'd brought. "Eat. Rest. Maybe someday you go home. Maybe not. But while you here, you safe. Harry promise." He left before they could respond. Selwyn and Travers sat in silence for a long moment. Then Travers spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "If he wins, if the boy somehow beats the Dark Lord, it won't be because he's more powerful. What will it be? Because he's better. Genuinely, fundamentally better." Travers shook his head slowly. And that, my friend, is the most terrifying thing of all. News of the captured Death Eaters spread quickly. Within days, every demon in hell knew that wizards had invaded, and been defeated by a 10-year-old boy. The story grew in the telling, as stories always do. Some versions claimed Harry had single-handedly destroyed the entire Death Eater force. Others said he'd absorbed their magic, added their power to his own. A few whispered that he'd eaten them, consumed their souls the way Verlag consumed everything. Harry ignored the rumors. He had more important things to focus on. The bond was changing. Since the ritual, since Voldemort's brief presence in hell, the connection between them had grown stronger. Clearer. Harry could feel the Dark Lord's emotions now, not just rage and hunger, but something else. Something underneath. Fear. Voldemort was afraid. Not of Harry's power, that could be matched. Not of the hotel's defenses, those could be breached. Not of anything external. He was afraid of what Harry represented. Love that survived death. Hope that flourished in damnation. Choice that defied prophecy. All the things Voldemort had rejected, dismissed, declared impossible, made real in a 10-year-old boy. Harry felt that fear through the bond, and it made him sad. Charlie, he said one evening, Voldemort is lonely. That's why he's so angry. That's why he wants power so much. He thinks power will fill empty place inside. But it never does. Charlie looked at him, surprised. You feel sorry for him. Harry feels sorry for anyone that empty. Anyone that lost. Anyone that never learned to love. He touched his scar. Part of him is in Harry. Part of Harry feels what he feels. And underneath all the dark, all the rage, all the hunger, there's just nothing. Empty space where love should be. Charlie pulled him close. That's not your responsibility to fix, baby. Harry no. But Harry also know that understanding enemy is important. Vaggie taught Harry that. He leaned against her. Understanding doesn't mean forgiving. It just means knowing. Being ready. Charlie kissed the top of his head. You're too wise for your age. Charlie tell Harry that since Harry was small. Harry's starting to believe it. In the wizarding world, Voldemort raged. The failed invasion had cost him 2 followers and countless resources. The pain from the bond was worse than ever, constant now, a burning reminder that the boy was growing stronger, that the fragment of soul was becoming more Harry's than Voldemort's. And underneath the rage, something he refused to acknowledge. Fear. The boy had looked at him. Without flinching. Had spoken to him without fear. Had commanded the very fires of hell as though they were his to command. What chance did a dark wizard have against that? He pushed the thought away. Weakness. All of it weakness. He would find another way. A stronger way. A way that couldn't fail. The boy was his. He had always been his. And Voldemort would have him back. The dreams had always been fragmented. Pieces of a life Harry had never lived. A woman with red hair singing lullabies. A man with messy glasses laughing in sunlight. A cottage with a garden and a crib and warmth that felt like safety. But after the invasion, the dreams changed. They became clearer. More detailed. More real. Harry walked through them now not as an observer but as a participant. He could feel the grass beneath his feet, smell the flowers in the garden, hear the birds singing in trees that didn't exist in hell. He could almost touch his mother, almost speak to his father, almost be with them in a way he'd never been able to before. Why now? He asked his mother one night, as they sat together in the dream cottage. Lily's smile was sad. Because the barrier is weakening. Because Voldemort's invasion tore holes in the fabric between worlds. Because you're ready, my brave boy. Ready to know. Know what? Everything. Who we were. Who you are. What you carry. She took his hand, and the dream shifted. He stood in a room he'd never seen. A bedroom, small and warm, with a crib in the corner and a rocking chair by the window. Moonlight streamed through curtains, casting silver shadows on the walls. In the crib, a baby slept, dark hair, small face, peaceful expression. Himself. Harry stared at the infant version of himself, emotions swirling too fast to name. That's you, his mother's voice came from beside him. 15 months old. The night before. She didn't finish. She didn't need to. The night before green light, Harry whispered. The night before Harry fell. Yes. They stood together, watching the baby sleep. You were so beautiful, Lily said softly. So perfect. Your father and I used to just watch you. For hours. Marveling that we'd made something so amazing. Harry wished Harry could remember. Memory isn't the only way to know, my love. Love remembers for us. Love carries what our minds forget. She knelt beside the crib, reaching through the bars to touch the baby's cheek. Her hand passed through, but the baby stirred anyway, as though feeling her presence. I've watched you, Harry. Every moment of every day. Through the bond, through the veil, through the love that connects us. I've seen you grow, seen you learn, seen you become someone extraordinary. Harry knelt beside her. Mama, why did you have to go? Why couldn't you stay? Lily's eyes filled with tears. Because evil doesn't care about love, baby. It only cares about power. Voldemort wanted you dead, not because of anything you'd done, but because of what you might become. A threat to his vision. A challenge to his rule. She turned to face him, taking his hands in hers. I would have died 1,000 deaths to save you, Harry. 1,000,000. And in a way, I did. Every moment since that night, I've been dying a little more, watching you from a distance, longing to hold you. Then why are you here now? Really here? Because you're ready. Because the barrier is thin. Because the fragment of Voldemort in your scar has been awakened, and with it, the magic that connects us. She squeezed his hands. I can't stay long, but while I'm here, I want to show you everything. Who we were, who your father was, who you come from. The dream shifted again. They stood in a hall of moving stairs and talking portraits. Hogwarts, Lily said. Your father's favorite place. Mine too. Once, Harry stared at the castle with wonder. He'd heard about it from the captured Death Eaters, read about it in the books Molachar had found, but seeing it was different. The magic here was alive, ancient and warm and welcoming in ways that made his heart ache. We met here, Lily continued. First year. He was arrogant, messy, convinced he was the best thing to ever happen to the school. She laughed softly. I couldn't stand him. Really. He asked me out constantly. I refused constantly. It became a game between us, his persistence against my pride. She smiled at the memory. He won, eventually. Took him 6 years, but he won. The scene shifted. Now they stood in a common room by a crackling fire, watching younger versions of themselves laugh and talk with friends. A boy with sandy hair and a girl with bushy hair and a boy with messy black hair who kept glancing at the red-haired girl across the room. Your father's best friends, Lily said. Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. They were family to him, closer than blood. They would have died for each other. Did die, in some ways. Harry watched them, memorizing their faces. And the girl, the one Dad kept looking at. Lily's smile widened. That was me. Before we were together. Before anything. Just a girl he couldn't stop thinking about. She's beautiful. She was. Is. In whatever form I exist now. Lily touched her own face. Your eyes are mine, you know. Everything else is James. But the eyes, those are from me. Harry touched his own face, trying to see his mother in his reflection. I wish Harry could have known you. Both of you. You will. In here. She touched his chest. In your heart. In your choices. In the person you become. We're part of you, Harry. Always. The dream shifted again. Now they stood in a dark place, a forest, maybe, or a graveyard. Shadows moved at the edges of vision, and the air felt heavy with menace. This is where it ended, Lily said quietly. For us. For Voldemort. For you. Harry watched as figures emerged from the darkness, his parents, younger than before, holding wands, facing something terrible. He couldn't see Voldemort clearly, but he could feel him. The same presence that lived in his scar, the same hunger that reached through the bond. They came for us, Lily continued. We knew they would. We'd gone into hiding, trusted the wrong people, made mistakes that cost everything. But in the end, none of that mattered. What mattered was you. The scene played out before them. James rushing forward, wand raised, buying time. Lily running upstairs, grabbing Harry, holding him close. The door exploding. James's voice, cut off mid-shout. Footsteps on the stairs. I begged him, Lily whispered. I begged Voldemort to take me instead. To spare you. I would have done anything, given anything, to keep you safe. Harry watched his mother kneel before the Dark Lord, arms wrapped around her infant son, tears streaming down her face. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Take me instead. The green light flared, and Lily fell. Harry felt it, the moment of death, the surge of love, the ancient magic that caught the killing curse and changed it. Felt his own infant self, caught in the backlash, tumbling through void and fire and darkness. Felt himself land, felt Charlie's arms around him, felt home. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the dream cottage, his mother watching him with tear-filled eyes. "Now you know," she said softly. "Now you understand." Harry nodded slowly. Harry always knew, deep down. Felt it in Scar, in dreams, in way fire loves Harry. He touched his chest. But seeing, that different, that real, the realest thing there is, baby. Love that chose death so you could live. Mama. Harry's voice cracked. Mama. Harry miss you. Harry miss you so much. Lily gathered him close, really close, solid and warm and present. I miss you too, my brave boy. Every moment of every day. But I'm so proud of you. So proud of the person you're becoming. Charlie is good for you. Vaggie too. The hotel, the demons, the fire, they're your family now. And family is everything. Charlie says that. Says family is choice, not blood. Charlie is wise. You should listen to her. Harry smiled through tears. Harry does. Harry always listened to Charlie. The dream began to fade. Lily held him tighter. I have to go soon, baby. The barrier is closing again. But before I do, I need to tell you something important. What, Mama? Your father's Patronus. The spell you cast, the creature that appeared, it took his form. A stag. Do you know what that means? Harry shook his head. It means he's with you. Not just in memory, not just in blood, but actually with you. His spirit, his love, his protection, all of it, living in your heart, made visible through your magic. He's never left you, Harry. Neither of us has. Harry's tears fell freely now. Daddy's with Harry. Really. Really. And he's so proud. We both are. So proud of the boy you've become, the man you're growing into, the choices you make every day. Lily kissed his forehead, right where the scar burned gold. Remember, my love, you are never alone. Not really. We're always here. In your heart. In your scar. In the love that connects us across all worlds. Mama, I love you, Harry Potter. Forever and always. She faded. And Harry woke. Charlie was there, as always. Baby. Another dream. Harry sat up slowly, his face wet with tears. Harry saw them, Charlie. Both of them. Mama and Daddy. They showed Harry everything, Hogwarts, their friends, the night Harry fell. He looked at her, his green eyes bright with wonder and grief. They're proud of Harry. They watch Harry. They love Harry still. Charlie pulled him close. Of course they do, baby. Of course they do. Mama said Daddy's Patronus, the stag, it means he's with Harry. Really with Harry. His spirit, protecting Harry always. Your father was an animagus, wasn't he? Could turn into a stag. Harry blinked. Harry not know. Mama didn't say. It fits. The Patronus taking that form, it's not random. It's him. Part of him, living in you. Charlie stroked his hair gently. You carry them both, Harry. Your mother's eyes, your father's heart. Their love, their magic, their protection. All of it, part of who you are. Harry leaned against her. Charlie. Harry glad Harry has you. Glad Harry fell here. Glad Harry got second family. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. Me too, baby. Me too. The next morning, Harry asked to visit the captured Death Eaters. Selwyn and Travers were surprised to see him. He usually came in the evenings, not the mornings. But they didn't question it. They'd learned that Harry did things in his own time, for his own reasons. Harry need ask something, he said, sitting cross-legged on the floor of their cell. About Harry's parents. About what happened after they died. The Death Eaters exchanged glances. We weren't there, Travers said carefully. We weren't part of that night. Harry no. But you know things. Stories. Rumors. What people said. His green eyes were intense. Harry need to know. Need to understand. Selwyn spoke first, his voice hesitant. They said your mother begged. Threw herself in front of the curse. Tried to trade her life for yours. Harry know that. Mama showed Harry. She showed you. Travers's eyebrows rose. In dreams. Last night. Harry saw everything. He touched his scar. But Harry need more. Need to know about Daddy. About what he did. Selwyn and Travers were quiet for a moment. Then, Selwyn spoke again. Your father, James, he was a fighter. Never backed down from anything. When the Dark Lord came, he stood in the doorway. Wand raised. Told your mother to run. Selwyn's voice softened. He didn't last long, none of them did against the Dark Lord. But he bought time. Seconds, maybe. Enough for your mother to reach you. Did he suffer? I don't know. The killing curse is instant. He wouldn't have felt anything. Harry nodded slowly. Good. Harry glad. Daddy didn't deserve suffering. The Death Eaters had no response to that. Harry left the cell with more questions than answers, but also with something he hadn't expected. Peace. Not closure, there would never be closure for a loss like his. But peace. Knowing that his parents had loved him, fought for him, died for him. Knowing that they still watched, still protected, still lived in ways that transcended death. He found Charlie in the courtyard, watching the hellfire burn. Charlie, can Harry sit with you? Charlie made space beside her without a word. They sat together, watching the flames dance. Harry's parents loved him very much, Harry said quietly. They died so Harry could live. That's big. That's heavy. But it's also beautiful, isn't it? Yes, baby. It's the most beautiful thing there is. Harry want to honor them. Want to live in a way that makes them proud. He looked at her. Charlie help Harry do that. Always, baby. Always. Harry leaned against her, warm and content. Harry think maybe that's what family is. Not just people who raise you. People who love you, even when they can't be there. People who want you to be happy, even when they're gone. People who are part of you, forever. Charlie kissed the top of his head. That's exactly what family is, baby. That's exactly it. That night, Harry dreamed of his father. James Potter stood in a field of stars, his glasses slightly askew, his smile wide and warm. Hey, champ. Daddy. They ran to each other, colliding in a hug that felt like coming home. Your mother told me you visited. Showed you everything. James pulled back, studying his son's face. You look like me. Handsome devil. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. But you have her eyes. Thank Merlin for that, my eyes are terrible. James's voice was warm, teasing, full of love. I've watched you, you know. Through everything. Seen you grow, learn, become someone extraordinary. Daddy, let me finish. I need to say this. James took Harry's hands. I'm sorry. For not being there. For not protecting you. For leaving you alone in a world that wanted to destroy you. Harry wasn't alone. Harry had Charlie. Vaggie. Hotel. I know. And I'm grateful, more than words can say, for them. But I should have been there. Should have fought harder, lived longer, found a way. His eyes were bright with tears. A father's job is to protect his children. I failed at that job. Harry shook his head. Daddy no. Daddy stood in doorway. Daddy fought. Daddy gave Mama time to reach Harry. That's not failure. That's love. James stared at him. You really believe that? Harry know that. Mama showed Harry. Harry saw Daddy fight, Daddy die, Daddy love. That's enough. That's more than enough. James pulled him into another hug, holding tight. How did you get so wise? Charlie. Vaggie. Hotel. Mama visits. All of them teach Harry. He squeezed back. Harry lucky. Harry have so many people love him. Including Daddy, even from far away. They held each other as the stars spun around them. When Harry woke, the tears on his face were happy ones. Charlie was there, as always. Good dream? She asked. Best dream. Harry saw Daddy. Talked to him. Told him Harry okay. He sat up, reaching for her. Charlie, Harry think Harry. Understand now. About past. About parents. About who Harry is. Tell me. Harry is boy who was loved. By Mama. By Daddy. By Charlie. By Vaggie. By everyone in Hotel. That love, it's not just feeling. It's power. It's what makes Harry strong. What makes Harry able to face Voldemort, Verlag, anything. He touched his chest. Love is Harry's magic. Always was. Always will be. Charlie gathered him close. Yes, baby. That's exactly right. Harry smiled against her shoulder. Harry ready now. Ready for whatever comes. Ready to face Voldemort again. Ready to protect Hotel. Ready to be who Harry's supposed to be. You've always been ready, baby. You just didn't know it. Now Harry know. They sat together as the hellfire burned around them, warm and protective and full of love. Harry had met his past. And he was ready for his future. The pain was constant now. Not the sharp, stabbing agony of the bond's first awakening, something deeper. Something that had become part of Voldemort's existence the way breathing was part of a living creature's. It pulsed with every heartbeat, flared with every thought of the boy, burned hottest when he slept and the connection between them opened into dreams. But Voldemort had learned to use the pain. To focus it. To channel it. To let it guide him toward understanding. The boy was in hell. That much he knew. But hell was not what he'd expected, not a realm of pure suffering, not a place where souls were simply punished. It was complex, layered, populated by beings who had existed for millennia, who had their own politics, their own hierarchies, their own purposes. And at the center of it all, protected by forces Voldemort didn't fully understand, was Harry Potter. Growing stronger every day, the Death Eaters gathered in the ruins of Riddle House, their master's chosen headquarters for the final stages of his return. They came in shadows, in secrets, in ones and twos, men and women who had waited years for this moment, who had kept the faith through the long darkness. Voldemort stood before them, his body still weak, his power still growing, but his presence as commanding as ever. "My followers," he hissed. "The time approaches. The boy lives and grows in a realm beyond our own. But I have felt him, touched him, marked him. He is mine, and he will be mine again." Murmurs ran through the crowd. "My lord," Lucius Malfoy ventured, "the boy is in hell." Truly, truly. A realm of demons and fire, where souls are punished for eternity. And yet, he thrives there. Grows powerful there. Commands the very flames of damnation as though they were his to command. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. "Do you understand what that means?" Silence. "It means the prophecy was wrong. Or rather, it was incomplete. The power the Dark Lord knows not, it's not love. It's adaptation. Survival. The ability to become whatever is needed to survive whatever comes." He smiled, a terrible expression. "And soon, that power will be mine." Bellatrix Lestrange approached her master with the devotion of the truly insane. "My lord, how will you take the boy? If he's in hell, protected by demons. I will not take him. I will become him." Voldemort's voice was soft, intimate. "The fragment of my soul in his scar is the key. It grows with him, learns with him, becomes part of his very being. When the time is right, I will reach through that bond and claim what is mine. His body will become my vessel. His power will become my tool. His existence will become my ascension." Bellatrix's eyes widened with ecstasy. "And the demons, my lord, will serve, or die. It matters not." Voldemort turned from her, addressing the crowd. "We will prepare. We will gather strength. And when the moment comes, we will breach the barrier between worlds. Once more, and this time, we will not fail." In hell, Harry felt the obsession sharpening. Through the bond, he could sense Voldemort's thoughts more clearly than ever, not the details, not the plans, but the emotion. The hunger. The desperate, burning need to possess, to consume, to become. It was like being watched by something that wanted to eat him from the inside out. "Charlie," he said one evening, "Voldemort's getting stronger. The bond, it's changing. He's learning to use it, same as Harry." Charlie looked up from her paperwork, concern flickering across her face. "How do you know?" "Harry can feel him. Not just emotions now, intentions. Shapes of thoughts. He's planning something. Something big. Something that involves taking Harry over." Charlie crossed to him, knelt, took his hands. "Can he do that? Actually take you over?" Harry considered the question. Harry not know. The fragment, it's part of Harry now. Part of soul. If Voldemort tries to pull it back, he might pull Harry too. Or Harry might pull him. Or they might merge. Become something neither of them expects. Charlie's face paled. "We need to talk to Molichar. To Carmilla. To anyone who might understand soul magic better than we do." Harry nodded. Harry agree. "But Charlie." Harry not scared. Harry been through too much to be scared of might happens. Whatever comes, Harry face it. With family. Charlie pulled him close. "That's my boy." The council gathered that night. Molichar came, ancient and grave. Carmilla arrived with her daughters, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Even Zestial appeared, his form shifting in the firelight, his presence adding weight to the proceedings. Harry sat at the center, Charlie on one side, Vaggie on the other. "The Dark Lord's obsession grows," Molichar said quietly. "I have studied such things across millennia. When a soul fragment holder becomes fixated on reclaiming what was lost, the results are rarely pleasant. What can happen? Charlie asked. Several possibilities. The most likely is that he will attempt to possess the boy, to use the fragment as a bridge to force his way into Harry's body and take control. If successful, Harry would become a vessel for Voldemort's consciousness. Over my dead body. Yours and many others, Princess. But possession is not the only possibility. Malachar looked at Harry. There is also the chance of merging, two souls becoming one, neither fully in control. Or rejection, the fragment tearing free and taking part of Harry with it. Or transformation, the bond changing both of them into something neither expects. Harry absorbed this calmly. Harry felt all those possibilities. In dreams. In bond. They're like paths, forking in front of Harry. Harry get to choose which one walk. Carmilla leaned forward. You can choose. Even with the bond, even with Voldemort's power pushing against you. Harry thinks so. Choice is Harry's thing. Always has been. Mama taught Harry that. Charlie showed Harry that. Every day, Harry choose love, choose family, choose hope. That's not going to stop just because Voldemort wants something different. The ancient beings exchanged glances. The boy is remarkable, Zestial murmured. Truly remarkable. He's Harry, Charlie said simply. That's all he's ever been. That's all he'll ever need to be. The next morning, Voldemort's presence in the bond was stronger than ever. Harry felt him reaching, testing, probing the edges of the connection. It was like having a hand pressed against the inside of his skull, not painful, but present. Unavoidable. You cannot hide from me, Voldemort's thoughts whispered. I am part of you. I have always been part of you. Harry closed his eyes, focusing. Harry not hiding. Harry just not interested. A pause. Then, sharp. With surprise, you can speak back. Through the bond. Harry always could. Harry just didn't want to. But maybe it's time you understood something, Voldemort. What? Harry is not your property. Not your vessel. Not your tool. Harry is Harry. Charlie's son. Vaggie's kid. Hotel's boy. The fragment of you in Harry's scar, it's part of Harry now. More Harry's than yours. And Harry decides what happens to it. Rage flared through the bond, hot, violent, absolute. You dare. Harry dares. Harry dares everything. Because Harry has family. Harry has love. Harry has self. You have nothing but hunger and hate. That's why you'll never win, Voldemort. Not really. Because even if you take Harry's body, you'll never have Harry's heart. And without heart, you're just empty. The connection severed so violently that Harry gasped. But he was smiling. Charlie found him in the courtyard, still smiling. Baby. What happened? Harry talked to Voldemort. Through bond. Told him truth. He looked at her, his green eyes bright. He's scared, Charlie. Under all the rage, all the hunger, all the obsession, he's terrified. Because Harry has something he can never have. What's that? Love. Real love. Given freely, received openly, part of everything Harry is. He touched his chest. Voldemort can't understand that. Can't touch it. Can't take it. And that terrifies him more than any power Harry could ever have. Charlie pulled him into a hug. My brave, wise boy. Charlie's boy. Always. In the ruins of Riddle House, Voldemort screamed. Not in pain, in fury. The boy had spoken to him. Had pitied him. Had told him truths that cut deeper than any curse. And worse, the boy was right. Voldemort had spent centuries seeking power, seeking immortality, seeking control over everything and everyone. He had built armies, conquered nations, destroyed anyone who stood in his way. He had done everything possible to make himself invincible. And yet, a 10-year-old boy, raised in hell by demons, had something he didn't. Love. Real, genuine, unshakable love. It made no sense. Love was weakness. Love was sentiment. Love was the thing that had killed his mother, that had made his father a fool, that had destroyed everyone who ever claimed to care for him. But the boy's love wasn't weak. It was strong. Stronger than anything Voldemort had ever encountered. My lord. Bellatrix's voice, tentative, afraid. My lord, what is it? Voldemort's red eyes fixed on her. The boy, he hissed. He must be destroyed. Not taken. Not used. Destroyed. Completely. Absolutely. So that nothing of him remains. Bellatrix blinked. But my lord, you said. I know what I said. I was wrong. Voldemort's voice was ice. The boy is too dangerous to keep alive. His power grows too fast. His influence spreads too wide. And his His cursed, loving heart makes him immune to everything I am. He turned away, staring into the darkness. We will destroy him. We will tear through the barrier between worlds and reduce him to nothing. And then, only then, will I be safe. The Death Eaters prepared for war. Word spread through the dark corners of the wizarding world. Voldemort was returning, truly returning, and he needed followers willing to follow him into hell itself. Some refused. They were killed. Others hesitated. They were persuaded. The rest, the truly loyal, the truly mad, the truly desperate, gathered their weapons and their courage and their hate. They were going to war against a 10-year-old boy. And they had no idea what they were walking into. In hell, Harry felt the storm approaching. Not through the bond this time, through the fire. The hellfire that loved him was agitated, restless, warned. It danced higher in its sconces, burned brighter in its braziers, sent sparks flying in patterns that spelled danger. They're coming, Harry told Charlie. Soon. Many of them. Voldemort changed his mind. He doesn't want Harry anymore. He wants Harry dead. Charlie's face hardened. Then we make sure he doesn't succeed. She called a meeting of every resident, every ally, every demon who owed the hotel loyalty. They came in droves: Husk, Angel Dust, Cherry Bomb, Molichar, Carmilla and her daughters, even Zestial. They filled the lobby, their demonic forms casting twisted shadows, their ancient eyes bright with purpose. Wizards are coming, Charlie announced. They want to destroy Harry. They want to destroy this hotel. They want to prove that darkness is stronger than hope. She paused, letting that sink in. Are they? A roar of denial shook the walls. Then we fight. We protect. We show them what happens when you threaten one of our own. Charlie's voice rose, carrying the authority of Hell's princess. Harry is our family. Our hope. Our proof that redemption is possible. And we will die before we let anyone take him. The demons cheered. Harry, standing at Charlie's side, felt tears in his eyes. Charlie, he whispered. Charlie, Harry love you. Harry love all of them. Harry never thought, when Harry fell, that Harry would find this. Family. Home. Love. Charlie pulled him close. Neither did I, baby. Neither did I. The night before the battle, Harry dreamed of his parents. They stood together in the cottage garden, arms around each other, watching him approach with smiles that held years of love. You're ready, Lily said. I can feel it. Daddy felt it too, James added. You've grown so strong, champ. Stronger than we ever could have imagined. Mama. Daddy. Harry stood before them, tears streaming down his face. Harry scared. Tomorrow. Battle. Harry not know if Harry survive. Lily knelt before him, taking his face in her hands. Survival isn't the point, my brave boy. Love is. Hope is. The choices you make, the person you are, that's what matters. Whether you live or die, that doesn't change. But Harry want to live. Want to stay with Charlie. With Vaggie. With Hotel. Then fight for that. Fight for them. Fight for yourself. James knelt beside his wife, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. And know that we'll be with you. Every moment. Every blow. Every choice. Harry looked at them, his parents, his blood, his past. Harry love you. Both. Always. We love you too, son. Forever and always. They hugged him together, warm and real and present. And then he woke. Dawn broke over hell, not with light, but with the distant sound of chanting. Wizards were coming through. Harry stood in the courtyard, surrounded by his family. Charlie on one side, Vaggie on the other. The hotel residents arrayed behind them, weapons ready, fire burning bright. They're here, Harry said quietly. The portal opened, and Voldemort stepped through. The portal tore open the sky like a wound. Not the small, tentative opening of Voldemort's first attempt, this was something else entirely. A gaping maw of green light that stretched from the courtyard to the clouds, through which shapes were already emerging. Dark robes, pale masks, wands raised and ready, dozens of them, hundreds, the full force of Voldemort's renewed army, pouring into hell like poison into a wound. Charlie stood at the center of the courtyard, her family arrayed behind her, her heart pounding with terror and fury and love. Beside her, Harry was small and steady, his scar blazing golden, his green eyes fixed on the invading horde. Charlie, he said quietly, there's so many. I see them, baby. Can we win? Charlie looked at him, at this impossible child who had fallen into her life and changed everything. At the hope in his eyes, the trust, the absolute certainty that she would protect him. Yes, she said, we can win. Because we have something they don't. What? Each other. She turned to face the invading army, raised her voice, and shouted. Residents of the Hazbin Hotel. Today, we fight. Today, we protect. Today, we show these invaders what happens when you threaten our home. The demons roared, and the battle began. The first wave of Death Eaters hit the courtyard like a tide. They came firing curses, green light, red light, spells that shattered stone and melted metal and would have killed any demon they touched. But the demons of the hotel had been training for this. Had been preparing for this. Had been waiting for this. They fought back. Husk transformed into his true form, a massive beast of claw and fury, and tore through the invaders like wheat before a scythe. Angel Dust's many arms wielded weapons in every direction, his usual humor replaced by cold efficiency. Cherry Bomb's explosives lit the darkness with fire and shrapnel, each blast sending wizards flying. And at the center of it all, Charlie fought. She had never been a warrior. Never trained for combat, never sought battle, never raised her hand in anger. But she was the princess of hell, daughter of Lucifer Morningstar, and when her family was threatened, she found depths she hadn't known existed. Her magic blazed from her hands in waves. Not hellfire, something older, something inherited from her father's fall and her mother's departure. It pushed wizards back, shattered their shields, sent them scrambling for cover. Protect Harry, she screamed. Keep him safe. Vaggie was already there, spear dancing, her single eye fixed on the boy who had become her heart. She moved like water around him, deflecting curses, countering attacks, killing anyone who got too close. Vaggie, Harry said, Harry can help. Harry can fight. No, kid, your job is to stay alive. Let us handle the fighting. But, no buts. Charlie's orders. Mine too. She blocked a killing curse with her spear, the impact sending shockwaves through her arms. You're why we're fighting. You're what we're protecting. If you go down, we all go down. Harry's jaw tightened, but he nodded. He stayed. Voldemort emerged from the portal last. He walked through the green light like a king entering his throne room, his red eyes sweeping across the battlefield with cold assessment. Death Eaters fought and died around him. Demons screamed and fell. The hotel burned in places where curses had struck. None of it touched him. He moved through the chaos untouched, untouchable, his attention fixed on one thing only. The boy. Harry stood behind Vaggie's guard, but his eyes met Voldemort's across the battlefield. Through the bond, they felt each other, the hunger and the hope, the rage and the love, the darkness and the light. Harry Potter, Voldemort called, his voice cutting through the noise of battle. I have come for you. Harry, no, the boy replied, equally loud, equally clear. Harry been waiting. Voldemort smiled. Then let us end this. He raised his wand. Charlie saw the movement. Saw Voldemort's wand rise, saw Harry standing behind Vaggie's guard, saw the curse forming on the Dark Lord's lips. And she moved. Not thinking, not planning, just moving. Her body became a blur of demonic speed, crossing the courtyard in seconds, placing herself between Voldemort and Harry just as the curse left his wand. The spell hit her square in the chest. For a moment, everything stopped. Charlie felt the magic tear through her, not a killing curse, something else. Something designed to incapacitate, to capture, to take. It wrapped around her like chains, burning and binding and holding. No. Harry's scream pierced the air. But, Charlie was already falling, already fading, already being pulled toward Voldemort by the magic of his curse. Charlie. Vaggie's voice joined Harry's, desperate and furious. The last thing Charlie saw before darkness took her was Harry's face, terrified, furious, glowing with power she'd never seen him use. Then nothing. Harry's world narrowed to a single point. Voldemort stood before him, Charlie's unconscious body floating in the air beside him, held by chains of green light. His red eyes gleamed with triumph. Your protector falls, he hissed. Your hotel burns. Your family dies around you. And still you stand there, doing nothing. Harry didn't answer. He was looking at Charlie. At the woman who had found him in a crater and called him hers. Who had raised him, loved him, protected him against everything. Who had just thrown herself in front of a curse meant for him. Something in Harry broke, and something else awakened. The hellfire exploded. Not the controlled flames Harry usually commanded, this was raw, primal, ancient. It erupted from every surface, every sconce, every burning brazier in the hotel. It leapt from the foundations, from the walls, from the very stones of the courtyard. It wrapped around Harry like a cloak, like armor, like wings. And when Harry spoke, his voice carried echoes of things that had no names. Let her go. Voldemort's eyes widened. The fire was responding to the boy, not as a tool, but as an extension of his will. It was part of him. It always had been. What magic is this? Voldemort breathed. Not magic. Harry stepped forward, and the fire stepped with him. Love. Love for Charlie. Love for family. Love for everyone in this hotel. That's what fire is. That's what Harry is. That's what you'll never understand. The fire surged. Voldemort raised his wand, but the flames wrapped around it, ate it, consumed it before his eyes. He stumbled back, his expression shifting from triumph to something he hadn't felt in decades. Fear. You cannot defeat me, he hissed. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I am. You are nothing. Harry's voice was calm, terrible, absolute. You're empty inside, hungry and hateful and alone. And Harry pities you. But Harry won't let you hurt family anymore. The fire roared, and Voldemort fled. He didn't retreat gracefully. He ran, actually ran, toward the portal, his followers streaming after him, those who survived. The green light of the gateway flickered and dimmed as he passed through, closing behind him with a sound like a dying scream. The battle was over. Harry stood in the courtyard, surrounded by flames that slowly, gently, began to subside. His scar blazed with golden light. His eyes held the weight of everything he'd just done. And in his arms, somehow, impossibly, he held Charlie. She was alive. Unconscious, injured, but alive. The chains of Voldemort's curse had dissolved when he fled, dropping her into Harry's waiting arms. He held her now like she was the most precious thing in any world, because she was. Charlie, he whispered. Charlie, wake up. Please wake up. Vaggie appeared beside him, her face streaked with tears and blood. Harry, is she alive? But hurt. Harry can feel it, the curse hurt her inside. He looked up at Vaggie, and for a moment he was just a 10-year-old boy again, scared and desperate. Vaggie, Harry don't know how to fix this. Harry don't know. Shish, kid. We'll get help. Malachar knows healing. Carmilla too. Vaggie knelt beside them, her hand on Charlie's forehead. She's strong. Stronger than any of us. She'll make it. Harry nodded, tears streaming down his face. Charlie can't leave Harry. Charlie is Harry's home. I know, kid. I know. They carried Charlie inside. The hotel was damaged but standing. Residents were injured but alive. The Death Eaters had fled, leaving their dead and wounded behind. It was a victory, of sorts. But it felt like defeat. Because Charlie lay unconscious in her bed, her face pale, her breathing shallow, and no one knew how to wake her. Malachar examined her carefully, his ancient hands glowing with diagnostic magic. The curse was designed to capture, not kill, he reported. Voldemort wanted her alive, leverage against Harry, perhaps. But the magic is deep. Woven into her very essence. I cannot remove it alone. Who can? Vaggie demanded. Powerful healers. Light magic. Things that don't exist in hell. Malachar's face was grim. There is one possibility, but it would require leaving this realm. Harry, who had been sitting silently at Charlie's bedside, looked up. Where? The wizarding world. Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Malachar met his eyes. He has the power to heal her. The knowledge. The resources. But taking her there would mean Harry going back to world Harry came from. Harry's voice was quiet, steady. Harry no. Harry been thinking about this since Charlie fell. Vaggie stared at him. Kid, you can't. Harry can. Harry must. He looked at Charlie's still face, at the woman who had given him everything. Charlie saved Harry. Every day, every moment, every choice. She threw herself in front of curse for Harry. Now Harry save her. But the wizarding world has Voldemort, has Death Eaters, has people who want Harry dead. Harry nodded. Harry no. But it also has people who can help Charlie. People who've been searching for Harry for 10 years. Maybe they help. Maybe they don't. But Harry have to try. Vaggie was silent for a long moment. Then she knelt before him, taking his small hands in hers. Then I'm coming with you. Vaggie, don't argue. You're not going into that world alone. Charlie would kill me if I let you. She squeezed his hands. We find Dumbledore. We get Charlie healed. And then we figure out how to get home. Together. Harry's eyes filled with tears. Vaggie. That's what family does, kid. We stick together. No matter what. The decision was made. Harry would return to the wizarding world, the world he'd never known, the world that had tried to kill him, the world that held the key to saving Charlie. Vaggie would go with him. The hotel residents would guard the portal, keep it open, wait for their return. And Charlie would travel with them, suspended in a healing stasis that Malachar had created, her body protected until they could find help. The night before their departure, Harry sat alone in Charlie's room. She looked peaceful in the stasis, almost like she was sleeping. Her face was calm, her breathing steady, her chest rising and falling with the rhythm of artificial life. Harry took her hand. Charlie, he whispered. Harry, don't know if you can hear this. But Harry need to say it anyway. He paused, gathering himself. Charlie saved Harry. Not just from falling, from everything. From being alone. From being scared. From being nothing. She gave Harry home. Family. Love. She made Harry who Harry is. Tears streamed down his face. And now Harry going to save her. Going to find help. Going to bring her back. Harry promise. Whatever it takes. However long. Harry will find way. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead to her hand. Harry love you, Charlie. Most in all worlds. Always. The portal opened at dawn. Not the green, sea-like portal of Voldemort's making, something gentler. Something that Malachar and Carmilla had created together, using ancient magic and the remnants of the barrier between worlds. It shimmered silver and gold, warm and welcoming. Harry stood before it, Vaggie at his side. Behind them, the hotel residents gathered, Husk, Angel Dust, Cherry Bomb, Malachar, Carmilla and her daughters, hundreds of demons who had become family. You have everything? Husk asked gruffly. Harry patted his bag, supplies, weapons, the blade Carmilla had given him years ago. Harry has everything. The portal will take you to Hogwarts, Malachar explained. Dumbledore will feel your arrival. Whether he welcomes you or attacks you, that depends on him. Harry nodded. Harry understand. And if things go wrong, if you can't find help, if Voldemort finds you first, the portal will reopen in 3 days. Be here. Or find another way home. We'll be here, Vaggie said firmly. With Charlie. Healed. The demons murmured their support. Harry turned to face them one last time, this impossible family he'd found in the most impossible place. Harry coming back, he said. With Charlie. With hope. With proof that love wins. Wait for Harry. A roar of affirmation shook the walls. Harry smiled, that smile, the one that had changed everything. Then he took a deep breath, stepped through the portal, and left hell for the first time in 10 years. The wizarding world was cold. That was Harry's first impression, the biting chill of a Scottish autumn, the dampness in the air, the absence of Hellfire's constant warmth. He stood in a courtyard surrounded by ancient stone walls, a castle rising before him that he recognized from his mother's dreams. Hogwarts. Bloody hell. Vaggie breathed beside him, Charlie floating gently between them in her stasis. It's actually real. Before Harry could respond, lights blazed from every window. Doors burst open, and Albus Dumbledore, leader of the light, headmaster of Hogwarts, stepped out to greet them. The silence between worlds lasted exactly 3 heartbeats. Harry counted them, 1, 2, 3, as the portal sealed behind him and the cold of the Scottish autumn wrapped around his skin like something foreign. He'd never felt cold like this. Hell had heat, constant and embracing, the Hellfire's warmth seeping into everything. This was different. This was absence. The lack of fire, of warmth, of home. Beside him, Vaggie's hand tightened on her spear. Charlie floated between them in her stasis, peaceful and pale, her chest rising and falling with the rhythm of borrowed life. And ahead of them, torchlight blazed from 100 windows as figures poured from the castle's great doors. Dumbledore led them. He moved differently than Harry had imagined from his dreams, slower, older, more burdened. The twinkle in his eyes was still there, but underneath it lay years of grief and guilt and desperate hope. He walked toward the boy who had vanished 10 years ago, the boy he'd failed to protect, the boy who now stood before him with a demon at his side and fire in his soul. Harry Potter, Dumbledore breathed. After all these years, Harry met his gaze steadily. Professor Dumbledore, Harry need your help. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was nothing like Harry had imagined. In his dreams, it had been warm and golden, filled with laughing students and floating candles and the sense of magic being alive. Now, in the early hours of dawn, it was empty and echoing, the house banners hanging still in the silent air, the enchanted ceiling showing a sky heavy with clouds. Dumbledore led them to the head table, where McGonagall and Snape and a handful of other teachers had gathered, their expressions ranging from shock to suspicion to barely concealed hostility. Vaggie felt it immediately. Her spear stayed ready, her single eye scanning for threats. "Put the weapon down," Snape said coldly. "You are in no position to threaten anyone here." "Vaggie not threatening," Harry said quietly. "Vaggie protecting. Same thing Harry been doing for 10 years. Snape's dark eyes fixed on him. And something flickered. Recognition, maybe. Or memory. Or the ghost of a promise made to a woman with red hair. "You have her eyes," he said, his voice barely a whisper. Harry nodded. "Harry no. Mama visits Harry in dreams. Shows Harry things. Tells Harry about people who loved her." He paused. "She talked about you. Said you were her friend. Said you tried to protect her." Snape's face went pale. "You've spoken to Lily. In dreams. Many times. She watches Harry. Watches over Harry. She's why Harry alive." Harry touched his scar. Her love caught the killing curse. Changed it. Sent Harry to hell instead of death. The teachers exchanged glances. "Hell," McGonagall repeated. "You've been in hell. For 10 years. Since Harry was baby." Harry's voice was calm, matter of fact. "Harry was raised there. By demons. By Charlie." He gestured at the floating form beside him. "Charlie is Harry's mother. Real mother. The one who found Harry when Harry fell, who raised Harry, who loved Harry. And she's dying because she saved Harry from Voldemort." Dumbledore stepped forward, his ancient eyes studying Charlie's still form. "This is the demon who raised you. Charlie is Princess of Hell. Daughter of Lucifer Morningstar. She built hotel for demons who want to be better. She found Harry in crater and called Harry hers." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "She threw herself in front of Voldemort's curse to save Harry. Now she's trapped in sleeping magic Harry can't wake her from. And you came here for help." "Malachar, he's ancient demon, very wise, said Hogwarts has healers. Light magic. Things that don't exist in hell." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "Harry will do anything, anything, to save Charlie. If you help, Harry will owe you. If you don't, Harry will find another way. But Harry not leaving without her." The silence stretched. Then Snape spoke again, his voice softer than anyone had ever heard it. "The boy loves her, truly loves her. You can see it in his eyes." He looked at Dumbledore. "Lily's son, raised by demons, still capable of love this pure. That's worth something, Albus." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "It's worth everything." They moved Charlie to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, the school's healer, was summoned from her bed and arrived in a flurry of nightclothes and professional concern. She examined Charlie with growing wonder, her diagnostic spells revealing layers of magic she'd never encountered. This is unlike anything I've seen," she admitted. "The curse is deep, but not fatal. It's more like a lock. Someone has the key, and without it, she'll sleep forever." "Voldemort has the key," Harry said quietly. "The curse came from him. Then we need to get it from him. How?" No one had an answer. Harry sat by Charlie's bedside through the night. Vaggie stood guard at the door, refusing food, refusing rest, refusing anything except the protection of her family. The Hogwarts staff came and went, bringing questions Harry answered patiently, bringing offers of help he accepted gratefully, bringing stares he ignored completely. He was used to being stared at. In hell, it had been because he was human. Here, it was because he was other, raised by demons, marked by dark magic, carrying power no wizard understood. But underneath the stares, he felt something else. Curiosity. Wonder. The beginning of something that might become acceptance. Snape came last, after the others had gone. He stood at the foot of Charlie's bed, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have frightened most children. Harry met his gaze calmly. "You look like him," Snape said finally. "James. The messy hair, the stubborn jaw. But your eyes are hers. Exactly hers." Harry no. Mama shows Harry in dreams. Snape's expression flickered. "She shows you many things. Hogwarts. Her friends. The night she died." Harry paused. "She showed Harry you too. Said you were complicated. Said you loved her but couldn't say it. Said Harry should try to understand, not judge. Snape's breath caught. She said that. In dream, yes. She said. Harry closed his eyes, remembering. She said. Severus is more than he seems. He made wrong choices for right reasons. Don't hate him, my brave boy. Pity him. Understand him. That's what love does. Snape turned away, but not before Harry saw the tears in his eyes. I made a promise, he said roughly. To your mother. To protect you. I failed. Harry not need protecting. Harry need understanding. Need help saving Charlie. Harry stood, crossing to where Snape stood with his back turned. You can help. You know Voldemort. Know how he thinks. Know where he might hide the key to Charlie's curse. Snape was quiet for a long moment. Then he turned back, and his face was composed again, but his eyes were different. Softer. Yes, he said. I can help. The next morning, Dumbledore called a council. Not just the teachers this time, members of the Order of the Phoenix, representatives from the ministry, anyone who might have knowledge or power to contribute. They gathered in the headmaster's office, filling the space with tension and suspicion and desperate hope. Harry stood at the center of it all, small among the adults, but somehow commanding attention without trying. This is Harry Potter, Dumbledore introduced. The boy who lived. The child who vanished 10 years ago. He has returned, and he brings news that changes everything. Murmurs ran through the crowd. He has been living in hell, Dumbledore continued, raised by demons, protected by forces we don't understand. He has grown powerful there, more powerful than any wizard his age. And he has come to us for help. Help with what? Someone demanded. Harry stepped forward. Charlie. Harry's mother. The demon princess who raised Harry. Voldemort cursed her when she saved Harry. She sleeps now, and only Voldemort can wake her. He looked around the room, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. Harry need help getting the key to her curse. Need help fighting Voldemort. Need help saving the only family Harry has left. Silence. Then a woman's voice, sharp and skeptical. You expect us to trust a boy raised in hell? By demons. For all we know, this is a trap. Voldemort's way of getting inside our defenses. Harry looked at her, a witch with sharp features and suspicious eyes. Harry understand why you think that. If Harry was you, Harry might think same. He touched his scar. But Harry is not Voldemort. Harry is not Dark Wizard. Harry is just Harry, boy who fell, boy who was found, boy who loves his family. That family includes Charlie. That family includes Vaggie. That family includes everyone in Hotel. Harry will do anything to save them. Anything. And if we refuse to help, then Harry find another way. His voice was calm, steady, absolutely certain. Harry survived falling into hell as baby. Harry survived growing up among demons. Harry survived Voldemort's invasion. Harry will survive this too. But Charlie might not. So Harry asked, please. Help Harry save her. The room was quiet. Then, slowly, people began to nod. The plan took shape over hours of discussion. Snape would use his position as spy to locate the key, probably a physical object, some focus for the curse that Voldemort would keep close. The Order would prepare for battle, knowing that retrieving the key would mean facing the Dark Lord directly. And Harry would be ready for whatever came. Voldemort wants you, Dumbledore said quietly, as the others filed out. He's made that clear. Using you as bait. Is good plan. Harry no. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. Harry not afraid of Voldemort. Harry faced him twice. Harry made him run twice. Harry can do it again. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've changed, Harry. More than I could have imagined. Hell changes people. But Charlie kept Harry good. Her love, her hope, her belief, that's what made Harry who Harry is. He smiled slightly. Harry not angry at you, Professor. For not finding Harry. For not protecting Harry. Harry understand, some things beyond control. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. You were remarkably forgiving for a 10-year-old. Charlie taught Harry forgiveness. Said holding anger only hurts self. Harry touched his chest. Harry have too much love in heart to waste space on hate. 3 days passed. Harry spent them in the hospital wing, at Charlie's side. He talked to her constantly, about Hogwarts, about the people he was meeting, about the plan to save her. He held her hand, sang the lullaby his mother had taught him, promised over and over that he would bring her back. Vaggie rarely left his side. When she did, it was to eat, to sleep, to report to the Order about Hell's willingness to help if needed. The answer was always the same: the hotel waited. The portal waited. They would wait forever if they had to. On the third night, Snape returned. He came through the hospital wing doors like a shadow, his face pale, his eyes bright with news. "I've found it," he said quietly. "The key. It's a crystal, about the size of a man's fist, that Voldemort keeps on his person at all times. Destroying it will break the curse." "Destroy," Harry repeated. "Not take. Taking would alert him immediately. Destroying, if done correctly, might go unnoticed until it's too late." Snape's expression was grim. "But destroying it means getting close. Very close. Close enough to touch him." Harry nodded slowly. "Then Harry, get close." "Harry, no," Vaggie started. "Vaggie, Harry has to. The bond, Harry can feel him through it. Know where he is, what he's feeling, when he's distracted. If anyone can get close enough, it's Harry." He looked at her, his green eyes steady. "Charlie saved Harry. Harry saved Charlie. That's how love works." Vaggie's protest died in her throat. "Then I'm coming with you." "Vaggie, don't argue. You're not facing him alone." Her voice was iron. "Charlie would kill me if I let you. And I'd kill myself if anything happened to you. We do this together, or we don't do it at all." Harry looked at her for a long moment. Then he smiled, that smile, the one that had changed everything. "Okay, Vaggie." Together. They left at midnight. Snape led them through secret passages, past sleeping portraits, to a hidden gate that opened onto the grounds. Beyond it, the forbidden forest loomed dark and ancient, and beyond that, the place where Voldemort had made his temporary camp. "He's in the old Riddle house," Snape explained. "Using it as a base while he gathers strength. The crystal will be on him, probably in a pocket, or around his neck. You'll have seconds to act once you're close." Harry nodded, memorizing every detail. "The bond will help. Harry can feel when he's distracted, when his guard drops. Harry will know when to move." Snape studied him in the darkness. "You're remarkable, you know. Lily would be proud." Harry smiled slightly. "Mama is proud." Harry feels it. Every day. The Riddle house was exactly as Harry had imagined from his dreams. Dark, crumbling, surrounded by overgrown gardens and ancient trees. Lights flickered in the windows, not warm lights, but the cold green of magical flames. Shadows moved behind curtained glass. Death Eaters patrolled the perimeter. Harry and Vaggie watched from the forest's edge, hidden by darkness and the Hellfire's faint shimmer that Harry had learned to extend as camouflage. 12 guards, Vaggie counted. At least. Probably more inside. Harry feels Voldemort. He's in main room, downstairs. The crystal is around his neck. Harry can sense it, like small son of dark magic. He closed his eyes, reaching through the bond. He's thinking about Harry. Obsessing. Planning. His guard is down because he's lost in thoughts of victory. That's our moment. Yes. They waited. The minutes stretched like hours. The patrols passed, regular as clockwork. Harry tracked them with eyes closed, feeling their movements through the fire that lived in his blood. Then, a shift. Voldemort's attention turned inward. His guard dropped further. He was remembering something, the night he'd killed the Potters, perhaps, or the moment Harry had escaped him in hell. Whatever it was, it consumed him. "Now," Harry whispered. They moved. Vaggie took out the first guard silently, a quick strike with the butt of her spear, unconscious before he hit the ground. Harry slipped past the second like smoke, his small body barely disturbing the air. Together, they worked through the patrols with deadly efficiency. Within minutes, they were inside. The Riddle house was even worse up close. Rotting furniture, peeling wallpaper, the smell of decay and dark magic permeating everything. Harry's scar blazed with warning, but he pushed through, following the pull of the bond toward the main room. Voldemort waited there. He sat in an ancient armchair, staring into a fire that burned green, his red eyes distant with memory. Around his neck, the crystal pulsed with sickly light, the key to Charlie's curse, close enough to touch. Harry moved. He crossed the room in seconds, silent as the hellfire that loved him. His hand reached for the crystal. Voldemort's eyes snapped into focus. Harry Potter. The crystal blazed. And everything exploded. The blast threw Harry across the room. He crashed into a wall, slid to the floor, gasped for breath. Voldemort was on his feet, wand raised, the crystal blazing on his chest like a second heart. "Did you think I wouldn't feel you?" the Dark Lord hissed. "Through the bond, through the connection, through the fragment of my soul that lives in your scar. I knew the moment you entered this house." Harry struggled to his feet, ignoring the pain. "Harry knew you knew." Harry counted on it. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "What? Your focus on Harry, it's your weakness. Always has been. While you're focused on Harry, you're not focused on anything else." Behind Voldemort, Vaggie emerged from the shadows. Her spear struck true. Not at Voldemort, at the chain holding the crystal. It shattered in a spray of dark magic, and the crystal fell, rolling across the floor toward Harry. Voldemort screamed. Harry grabbed the crystal and squeezed. The hellfire answered. It erupted from his hands, not the controlled flame he usually summoned, but raw, primal, ancient fire. The kind that had welcomed him when he fell. The kind that loved him without condition. The kind that burned through dark magic like sunlight through fog. The crystal shattered. Voldemort's scream became something else: pain, loss, fear. The fragment of his soul in Harry's scar blazed in response, and for a moment, Harry saw everything. Every memory, every choice, every moment of darkness that had made Voldemort who he was. Then the fire faded, and Voldemort was gone. He'd fled, apparated at the last moment, leaving only the echo of his scream behind. Harry stood in the ruined room, breathing hard, the shattered crystal at his feet. "Charlie," he whispered. "Charlie's free." They ran. Back through the house, past the unconscious guards, into the forest where Snape waited with brooms for their escape. The Death Eaters were stirring, raising alarms, but they were too slow, too confused, too unprepared for what had just happened. By the time anyone organized a pursuit, Harry and Vaggie were already in the air, flying toward Hogwarts, toward Charlie, toward home. The crystal was destroyed. The curse was broken. And somewhere in the castle hospital wing, Charlie Morningstar opened her eyes. Harry reached her room at dawn. He burst through the doors, still covered in soot and sweat and the residue of battle, his green eyes wild with hope and fear. And there she was, sitting up in bed, pale but awake, her blonde hair tangled, her smile weak but real. "Charlie. Baby." He crossed the room in seconds, throwing himself into her arms. She caught him, held him, cried into his hair. "Harry. Harry, baby, you're okay. You're okay. Charlie saved Harry. Harry saved Charlie. That's how love works." She laughed through her tears. "Yeah, baby. That's how love works." Vaggie appeared in the doorway, her single eye bright with unshed tears. Charlie reached out a hand, and Vaggie crossed to them, joining the embrace. "Never again," Vaggie muttered. "Never again do you two get to scare me like that." "No promises," Charlie said softly. "But we'll try." They held each other as the sun rose over Hogwarts, as the castle woke to a new day, as the war between worlds continued to rage. But in that moment, none of that mattered. They were together. They were family. They were home. Later, Harry stood alone on the castle grounds, watching the sunrise paint the sky in colors almost as beautiful as hellfire. Dumbledore found him there. "A penny for your thoughts, Harry." Harry smiled slightly. Harry thinking about home. About hotel. About demons waiting for Harry to come back. About Charlie, awake and alive because Harry helped. And about this world. About Hogwarts. About people here who might need help too. He turned to face the old wizard. Voldemort not done. He'll try again. He'll always try again. Harry can feel it through bond, his obsession, his hate, his hunger. He won't stop until Harry dead or he is. Dumbledore nodded gravely. "What will you do?" Harry considered the question. "Harry is bridge," he said finally. "Between worlds. Between magics. Between families. Harry belongs to both now, hell where Harry grew, earth where Harry came from. Harry can't choose one without losing part of self. So you'll protect both." "Yes. Harry protect Hotel. Harry protect Hogwarts. Harry protect everyone Voldemort threatens. That's who Harry is. That's who Harry chooses to be." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You are extraordinary, Harry Potter. More extraordinary than any wizard I've met in a century." Harry not extraordinary. Harry just Harry. Boy who lived, boy who fell, boy who found family in most unlikely place. He smiled, that smile. "That's enough." Dumbledore smiled back. "Yes," he agreed. "That's more than enough." The morning after Charlie woke, the hotel's portal reopened. Harry felt it before he saw it, a shimmer in the air of the hospital wing, a warmth that had nothing to do with the castle's heating charms. He turned from Charlie's bedside to find a familiar figure stepping through. Malachar. The ancient demon looked older than Harry had ever seen him, weary, worn, but somehow triumphant. Behind him, the portal pulsed with golden light, and through it Harry could see glimpses of home. The courtyard. The hellfire. Demons moving in the distance. Malachar. Harry ran to him, throwing his arms around the ancient demon's waist. You came. You found us. Malachar's clawed hand rested gently on Harry's head. Of course I came, little one. Did you think we would abandon you? He looked past Harry to Charlie, sitting up in bed, pale but alive. Princess. You are well. Thanks to Harry. Charlie's voice was weak but warm. He saved me. Broke Voldemort's curse with his bare hands. As expected. Malachar's ancient eyes held something like pride. The boy has always been extraordinary. But now, there is something he must do. Something that cannot wait. Harry stepped back, his expression shifting from joy to concern. What? The trial. Malachar's voice was grave. The Demon King's trial. It has been waiting for you since the day you fell, Harry. Every soul that claims connection to hell must face it eventually. And you who carry hellfire in your blood and damnation in your scar, you cannot avoid it any longer. Harry looked at Charlie. Charlie looked at Harry. What is it? Harry asked. The trial. It is hell's judgment. Its assessment of your right to wield its power, to command its fire, to call yourself one of its own. Malachar's eyes were ancient, sad, knowing. Every demon who rises to power faces it. Most fail. Those who succeed, become something more. And if Harry fails, Malachar was quiet for a long moment. Then the fire that loves you will consume you. Not as punishment, as reclamation. You will become part of hell itself, your soul joining the eternal flame that has burned since before time began. Charlie was on her feet, ignoring her weakness, crossing to Harry's side. No, absolutely not. He's not facing any trial. Charlie, Harry started. No, Harry, I just got back to you. I'm not losing you again. Malachar's voice was gentle. Princess, the trial is not optional. It has been waiting for him since the moment he fell. The only reason it has not claimed him already is because of your protection, your love, your hotel, your family. But now that he has left hell and returned, now that he has used its power in another world, the trial must be faced. It is the way of things. Charlie's face was pale, furious, terrified. How long does he have? 3 days. After that, the trial will claim him whether he faces it or not. Better to face it willingly, with preparation and purpose. Harry touched Charlie's arm gently. Charlie. Harry can do this. Harry been through so much, Verlag, Voldemort, the Bond, the invasion. This is just one more thing. And Harry has family to come back to. That's what will carry Harry through. Charlie looked at him, at this impossible child she'd raised, this boy who had grown into something more than she could have imagined. I'm coming with you, Charlie. I'm coming with you. To the trial. To whatever comes. I'm not letting you face this alone. Malachar shook his head. Princess, you cannot. The trial is for him alone. No one else may enter. Then I'll wait at the door. I'll be there when he comes out. Her voice was iron. I'm his mother. That's what mothers do. Malachar studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. As you wish. They returned through the portal that evening. Hogwarts gathered to see them off, Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, a crowd of students who had heard rumors of the boy who lived in hell. They watched as Harry stepped toward the shimmering gateway, Charlie and Vaggie beside him, the fire of another world visible beyond. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said quietly. Whatever awaits you, know that you have allies here. Friends. People who will fight beside you when the time comes. Harry turned to face them, these wizards who had been strangers days ago, who had become something like family in the brief time he'd known them. Harry no. And Harry grateful. When Voldemort comes again, and he will come, Harry will be ready. And Harry will fight beside you. He smiled, that smile. That's what family does. He stepped through the portal. And hell welcomed him home. The hotel was exactly as he remembered. The courtyard, the lobby, the familiar faces of demons who had become family. They crowded around him as he emerged, cheering, crying, reaching to touch him as if to prove he was real. Harry let them, laughing, crying himself, overwhelmed by the love that surrounded him. Harry's back. The boy returned. Charlie's alive. It was chaos, beautiful, joyful chaos that filled the spaces where fear and grief had lived. Harry moved through it like a dream, hugging everyone, thanking everyone, promising over and over that he was home to stay. But underneath the joy, a shadow waited. The trial. That night, Charlie tucked him into bed the way she had when he was small. "Baby," she said softly, "are you sure about this?" "Absolutely sure." Harry nodded. "Harry, sure, Charlie." Harry been preparing for this his whole life. Every moment in hell, every lesson, every battle, it's all been leading here. The trial isn't punishment. It's graduation. Proof that Harry belongs. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. "You've always belonged. From the moment you fell." "Harry, no. But hell needs to know too. The fire needs to know. The ancient powers that watch and wait, they need to see that Harry is worthy of their love." He touched her face. "Charlie, Harry can do this. Harry, promise." Charlie pulled him close. "I know, baby. I know. I just got you back. And Harry not going anywhere. Harry will come through trial, and Harry will come back to you. That's promise." They held each other as the hellfire burned softly around them. The trial began at dawn. Harry stood alone in the courtyard where he had first landed, surrounded by the hotel residents, by Charlie and Vaggie, by everyone who loved him. Before him, the air shimmered with ancient magic, the doorway to somewhere else, somewhere deeper, somewhere that held the judgment of hell itself. "Harry Potter," Malachar intoned, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. "You stand before the Demon King's trial. Within you lies fire and shadow, love and loss, the mark of death and the hope of life. Hell has watched you since the moment you fell. Now hell will judge you." Harry nodded solemnly. "Harry, ready. The trial has 3 parts. 3 tests. Each will strip away something you rely on, your power, your protection, your very self. If you emerge, you will be remade. If you fall, you will become part of hell forever." Charlie stepped forward, unable to help herself. Harry turned to her, and his smile was pure, radiant, full of love. "Charlie, whatever happens, remember, Harry loves you. Most in all worlds. Always." Charlie couldn't speak. She could only nod, tears streaming down her face. Harry turned back to the shimmering doorway and stepped through. The first trial was fire. Not the friendly fire that loved him, this was something else. Ancient fire. Primal fire. Fire that had burned before demons existed, before souls needed punishment, before hell was anything except a dream in the void's endless patience. It surrounded him immediately, consuming everything, the memory of the hotel, the faces of his family, the warmth of Charlie's love. He stood alone in an ocean of flame, and the fire spoke to him in voices he didn't recognize. "You claim to command us. You claim to be loved by us. Prove it." Harry closed his eyes. He didn't fight. Didn't struggle, didn't try to control. He simply opened. The fire rushed in, not to burn, but to know. It filled every corner of his being, examining his soul, tasting his memories, measuring his worth. It saw Lily's sacrifice, James's courage, Charlie's love. It saw Voldemort's fragment, the scar that bound them, the darkness that lived alongside the light. It saw every choice Harry had ever made. Every moment of kindness, every act of courage, every time he'd chosen love over fear. And it found him worthy. "You are fire born," the flames whispered. "Fire chosen. Fire loved. Pass." The first trial ended. The second trial was shadow. Harry stood in darkness so complete that he couldn't see his own hands. The fire was gone, not defeated, but absent. He was alone with nothing except the echo of his own heartbeat and the whispers of things that lived in the dark. "You claim to carry light. You claim to be hope in damnation. Prove it." The shadows pressed close, trying to find footholds in his mind. They showed him images, Voldemort winning, Charlie dying, the hotel burning. They whispered doubts, "You're not strong enough, not good enough, not worthy of love." They offered escapes, "Give up, give in, let the darkness take you and the pain will end." Harry stood in the center of it all and refused. "I am Harry," he said quietly. "Charlie's son. Vaggie's kid. Hotel's boy. I have been through darkness before, the void, the fall, the green light. I have faced monsters and demons and the darkest wizard in history. And I am still here. Still loving. Still choosing hope. The shadows screamed. That is not possible. No one resists us so completely. I resist because I am loved. Charlie loves me. Vaggie loves me. My parents love me from beyond death. That love is light, real light, stronger than any darkness. He raised his head. You cannot touch what is already held in love. The shadows fled. The second trial ended. The third trial was self. Harry stood in a place that was no place, a void like the one he'd fallen through, but different. Empty, silent, waiting, and in the void, he saw himself. Not his reflection, himself. Another Harry, identical in every way, standing across from him with the same green eyes, the same messy hair, the same scar burning gold. You are me, Harry said. I am you, the you that could have been. The you that would have been, if things had been different. The other Harry's voice was exactly his own. If you hadn't fallen. If Charlie hadn't found you. If you'd grown up in the wizarding world, with the Dursleys, with people who didn't want you. Harry felt something twist in his chest. That Harry would have been unhappy. Lonely. Hurt. Angry. The other Harry's eyes held pain. He would have had power. Yes, great power. But he wouldn't have known love. Wouldn't have had Charlie. Wouldn't have become who you are. And now I am what you could become if you make the wrong choice. The fragment of Voldemort in your scar, it could consume you. Twist you. Make you into something dark. The other Harry stepped closer. I am your potential for evil. Your shadow self. The part of you that could hate, could hurt, could become like him. Harry stared at this version of himself. I could never become like Voldemort. Couldn't you? You have his soul fragment inside you. His power flows through your scar. His obsession with you could become your obsession with him. The line between victim and victimizer is thinner than you think. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke. No. Harry could never become like Voldemort. Not because of power, not because of soul fragments, not because of anything outside Harry. He touched his chest. Because Harry has love. Real love. Given freely, received openly, part of everything Harry is. Voldemort never had that. Never could have that. And without love, he's empty. Hungry. Alone. The other Harry's expression flickered. But the fragment is part of Harry now. Harry's choice what to do with it. Harry's choice whether to let it define Harry or not. He stepped forward, closer to his shadow self. Harry chooses love. Always love. That's not going to change. The other Harry stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. Not a dark smile, a real one. Warm and proud. You've passed, he said. The trial is over. You are worthy. He dissolved into light. Harry opened his eyes. He was back in the courtyard, surrounded by his family. The sun, hell's version of it, was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. Charlie stood before him, tears streaming down her face, her arms already reaching. Harry. He ran to her, and she caught him, held him, cried into his hair. Baby, you're back. You're back. Harry passed, Charlie. Harry passed trial. I know, baby. I know. I felt it. We all felt it. She pulled back, looking at him. You're different. Brighter. More whole. Harry considered this. The trial, it took things. Stripped things away. But what's left is just Harry. Just the core of who Harry is. He touched his chest. And it's enough. It's always been enough. Charlie kissed his forehead. Yes, baby. It always has. Around them, the hotel erupted in cheers. Demons surged forward, hugging Harry, lifting him onto their shoulders, carrying him through the crowd in celebration. Harry laughed, a real laugh, free and joyful, and let himself be carried. He had faced the Demon King's trial. He had passed. And now, finally, he was ready for whatever came next. That night, Harry sat alone in the courtyard, watching the hellfire burn. Charlie found him there, as she always did. Can't sleep. Thinking. He made space for her on the bench. About trial. About what Harry learned. What did you learn? That Harry is enough. Just Harry. Not because of power, not because of scar, not because of any of it. Because of who Harry chooses to be. Every day. Every moment. He looked at her. Charlie taught Harry that. Showed Harry that. Made Harry believe it. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. You've always been enough, baby. From the moment you fell, you were enough. Harry know now. Really know. Deep down where nothing can touch. He leaned against her. Charlie. Whatever comes next, Voldemort, war, anything, Harry ready. Ready to face it. Ready to protect. Ready to choose. Charlie wrapped her arm around him. Then we face it together. Like we always have. Together, Harry agreed. The hellfire burned warm around them, loving them, protecting them, welcoming them home. The crystal's destruction had cost Voldemort more than he would ever admit. Not physically, his body had healed within hours, the superficial wounds from Harry's hellfire fading like bad memories. But something deeper had been damaged. Something that lived in the spaces between his fractured soul, in the echoes of the boy's voice telling him he was empty, in the unbearable truth that a 10-year-old had looked at him with pity rather than fear. The Dark Lord was not accustomed to pity. He was not accustomed to failure. And he was not accustomed to the gnawing, insidious doubt that had taken root in his mind since the boy's escape. My lord. Bellatrix's voice broke through his reverie. The followers are assembled. The ritual is prepared. We await only your command. Voldemort turned from the window, his red eyes burning with renewed purpose. Then we begin. The ritual was massive, larger than anything Voldemort had attempted in centuries. 100 Death Eaters formed the outer circle, their wands raised, their dark magic feeding into the growing tear between worlds. 50 more formed the inner circle, their blood mixing with ancient sacrifices to strengthen the bond. And at the center, Voldemort himself stood in a pool of liquid fire, his arms spread, his voice rising in incantations that had not been spoken. Since the dawn of magic, the barrier between worlds screamed. It had been weakening for years, since the night Harry fell, since the void had opened and closed around an infant's passage. Now, under the assault of Voldemort's full power, it began to tear. Not a small portal this time. Not a temporary opening, a wound, a gateway, a door that would never fully close again. In hell, Harry felt it immediately. He was in the courtyard, practicing with his blade, when the ground beneath him lurched. The hellfire flared with warning. His scar blazed with golden light so bright it hurt to look at. Charlie, he shouted, already running. Charlie. She met him in the lobby, Vaggie beside her, both already moving toward the emergency stations they'd prepared. We know, Charlie said, her face pale but determined. We felt it. The whole hotel felt it. It's big, Charlie. Bigger than before. He's not just coming through, he's breaking through. The barrier won't hold. Vaggie finished the thought grimly. We need to get everyone to safety. Now. The hotel erupted into organized chaos. Demons ran to their stations. Weapons were distributed. Children and non-combatants were moved to the deepest, safest parts of the building. The hellfire was summoned to full blaze, its flames leaping higher than they had in centuries, ready to protect its home. And in the courtyard, where Harry had first landed, the sky began to tear. Green light first, that sickly, killing light that Harry remembered from his earliest dreams. Then darkness, absolute and consuming. Then figures, emerging from the wound like insects from a hive. Death Eaters. Hundreds of them, pouring into hell like an invading army. Harry stood at the hotel's main entrance, Charlie on one side, Vaggie on the other. Behind them, the residents waited, Husk in his true form, Angel Dust with all his weapons ready, Cherry Bomb with explosives in every hand, Molichar ancient and terrible, Carmilla and her daughters, Zestial in his shadows. They were outnumbered. They were outgunned. They were fighting in their home, for their home, against an enemy that wanted to destroy everything they loved. And they would not back down. Here they come, Vaggie said quietly. The first wave of Death Eaters hit the hotel like a tide. The battle was unlike anything hell had ever seen. Wizard magic met demonic power in explosions of light and shadow. Curses flew through the air, countered by hellfire and claw and ancient demonic strength. The courtyard became a war zone, bodies falling on both sides, the ground slick with blood that glowed green and red and gold. Harry fought, not with the desperate fear of a child facing monsters, with the calm precision of someone who had been training for this his whole life. His blade moved like water, finding gaps in defenses, disabling attackers without killing when possible. The hellfire wrapped around him like armor, deflecting curses, strengthening his strikes, protecting him from harm. But there were so many. For every Death Eater he disabled, 2 more took their place. For every curse he deflected, 3 more found their marks. Demons fell around him, friends, family, people he'd known his whole life, and there was nothing he could do to save them all. Harry. Charlie's voice cut through the chaos. He turned to see her surrounded, a dozen Death Eaters closing in, their wands raised, their faces hidden behind masks. He moved without thinking. The hellfire exploded from him, knocking back the attackers, buying Charlie precious seconds. He reached her side, blade ready, eyes blazing. "Charlie, stay close. Not going anywhere, baby." They fought back to back, parent and child, demon and human, love made manifest in the midst of war. Voldemort emerged from the portal last. He walked through the green light like a king entering his throne room, his red eyes sweeping across the battlefield with cold satisfaction. Death Eaters fought and died around him. Demons screamed and fell. The hotel burned in places where curses had struck. None of it touched him. He moved through the chaos untouched, untouchable, his attention fixed on one thing only. The boy. Harry stood at the hotel's entrance, surrounded by his family, his blade still raised, his green eyes meeting Voldemort's red ones across the battlefield. "Harry Potter," Voldemort called, his voice cutting through the noise of battle. "I have come for you. For the last time." Harry didn't flinch. Harry been waiting. The armies paused. On both sides, fighters hesitated, sensing that something momentous was about to happen. The battle slowed, then stopped, as everyone turned to watch the confrontation between the Dark Lord and the boy who had defied him at every turn. Voldemort walked forward, his followers parting before him. He stopped 20 feet from Harry, close enough to see every detail of the child's face. The green eyes so like his mother's, the messy hair so like his father's, the scar that blazed with golden light. "You have been a thorn in my side for 10 years, Voldemort said quietly. "A constant reminder of failure, of weakness, of everything I despise. Tonight, that ends." Harry met his gaze steadily. Harry not Thorn. Harry just Harry. Boy who lived, boy who fell, boy who found family in most unlikely place. You can't change that by killing Harry. Can't undo it by destroying Hotel. The love Harry has, it's already real. Already forever. Already stronger than anything you have. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "Love. Always love with you. Do you think it will save you? Do you think it will protect you from what I am?" Harry think love already saved Harry. Many times. From falling. From darkness. From becoming like you. He touched his scar. The fragment of you in here, it tried to make Harry empty. Tried to make Harry hungry. Tried to make Harry like you. But love filled the spaces. Love gave Harry something else to be. Voldemort raised his wand. "Then love can die with you." The curse that left his wand was unlike anything Harry had faced. Not green, black, a stream of absolute darkness that seemed to consume light as it traveled. It struck the hellfire around Harry and ate through it, burning the protective flames like paper. Harry raised his blade. The darkness hit it, and the blade, Carmilla's gift, forged with love and care, shattered into 1,000 pieces. Harry stumbled back, unarmed, unprotected. "Harry!" Charlie's scream was distant, muffled by the roaring in his ears. Voldemort smiled. "Now, boy, now you die." He raised his wand again. And Harry's scar exploded. Not with pain, with light. Golden light, brighter than the sun, brighter than anything in hell had ever seen. It poured from the scar like water from a broken dam, flooding the courtyard, washing over the armies, touching everything with its warmth. And in that light, Voldemort screamed. Because the fragment of his soul, the piece that had lived in Harry since infancy, was pulling. Pulling him toward the boy. Pulling him into the light. Pulling him toward something he couldn't understand and couldn't control. "What is this?" he shrieked. "What is this?" Harry's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "This is choice, Voldemort. Harry's choice. To not fight you. To not destroy you. To merge with you, the good and the bad, the light and the dark, the love and the hate. To make us both whole. No, I won't, I refuse. Harry not giving you choice." The light consumed them both. When it faded, Harry stood alone. Voldemort was gone. Not dead, not exactly, but changed. The dark wizard's body had dissolved into the light, his consciousness merging with the fragment in Harry's scar, becoming part of something larger than either of them had been alone. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, but different now. Calmer, warmer. It no longer pulsed with warning or pain. It simply glowed, gently, peacefully. In his mind, a voice spoke. Not Voldemort's voice, something else. Something that held echoes of the Dark Lord's knowledge, his power, his centuries of experience, but filtered through Harry's love, Harry's hope, Harry's choice. "We are one now," the voice said. "Not master and victim. Not hunter and prey. Something new. Something neither of us could have become alone." Harry nodded slowly. Harry no. Harry felt it. The merging, it was always possible. Always waiting for Harry to choose. And you chose love. Harry always chooses love. The battle was over. Death Eaters, leaderless and terrified, fled through the portal. Some were caught by demons, dragged back for questioning. Others made it through, spreading tales of what they'd seen. The Boy of Light, the Dark Lord consumed, the impossible victory of love over hate. The hotel stood, damaged but unbroken. The residents gathered in the courtyard, staring at Harry with expressions ranging from awe to fear to wonder. Charlie reached him first. "Harry. Harry, baby, what happened? Where is he?" Harry looked at her, and his eyes were the same, green, warm, full of love. "He's here, Charlie. Part of Harry now. Not controlling, not consuming. Just, part. Like the fire. Like the scar. Like everything else that makes Harry who Harry is." He touched his chest. Harry chose to merge instead of fight. Chose to make them both whole. And it worked. Harry is still Harry. Still Charlie's son. Still Hotel's boy. Just, more. Charlie pulled him close, holding tight. "I don't understand," she whispered. "But I don't care. You're alive. You're here. You're still you. Always, Charlie. Always." Around them, the hotel residents slowly relaxed. The danger was over. Voldemort was gone, not dead, but transformed, his darkness absorbed into Harry's light, his power now part of the boy's protection. It was impossible. It was miraculous. It was Harry. That night, Harry sat alone in the courtyard, watching the hellfire burn. It was different now, brighter, somehow. More alive. The flames danced with colors that had never existed before, gold and silver and green and red all mingling together. In his mind, the voice spoke again. "You could have destroyed me. Should have destroyed me. Why didn't you?" Harry considered the question. Because destruction not Harry's way. Love is Harry's way. And love means finding good even in bad. Means hoping even when hope seems foolish. Means choosing to make whole instead of breaking apart. "I do not understand." Harry no. That's okay. You will. Over time. Living in Harry, feeling what Harry feels, learning what Harry learns, you'll understand. Eventually. And if I don't, then Harry still love you. Still hope for you. Still choose to keep you instead of destroy you. Harry smiled softly. That's what love does. It never gives up. The voice was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, "I have much to learn." "Yes. But Harry help. That's what family does." Charlie found him there, as always. "Baby. You should rest." In a minute, he made space for her on the bench. "Charlie. Harry need to tell you something." "What, baby?" "The fragment, Voldemort's soul, it's not bad. Not anymore. It's just, part of Harry. And it wants to learn. Wants to understand love. Wants to become something other than what it was." He looked at her. Harry going to teach it. Going to show it what Charlie showed. Harry. Going to help it become good. Charlie stared at him. "You're going to redeem Voldemort. Not Voldemort. The part of him that's in Harry. The part that never had chance to be anything except dark." He touched his chest. Harry think maybe that's what prophecy meant. Not that Harry would defeat Voldemort. That Harry would save him. The part of him that could be saved. Charlie was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled him into a hug. "You are the most extraordinary person I've ever known, Harry Potter." Harry just Harry. Charlie's son. That's enough. It's more than enough, baby. It's everything. They sat together as the hellfire danced around them, as the hotel began to heal, as the war between worlds finally came to an end. Harry had faced Voldemort, and instead of destroying him, he had chosen to love him. That was the kind of person Harry was. That was the kind of hope he carried. And that, more than any power or prophecy, was why he would always win. In the days after the battle, Harry slept more than he ever had in his life. Not from exhaustion, though that was part of it. Something deeper. His body was adjusting to the new presence within him, the merged soul fragment that had once been Voldemort's and was now something else entirely. Every time he closed his eyes, he dreamed of memories that weren't his, centuries of dark magic, of hunger, of loneliness so profound it ached like a wound. But also, slowly, something new. Confusion. Wonder. The first faint stirrings of something that might become understanding. He woke on the third day to find Charlie sitting beside his bed, her face pale with worry. Baby, you're awake. Charlie. His voice was rough, unused. How long? 3 days. We were starting to worry. She reached for his hand, holding tight. How do you feel? Harry considered the question. Different. More. Like theirs, more of Harry now. More memories, more knowledge, more, everything. He touched his scar. He's in here, Charlie. Not fighting. Just, watching, learning, trying to understand. Voldemort. The part of him that merged with Harry. Not the whole, just the fragment that lived in Scar. But it's enough. He's enough. Harry sat up slowly. He wants to talk to you. To all of you. To explain. Charlie's eyes widened. Talk. He can talk. Through Harry. With Harry's permission. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. When he opened them again, they were different, still green, but with something else underneath. Something ancient and hungry and confused. Demon Princess, the voice that came from Harry's mouth said. It was Harry's voice, but layered with something else, an echo, a shadow, a second presence. He wishes me to speak with you. Charlie's hand tightened on her spear, but she didn't move to attack. You're the fragment. Voldemort's soul. I was. Now I am, part of this child. Part of Harry. He chose to keep me, to merge with me, to give me a chance I never had. The eyes, Harry's eyes, but different, studied her with unsettling intensity. I do not understand him. His love, his hope, his refusal to hate, these things are foreign to me. But I am learning. He is teaching me. And what have you learned? That I was wrong. The voice was quiet, almost wondering. About everything. About power, about love, about what matters. I spent centuries seeking immortality, seeking control, seeking to become more than human. And in the end, a child who loved more than I ever could has become more than I ever was. Charlie felt tears prick her eyes. Harry did that. Harry chose that. Yes, he chose. Always choosing. That is his gift, his power. Not the fire, not the magic, not the prophecy. The choosing. Every moment, every day, he chooses love. And that choice changes everything. The eyes shifted, and Harry was back, fully himself, his smile tired but real. See, Charlie. He's learning. Charlie pulled him into a hug. I see, baby. I see. That afternoon, Harry asked to visit the scar's origin. Not the hotel, somewhere else. The place where it had all begun. The void between worlds, where he had fallen as an infant and been watched by ancient things. Charlie hesitated. Baby, that place. Harry needs to understand. Really understand. The scar isn't just mark. Isn't just connection to Voldemort. It's more. Harry felt it during trial, during battle, during merging. It's door, bridge, threshold. And Harry needs to know what's on other side. Charlie looked at Vaggie, who shrugged helplessly. We can't stop him, Vaggie said. Not from this. He's not asking permission, he's telling us what he needs. Charlie nodded slowly. Then we go together. All of us. The void opened for Harry like a door recognizing its owner. They stood at the edge of the hotel's courtyard, Charlie, Vaggie, Malachar, Carmilla, and watched as the air shimmered and parted, revealing a darkness that was not dark, an emptiness that was not empty. The void between worlds. The place that had watched Harry fall. Harry, Charlie breathed. Are you sure? Harry sure, Charlie. Stay here. Harry won't be long. Before anyone could protest, he stepped through. The void welcomed him, not with words, with presence. It wrapped around him like the hellfire did, but older, deeper, more patient. It remembered him from infancy, from the fall, from the moment he'd passed through its depths and survived. Harry Potter, it whispered. You have returned. Harry needed to understand. About Scar. About what Harry is. You know what you are. You have always known. The scar is merely the visible sign, the mark of passage, of transformation, of becoming. Becoming what? Whatever you choose. That is the scar's true nature. It does not define you, it enables you. It is a bridge between death and life, between worlds, between possibilities. Through it, you can become anything. Harry considered this. Through it, Harry merged with Voldemort's fragment. Made it part of self. Yes. Through it, you can absorb, transform, redeem. The scar is not a wound, it is a doorway. A doorway into your own potential. Asterisk. And the other side, what's through door? You are. Always have been. The scar leads to yourself, to the deepest parts of who you are, who you can become, who you choose to be. Harry touched his forehead, feeling the familiar warmth of the mark. So Harry doesn't need to fear it. Doesn't need to fight it. You never did. You only needed to understand it. And now you do. The void began to fade, its purpose fulfilled. Go now, little one. Your family waits. Your world waits. Your choices wait. The scar will always be with you, a reminder of where you've been, and a gateway to where you're going. Choose well. Choose love. Choose yourself. Harry opened his eyes in the courtyard, Charlie's arms already around him. Baby, you're back. Are you okay? Harry smiled. That smile, the one that changed everything. Harry better than okay, Charlie. Harry understands now. Really understands. He touched his scar. This isn't curse. Isn't mark of weakness. It's gift. Doorway to who Harry is. To who Harry can become. Charlie held him tighter. I'm glad, baby. So glad. Around them, the others relaxed, relief evident on their ancient faces. Harry looked at each of them in turn, his family, his home, his heart. Harry ready, he said quietly. Ready for whatever comes. Ready to be bridge between worlds. Ready to protect both. Ready to choose love, always. Malachar bowed his ancient head. You have become more than any of us could have imagined, Harry Potter. More than any prophecy foretold. You are not the boy who lived, you are the boy who chose. And that is far greater. Harry smiled. Harry, just Harry. That's enough. That night, Harry dreamed of his parents. They stood together in the cottage garden, arms around each other, watching him approach with smiles that held years of love. You did it, Lily said softly. You understood. You chose. You became. The scar, James added. You finally understood what it really is. Harry nodded. Doorway. To self. To potential. To everything Harry can be. Yes. Lily stepped forward, taking his face in her hands. And now that you understand, you can use it. Not just for yourself, for others. For everyone who needs what you have. What Harry has. Hope. Love. The ability to see good in darkness. She kissed his forehead, right where the scar burned gold. You carry that, my brave boy. Always have. Always will. James wrapped his arms around them both. We're so proud of you, son. So proud. Harry held them tight, knowing this might be the last time, knowing they were fading, knowing he had to let go. Harry, love you, he whispered. Both. Always. We love you too, Harry. Forever and always. They faded into light, and Harry woke. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.